Foreword and Preface of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. Foreword. This monograph is more than the story of Marine expeditionary operations in Afghanistan. It describes who our nation's enemies are, how America became involved in the global war on terrorism, and how the Marine Corps struggled to acquire a major role in Operation Enduring Freedom, as well as the actions of Marines and sailors who helped prosecute the air and ground campaigns against Taliban and al-Qaeda forces. In the latter regard, we see the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, already forward deployed on 11 September 2001, ready to conduct a non-combatant evacuation operation, secure a forward operating base, or provide a quick reaction force for Joint Special Operating Forces conducting the initial offensive action of the war. The 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit then combined with the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit and quickly maneuvered from the Mediterranean to form a provisional Marine Expeditionary Brigade known as Naval Expeditionary Task Force 58. Working simultaneously under the direction of U.S. Central Command's Land and Maritime Component Commanders and in association with Joint Special Operations Forces, Brigadier General James N. Mattis and his force embarked on a sequence of operations in southern Afghanistan. These included, but were not limited to, establishing Forward Operating Base Rhino, interdicting enemy lines of communication along Highway 1, occupying Kandahar International Airport, securing the American Embassy in Kabul, detaining several hundred prisoners of war, and supporting Special Operations Forces during numerous sensitive site exploitation and special reconnaissance missions. The monograph also describes the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit's rapid reinforcement of coalition forces during Operation Anaconda, only days after Task Force 58's disbandment. Although events did not afford the Marines an opportunity to engage the enemy in heavy combat, their contribution in southern Afghanistan was nonetheless significant. From a strategic perspective, the arrival of a sizable conventional force demonstrated America's resolve to confront the sponsors of terrorism directly and signaled an end to Taliban rule. From an operational perspective, Task Force 58 successfully blocked the western escape route from Kandahar and threatened the enemy's last remaining urban stronghold. As Lieutenant General Gregory S. Newbold, former Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, later observed, the insertion of Task Force 58 had a deep psychological impact on the Taliban and al-Qaeda. They were confronted with a military situation which now unhinged any hope they had for a gradual pullback from the north and a chance to hold from their area of greatest strength. The insertion of Task Force 58 fundamentally changed the equation for the enemy from one of grim hope to hopelessness. The strategic agility and operational reach showcased by the Navy amphibious squadrons and Marine expeditionary units validated the utility of task-organized expeditionary forces, particularly in respect to effectiveness of long-range, ship-to-objective maneuver. These combined achievements contributed directly to the subsequent deployment of expeditionary strike groups in 2003. As a result, today's naval services are now in a better position to address emerging crises around the globe, regardless of whether they occur in littoral or landlocked regions of the world. Colonel Nathan S. Lowrey began his military career as an infantry officer, serving first as a rifle platoon commander in Panama during Operation Just Cause and then as a recruiting officer in Portland, Oregon. After transferring to the reserves to attend graduate school, he joined the History Division's Field Operations Branch in 1998 and subsequently deployed to document operations in Kosovo, Afghanistan, and Iraq. He joined the Histories Branch as a civilian writer in 2005 and later served as head of the Field and Oral History Branch from 2008 to 2010. He holds a bachelor's degree in history from the University of Maine, a master's degree in cultural anthropology from the University of Wisconsin, and a doctorate in archaeology from American University. Dr. Charles P. Niemeyer, Director of Marine Corps History. Preface. This project began almost 10 years ago, a month after the terrorist attacks on 11 September 2001. Drawn from a variety of sources, the account reflects the combined efforts of three related, yet independent, endeavors to document Marine operations in Afghanistan during the opening days of Operation Enduring Freedom. In November 2001, after it became apparent that a sizable Marine force was about to be committed to the ongoing campaign, History and Museums Division began to assemble a small field documentation team to accompany the operating forces as official observers. The team, consisting of 2 field historians, a combat photographer, and a combat artist, intended to collect documents, capture images, conduct interviews, and gather artifacts that would help preserve, present, and promote Marine Corps history. In early December, shortly after Naval Expeditionary Task Force 58 seized Objective Rhino in southern Afghanistan, Headquarters Marine Corps directed that the Field History Detachment join a provisional combat assessment team then forming in Quantico, Virginia. Modeled on the battle assessment team deployed during the Gulf War, the platoon-sized organization was a Marine Corps Combat Development Center initiative to evaluate and improve the Marine Corps warfighting capability. After several iterations, this effort evolved into today's Marine Corps Center for Lessons Learned. The assessment team deployed to Bahrain in early January 2002, where it made contact with U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, Marine Forces Central Command, Forward, and Task Force 58, Rear. During the next 3 months, Staff Sergeant Michael D. Fay and Major Christopher J. Warnke accompanied assessment personnel during short trips to Camp Doha, Kuwait, Jacobabad, Pakistan, and Bagram and Kandahar, Afghanistan, where they spoke with Marines, sailors, and soldiers involved in Operation Swift Freedom, the initial label for the Marine contribution to the campaign. While in Bahrain, Warnke also interviewed pilots from Marine Fighter Attack Squadrons 251 and 314, while Fay captured images of the Marine Security Forces Company and facilities at Sheikh Issa Air Base. Although I spent most of my time in Bahrain collecting historical information from the Task Force 58 staff and helping them chronicle their experiences during the operation, I also made a short trip to Kuwait to speak with members of Task Force Consequence Management and visited with the 13th Marine Expeditionary Unit at sea following Operation Anaconda. 2 other researchers also contributed to the History and Museums Division's documentation effort that spring, accompanying units during their return voyages to the West Coast. Major Theodore R. McKeldin collected data from the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit on board the USS Peleliu, LHA-5, and Dr. Fred H. Allison interviewed pilots and air crews from Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 251 on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt, CVN-71. Following the operation, Task Force 58 produced a detailed multimedia account of its experiences in Afghanistan. This chronicle, principally written by Majors Michael P. Mahaney and Daniel B. Connolly, the unit's assistant operations and logistics officers, eventually became the narrative portion of the organization's command chronology and the foundation for my own history of the operation. Captain Charles G. Groh, combat cameraman for the assessment team, and both the 15th and 26th Marine Expeditionary Units collated Task Force 58's impressive photo collection, which became the main source of imagery for this volume. After its return to the United States, the assessment team analyzed the wide range of data it had collected and published a comprehensive report of its findings in 2003, which contributed greatly to this project. During the spring of 2006, after History Division had relocated to Quantico and joined Marine Corps University, Colonel Richard D. Camp, the acting director, asked that I begin work on a Task Force 58 history. I originally intended to produce a short operational monograph based heavily on the detailed narrative summary contained in Task Force 58's command chronology. Once I began my research, however, I quickly realized that a complete history would necessarily include a more robust accounting of the 3 Marine Expeditionary units who had fought in Afghanistan before, during, and after Task Force 58's tenure in theater. Several months later, after speaking with retired Lieutenant General Gregory S. Newbold, who had helped shape the battle as a member of the Joint Staff at the Pentagon, I learned that it would also be necessary to investigate the circumstances surrounding U.S. Central Command's delayed decision to employ Marines in Afghanistan. Not only was Marine Corps participation in the joint operation intentionally limited from the earliest planning stages onward, the rationale for assigning them a larger role at the final hour of the campaign remained ambiguous. This prologue to the operational portion of the account speaks forcefully to the doctrinal and institutional significance of Task Force 58's achievement, which links directly to the development of expeditionary maneuver warfare following the end of the Cold War in 1991 and the establishment of expeditionary strike groups in 2003. The research, writing, and publication of an official history is a collaborative affair. Behind the author stand a cadre of individuals without whose support I would have been unable to bring this project to completion. During the research phase, I was assisted by Mr. John Q. Smith at the U.S. Central Command History Office, Dr. David B. Christ of the Joint History Office, Drs. Randy Papadopoulos and Robert J. Schneller at the U.S. Naval History Center, Dr. Bradford Lee of the Naval War College, Mr. Frank E. Jordan of the Marine Corps Warfighting Laboratory, Dr. James A. Ginther at the Marine Corps Archives, staff at both the Marine Corps Library and Marine Corps Center for Lessons Learned, Dr. Fred Allison and Mr. Anthony Taglianetti of our Oral History Branch, and Miss Annette D. Ammerman of our Reference Branch. Several veterans of Operation Enduring Freedom provided additional information in the form of documentary evidence or oral history interviews. These included General James N. Mattis, Lieutenant General Thomas D. Waldhauser, retired Lieutenant Generals John G. Castellaw and Gregory S. Newbold, Colonels Christopher M. Bourne, John J. Broadmeadow, John Jansen, Clark R. Lethen, Jerome M. Lines, James L. Stallnaker, and Michael D. Fitzgerald, U.S. Army, Lieutenant Colonel John B. Barranco, and Majors David R. Burke, Jack G. Bolton, Michael D. Bryan, J. M. Holterman, Richard B. Lawson, Kevin M. McDonald, Jonathan R. Oman, Joshua A. Riggs, Chad A. Vaughn, and Richard W. Whitmer. During the writing phase, Mr. Paul W. Westermeyer of our Histories Branch and Lieutenant Colonel David A. Benhoff of our Field History Branch frequently served as sounding boards, listening to my speculations and providing wise counsel in return. Mr. Charles R. Smith, Senior Historian of the Histories Branch, and Mr. Charles D. Melson, Chief Historian of the Marine Corps, reviewed several draft manuscripts, offering valuable advice on the style, organization, and content of the developing history. After I produced a polished version of the manuscript, several veterans of Operation Enduring Freedom reviewed my narrative and provided critical commentary that enhanced both the accuracy and comprehensiveness of the account. These veterans include Lieutenant General Thomas D. Waldhauser, retired Lieutenant General Gregory S. Newbold, Brigadier Generals William M. Faulkner and Greg A. Sturdivant, Colonels Christopher M. Bourne, Robert J. Charette Jr., Christopher J. Gunther, Jerome M. Lines, Michael P. Mahaney, and Carl D. Matter, Lieutenant Colonels David B. Christ, Kevin M. DeVore, and Thomas J. Impellitteri, and Master Sergeant John A. Daly. Our editing and design branch, capably led by Mr. Kenneth H. Williams, was instrumental in transforming the manuscript into a published product. Miss Jeannie L. Riff coordinated the distribution and receipt of review drafts, Miss Wanda J. Renfro proofread the text, and Miss Andrea L. Connell and Mr. Sean H. Vreeland edited the manuscript. Layout and design was provided by Mr. Vincent J. Martinez. With so many individuals assisting in the development of this history, there is always a danger of forgetting to note someone's important contribution. If I have done so, please accept my sincere apology and grateful thanks for your help. As a final note to readers, please be aware that I have used both informational footnotes identified by symbols and reference endnotes identified by Arabic numerals. Also, geographic names have been standardized according to the U.S. Board of Geographic Names, and Afghan military and political figures' names have been standardized according to the U.S. Department of State website. Nathan S. Lowrey, Colonel, U.S. Marine Corps Reserve. End of Foreword and Preface. Prologue Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Soviet-Afghan War and Beyond. Introduction. While the rationale for retaliating against al-Qaeda and the Taliban forces following the terrorist attacks of 11 September 2001 is self-evident, to protect the United States from further foreign aggression, the reason the attacks occurred in the first place is less clear. Only 15 years earlier, for example, the United States supported many of the same freedom fighters who became the Taliban and al-Qaeda as they battled against the Soviet forces who were then occupying Afghanistan. This chapter attempts to shed light on this issue by examining certain events that occurred during the last quarter of the 20th century in order to set the stage for the rest of the book. The account identifies many of the key players involved in what was already a 20-year conflict, discusses their motives and tactics, and chronicles changing relationships in Afghanistan and abroad. The personalities and events discussed also provide insight into factors considered by key leaders in the United States when outlining an initial strategy for Operation Enduring Freedom. The era of the Afghan monarchy ended in 1973, following more than 2 centuries of tumultuous rule by the Abdali line of the Pashtun. Former Prime Minister Sardar Mohammad Daoud, supported by a wide base of conservative military officers and leftist communists, seized power from King Mohammad Zahir Shah during a successful coup and created the National Revolutionary Party the following year. Although his ambitious plan for Afghan economic growth went unfulfilled, Daoud demonstrated substantial talent in consolidating power and alienating supporters. Attempts to resolve diplomatic conflicts with Pakistan angered groups pursuing an independent Pashtunistan. The purge of leftist government officials helped mobilize the communist movement, and efforts to acquire military and economic aid from Iran and other Middle Eastern nations infuriated the Soviets. While attempting to squelch the riled dissidents, Daoud instituted a new constitution in 1977 that established a one-party presidential system of government. Instead of eliminating resistance, his heavy-handedness strengthened the opposition's resolve and helped reunite competing factions of the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan. The Democratic Republic of Afghanistan. Communists seized control in April 1978, followed by a second military coup, known as the Sawar Revolution, during which President Daoud and most of his family were killed. Nur Mohammad Taraki, head of the conservative Khalq masses faction of the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan, became prime minister, while Babrik Karmal, head of the moderate Parcham Banner faction of the party, became senior deputy prime minister. Hafizullah Amin became Minister of Foreign Affairs. Despite a brief image of party solidarity, these men and their allies championed different strategic perspectives, which ultimately pitched the nation into civil war. The Khalq faction wanted to proceed directly to developing a Leninist working-class party, which appealed to its rural, lower-class following of mostly disenfranchised Ghilzai Pashtun. The Parcham faction, however, wanted to lay a foundation by developing a National Democratic Front of patriotic and anti-imperial forces, which appealed to an urban, upper-middle-class constituency of Dari-speaking Pashtun and other minority groups around Kabul. Shortly after taking office, Taraki began to purge his government of the Parcham faction. He sent some members, like Karmal, abroad on diplomatic missions, while killing or imprisoning the less fortunate. Without Parcham representation, there was no moderating voice to temper Taraki's radical reforms, which he viewed as cleansing Islam and Afghanistan of the ballast and dirt of bad traditions, superstitions, and erroneous belief. In addition to symbolic changes to the Afghan flag, which promoted communism at the expense of Islam, other decrees attempted to address issues of rural inequity and poverty through debt reform, land redistribution, and gender and ethnic equality. Like previous attempts at reform, the new progressive policies quickly alienated rural villagers by challenging their traditional ways of life and religious practices. Civil uprisings began to occur throughout the country, and guerrilla camps sprang up in Pakistan. In desperation, Taraki sought a formal alliance with the Soviet Union, signing the Standard Treaty of Friendship, Good Neighborliness, and Cooperation in December 1978. Bolstered by Soviet weapons and advisors, the struggling regime retaliated forcefully against the anti-communist Mujahideen, holy warriors. Yet Taraki's brutality only fueled popular dissent, and following a particularly violent exchange in Herat during March 1979, the Soviets shipped attack helicopters to Afghanistan and sent a detachment of KGB paramilitary officers to guard the Soviet embassy in Kabul. At the same time, Hafizullah Amin, the foreign affairs minister, remained protective of Afghan independence and suspicious of Soviet involvement. Although Amin attempted to maintain a positive working relationship with the United States, it quickly deteriorated following the death of American Ambassador Adolph Dubs in February 1979. Amin seized control of the government a month later, reshuffled the cabinet, and stubbornly refused to accept outside direction from the Soviets. In response, the Soviets first engineered an unsuccessful resurgence of the Parcham faction and then arranged 2 failed assassination attempts during September. After learning of his role in the plot, Amin had former Prime Minister Taraki killed. The Soviet-Afghan War. By October 1979, Afghanistan had plunged headlong into yet another all-out civil war. Ignoring warnings from the United States, Soviet officials prepared for large-scale military involvement in Afghanistan. At the same time, additional advisors and combat aircraft deployed to shore up the rapidly disintegrating Afghan National Army, and a sizable invasion force assembled along Afghanistan's northwest border. This was designated the Soviet 40th Army and headquartered in Termiz, Uzbekistan. Although the Soviets would eventually rationalize intervention by citing repeated Afghan requests for supplementary support and their right to aid friendly socialist countries under duress, their real purpose may have been to repair perceived holes in the Soviet strategic arc of influence. In mid-December, while operating under the guise of protecting Soviet interests in Afghanistan, brigade-sized units stationed themselves at key air bases in Bagram, Kabul, and Shindan. This tactic was similar to the deception used during the invasion of Czechoslovakia in 1968, in which the deployment of Soviet troops was supposed to be part of a training exercise. Beginning on 24 December, these garrisons and another at Kandahar were strengthened by elements of 2 airborne divisions during a massive 2-day airlift. The following evening, a battalion of motorized infantry crossed the Amu Darya River. On 27 December, operating with cooperation from the Afghan General Staff, Soviet forces isolated the capital city, seized its major command and control centers, and killed President Amin during a violent assault on Darulaman Palace. 2 motorized rifle divisions crossed into northern Afghanistan the next day, one departing Termiz, Uzbekistan for Bagram and Kabul, and the other leaving Kushka, Turkmenistan for Herat and Kandahar. On 21 January 1980, shocked by the invasion, President James E. Carter Jr. declared, "An attempt by any outside force to gain control of the Persian Gulf region will be regarded as an assault on the vital interests of the United States of America." In addition to initiating efforts to establish a regional security framework that would capitalize on enhanced relations with Pakistan, he levied economic sanctions against the Soviet Union, boycotted the 1980 Olympics, and refused to forward the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty 2 to the Senate for ratification. Rather than withdraw, Soviet reinforcements continued to flow into Afghanistan during the following 6 months, establishing additional garrisons at outlying population centers. Estimates of the initial Soviet deployment ran as high as 5 divisions and more than 85,000 troops. The Soviets installed Babrak Karmal, former deputy premier and head of the Parcham faction, as the new puppet leader of Afghanistan. Although he pursued a path of conciliation, proclaiming the preeminence of Islam and the Loya Yurga, traditional meeting of the tribal elders to solve problems, and attempting to entice support from the mullahs, religious leaders schooled in Islamic law, by providing additional food and money, he proved incapable of unifying the fractured nation under a moderate socialist regime. The Soviets subsequently found themselves in the uncomfortable role of catalyst, transforming a conglomeration of 10 competing resistance groups into a loose Islamic nationalist coalition bent on expelling an invading army of foreign infidels. As additional reinforcements arrived during 1981, the number of Soviet troops in Afghanistan increased to approximately 100,000. Initial military operations usually involve division-level offensives, primarily in the east, often along major transportation routes with the goal of establishing control over the Pakistani border region. After several bloody encounters with the rebels, the Soviets learned to appreciate the limitations of employing large conventional forces against guerrilla fighters in mountainous terrain and gradually adapted to the unpredictable combat environment by becoming more agile. They exchanged armor for infantry, downsized to regiment and battalion-sized operations, relied heavily on helicopter and jet fighter support, and employed special operations forces to ambush the rebels. As the conflict spread throughout Afghanistan, the Soviets realized that they could only maintain operational control over any given area by establishing a permanent presence in the region. Reluctant to assume an occupying role, they chose instead to pursue a measured strategy by establishing large garrisons to control the urban infrastructure, combat outposts to secure critical points along the major supply routes, and fortified base camps from which to launch attacks against the Mujahideen. In association with conducting direct combat operations, they also attempted to eliminate logistical support for the resistance groups by spoiling crops, mining fields, destroying irrigation systems, and evacuating villages. Besides creating a refugee population of at least 5 million, the Soviets significantly strengthened anti-Soviet sentiments throughout the world through their use of these brutal tactics. Many of the displaced Afghans migrated to refugee camps along the Iranian and Pakistani borders. Recruitment of mujahideen from the camps was greatly facilitated by the Assembly of Islamic Clergy, Jamiat Ulema-e-Islam, which established hundreds of madrasas, religious schools, along the Pashtun Belt in western Pakistan, providing the recruits an opportunity for food, shelter, education, and military training. Various estimates suggest that the Mujahideen were composed of approximately 90,000 regulars and 110,000 reserves. As an ad hoc army, it reflected the geographic, ethnic, tribal, and religious diversity of the country, with ranks filled by fighting men who ranged from pre-adolescent boys to grizzled veterans of the Third Anglo-Afghan War of 1919. The Mujahideen had various internal ideological divisions as well, with most groups supporting either Afghan traditionalists or Islamic fundamentalist perspectives, and then dividing still further to pursue competing political agendas. The two largest and most effective fundamentalist groups were Gulbuddin Hekmatyar's Radical Party of Islam, a Pashtun-based organization of 30,000 situated to the south and east, and Burhanuddin Rabbani's Moderate Islamic Society of Afghanistan, a minority-based organization of 25,000 situated to the north and west. The Mujahideen received assistance from a wide range of benefactors. During President Ronald W. Reagan's administration, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, covertly funneled weapons, equipment, technical support, and funding through Pakistan's Inter-Services Intelligence Directorate, ISI, which also benefited materially and financially from the partnership. Influenced by Pakistan's own Islamist leanings, Hekmatyar's hardliners received the bulk of American aid. In addition to providing additional funding, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and 42 other Muslim nations also contributed from 10,000 to 35,000 foreign fighters to the war effort. Although the Arab-Afghan volunteers played only a limited role in ousting the Soviets from Afghanistan, and their presence actually alienated non-Pashtun and Shia Muslim groups located to the north, they would boost the rise of Islamic terrorism and spearhead the global Jihad, Holy War, following the war. The Mujahideen pursued a tripartite strategy, proved that the regime was not in control of the countryside, undermined public support for the government, and weakened the army. Although resistance leaders sometimes conducted bold raids against Soviet and Afghan national forces, they usually employed less direct methods such as mining roads, destroying bridges, ambushing supply convoys, and severing communication lines. As the conflict evolved, they adapted to changing Soviet tactics by employing U.S.-supplied anti-aircraft missiles with devastating effect against Soviet helicopters and counter-ambushing special operations forces. They also initiated an effective urban terror campaign in 1981, which included kidnapping, assassination, and bombing. Although the Soviets may have been willing to orchestrate a quick regime change followed by sustained stability and support operations, such as they had orchestrated in Hungary during 1956 and Czechoslovakia in 1968, they were reticent to enter into a protracted conflict like the one the United States had encountered in Vietnam. They began to seek a political solution to the insurgency problem as early as 1981, and by 1983, they were trying to integrate more Afghan army units into combat operations. Both attempts failed and a stalemate ensued, with the Mujahideen disrupting Soviet control over 80% of the countryside by 1985. Perhaps even more ominously, 7 major resistance groups combined that same year to form the Islamic Unity of Afghan Mujahideen in Peshawar, with assent from General Muhammad Zia-ul-Haq, president and military leader of Pakistan. During 1986, a year after taking office as the General Secretary of the Soviet Union's Communist Party, Mikhail S. Gorbachev frustratingly referred to the continuing impasse and heavy losses in Afghanistan as a bleeding wound and decreed that the situation must be resolved within 1 or 2 years. In a decision that reversed the expansionist policies of his predecessors, he chose to reduce Soviet military involvement by transitioning it to a supporting role. By 1987, the Soviets had ceased participating in major offensive operations, unless provoked, and began to redeploy some of their military forces. Early in 1988, Gorbachev announced the general withdrawal of Soviet troops from Afghanistan, effectively abandoning the failing socialist regime and the almost 14,000 Soviet dead by February 1989. President Karmal resigned in favor of Mohammad Najibullah, chief of the Afghan secret police, in 1987. Although Najibullah attempted to initiate a national reconciliation program as part of the changing Soviet strategy, he was unable to secure popular support for the regime or extend its reach into the rural areas. The Mujahideen interpreted the announcement of the Soviet withdrawal as a clear sign of victory and formed an interim Afghan government, headed by Sigbatullah Mojaddedi, in anticipation of the eventual fall of the national government. With victory now in sight, however, intramural fighting intensified among the resistance factions led by Ahmad Shah Massoud and Hekmatyar, prompting the latter to withdraw from the alliance. While the National Army had successfully defended Jalalabad and Kabul from Mujahideen attacks in 1988, the resistance groups captured Kandahar, Herat, and Khost by 1990. Najibullah was able to sustain a stalemate for 2 more years, although the combined loss of Soviet military assistance, Russian petroleum, and militia support eventually proved too much for his struggling regime to bear. The end appeared in early 1992 when General Abdul Rashid Dostum defected to the resistance with the National Islamic Movement, a previously pro-government Uzbek militia. He joined Masood, the Lion of Panjshir, a highly respected Tajik commander who had repeatedly thwarted the Soviets and was aligned with Rabbani's Islamic Society of Afghanistan. The warlords took Mazar-e Sharif in February, Bagram in April, and then headed south for Kabul. Although lead elements of Hekmatyar's faction reached the capital first from the south, the Masood-Dostum alliance forced them to relinquish the city when they arrived. Mojaddedi temporarily assumed control but quickly yielded to Rabbani in June, which placed a member of the Tajik minority in charge of the government. Hekmatyar contested the new presidency by initiating a series of devastating rocket attacks on Kabul, and the country again descended into anarchy. During the next 2 years, competing tribal leaders re-established their fiefdoms around several of the traditional power centers. Ismail Khan, Tajik, controlled Herat, Dostum, Uzbek, controlled Bagram, and Hekmatyar, Pashtun, controlled Kandahar. Confusing matters further, Dostum turned on Masood, Tajik, in an unsuccessful bid for Kunduz and realigned himself with Hekmatyar in a failed attempt to seize the capital from Rabbani. End of Prologue Part 1. Prologue Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. The Taliban, religious students, militia emerged from the chaos as an ultra-conservative Sunni Muslim reform movement in 1994. Genesis for the organization reportedly occurred that spring when Mullah Mohammed Omar, a 35-year-old veteran of the Soviet-Afghan War, mobilized 30 other students to rescue 2 teenage girls that Mujahideen near Kandahar had kidnapped and raped. Wielding the Sharia, Islamic law, harshly in an effort to restore civil order and end corruption throughout Afghanistan, the movement initially enjoyed widespread support from the war-weary southern population, who envisioned a revival of peace and Pashtun power. 6 years later, disillusioned by continuing hostilities, oppression, corruption, and devastating drought, the Pashtun would begin to demonstrate growing resentment against the Taliban. In addition to an ever-expanding opium trade, Saudi and Pakistani support networks established during the Soviet-Afghan War also sustained the Taliban's meteoric rise. While the Saudis continued to promote the spread of Wahhabism, a conservative Islamic reform movement, throughout the Sunni Muslim world, Pakistan's strategic moves were more complex and frequently exercised through both the ISI and Assembly of Islamic Clergy. One goal was to establish a direct land route for trade to the Central Asian republics, while another was to promote a domestically focused regime that would simultaneously curb Pashtun nationalism in the northwest frontier province and provide an outlet for Pakistan's own Islamic radicals. The United States also supported the Taliban from 1994 to 1997, working indirectly through its political allies in Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. In addition to viewing the Taliban as an anti-Iranian, anti-Shia, and pro-Western influence, America was also interested in facilitating the development of a pipeline linking the Caspian oil fields to Pakistan and India without going through Iran. Regional opposition to the Taliban primarily came from the Central Asian republics and Soviet Union, reflecting prior Cold War ties. In his book on the Taliban, Pakistani journalist Ahmed Rashid sums up the regime's radical philosophy. The Taliban are vehemently opposed to modernism and have no desire to understand or adopt modern ideas of progress or economic development, and their new style of Islamic extremism rejects all accommodation with Muslim moderation in the West. From the beginning, they banned entertainment and deemed most forms of electronic mass media a source of corruption. As the principal focus of Taliban reform, women could not participate in normal society. The religious fundamentalists ejected them from the workplace, schools, and markets, required them to wear burqas, an enveloping outer garment designed to cloak the body, while moving about the community, forced them to live behind blackened windows within the home, and even obliged them to choose their children's names from a sanctioned list. Likewise, the Taliban prohibited men from wearing Western-style clothing, sporting stylish haircuts, or trimming their beards. Violations of the dress codes were punishable by jail sentences and flogging, while amputation and public execution were the penalties for more serious criminal offenses such as theft, adultery, rape, and murder. When Western agencies began to question the tyrannical regime, the Taliban responded by ordering the United Nations, UN, to leave in 1997, followed by non-governmental organizations in 1998. The Taliban drew recruits from refugee camps along the Pakistani border, where youths educated in local madrasas had been taught a strict interpretation of Islam that required total acceptance of the Quran and advocated eliminating the corrupting influence of the West. As Rashid emphasizes, the Taliban perspective differed significantly from that of their traditional mujahideen predecessors. These boys were from a generation who had never seen their country at peace, and Afghanistan not at war with invaders and itself. They had no memories of their tribes, their elders, or their neighborhoods. Their simple belief of a Messianic, Puritan Islam which had been drummed into them by the village mullahs was the only prop they could hold on to and which gave their lives some meaning. The Taliban quickly took control of the southeastern third of Afghanistan, seizing control of Spin Boldak in October, Kandahar in November, and Ghazni in February 1995. Once they encountered organized resistance to the north and west, however, their offensive began to stall. Massoud repelled an attempt to take Kabul in March, and Ismail Khan delivered a serious blow while counterattacking near Shindan in May. After receiving reinforcements from Pakistan, however, the Taliban resumed their push toward the northwest and captured Herat in September. Rabbani's international standing and ability to solicit foreign aid rose as the front line stabilized and the future of Kabul appeared more secure. To counter this development, the Taliban hosted a massive gathering of southern religious leaders in Kandahar in the spring of 1996. In a move to solidify their movement, the leaders proclaimed Mullah Omar, commander of the faithful and Emir of Afghanistan on 3 April. Boldly appearing in a relic cloak of the Prophet Muhammad the following day, he claimed to be the new caliph, leader of all Muslims, and declared a jihad against Rabbani's regime. In a surprise offensive that fall, the Taliban captured Jalalabad, Bagram, and finally Kabul. While the fall of Kabul raised apprehensions among Iran, Russia, and the 4 Central Asian republics, each of whom pledged support for the beleaguered alliance, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia asked what assistance they might provide the victorious Taliban. Shaken by the setbacks, Rabbani, Massoud, Dostum, and Abdul Karim Khalili joined forces in the mutual defense of Afghanistan on 10 October, foreshadowing what would eventually become the anti-Taliban Northern Alliance. Although Massoud counterattacked successfully as the Taliban forces began to thin, last-minute reinforcements from the Pakistani madrasas halted his advance as he approached the capital. The Taliban resumed their northward push during the spring of 1997. Aided by the defection of General Abdul Malik from Dostum's army, they succeeded in temporarily capturing Mazar-e-Sharif in May. Although seizure of the northern city and gateway into Uzbekistan convinced Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to recognize Taliban sovereignty, that decision proved premature. 4 days later, the city's residents staged a bloody revolt that resulted in the death or capture of hundreds of Taliban, including 10 of their top leaders. Exploiting the unexpected reversal, Massoud and Khalili inflicted heavy losses during a counterattack that recaptured Bagram and forced Taliban forces southward. However, as the anti-Taliban alliance approached Kabul, Omar requested additional reinforcements from the Pakistan madrasas and was again able to stabilize his front lines and go on the offensive. Dostum subsequently repelled yet another Taliban attempt to seize Mazar-e-Sharif that September. During the Bloody Summer campaigns of 1997, both sides participated in ethnic cleansing and religious persecution, effectively dividing the country along geographic and cultural lines. Inspired by their successful defense of the North, the warlords formed the United Islamic and National Front for the Salvation of Afghanistan, usually referred to in the West as the Northern Alliance. Establishing their capital in Mazar-e-Sharif, they reappointed Rabbani president and made Massoud his defense minister. Despite their optimism, factional infighting stymied the Northern Alliance's effectiveness, and the Taliban eventually succeeded in recapturing Mazar-e-Sharif in August 1998. This led to another round of indiscriminate killing as they took revenge on the city's Hazara population, attempted to exterminate the Shia Muslims, and executed 10 Iranian diplomats. Ultimately, the long-sought capture of Mazar-e-Sharif proved to be a Pyrrhic victory for the Taliban. The UN Security Council admonished them for harboring international terrorists, violating human rights, promoting drug trafficking, and refusing to accept a ceasefire, while Saudi Arabia ceased providing financial support. Pakistan, the only country to oppose the UN sanctions, fell into international isolation. In central Afghanistan, the ancient city of Bamiyan fell to the Taliban during October. This prompted an already angry Iran to mobilize more than 200,000 troops along its eastern border in an effort to dissuade the Taliban from additional indiscriminate killings. The prospect of invasion temporarily diverted Taliban attention from Massoud, who used the opportunity to reorganize his forces, refit them with Russian equipment, and launch a counteroffensive that succeeded in recapturing much of the lost territory. On 7 December, following the collapse of the Hazara and Uzbek factions, Massoud was appointed Supreme Commander of the Northern Alliance forces. Although the two combatants entered into negotiations during the spring of 1999, each side prepared for a continuation of hostilities. The Northern Alliance recaptured Bamiyan, approximately 150 miles northwest of Kabul, in April, while the Taliban recaptured Bagram to the northeast in July. Massoud then counterattacked toward Kabul with some success, but as he approached the capital, the Taliban employed brutal scorched earth tactics and once again halted the alliance advance with reinforcements from the madrasas. The Taliban launched 3 successive offensives during the spring and summer of 2000, and although the Northern Alliance repulsed the first 2 attacks, the third succeeded in surrounding Massoud's headquarters at Talakan, forcing him to retreat that September. By early 2001, the Taliban had reduced the alliance's area of influence to a tiny corner of northeastern Afghanistan. The International Islamic Front for Jihad against Jews and Crusaders. American tolerance for the Taliban began to wane late in 1997 as the totalitarian regime refused to endorse the Pipeline Project, and their suppression of the Afghan people drew increasing international criticism. During a November visit to Pakistan, Secretary of State Madeleine K. Albright declared, "We are opposed to the Taliban because of the opposition to human rights and their despicable treatment of women and children and great lack of respect for human dignity." The final straw occurred on 7 August 1998, when dissidents linked to Osama bin Laden and the al-Qaeda terrorist network, situated in Afghanistan as guests of the Taliban, bombed the United States embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Osama bin Laden, a tall and lanky Sunni Muslim, was described as being soft-spoken, mild-mannered, and well-kempt, yet also vicious, vain, and vindictive. He was born around 1957, the son of a wealthy Yemeni businessman with ties to the Saudi royal family. After attending an elite secondary school in Jeddah, where teachers with ties to the Muslim Brotherhood may have influenced him, he enrolled in King Abdullah Aziz University. According to conflicting accounts, he may have earned a bachelor's degree in civil engineering, a master's degree in public administration, and studied Islamic law as a graduate student. In 1980, bin Laden joined the Mujahideen with his family's consent. During the Soviet-Afghan War, he worked for Abdullah Azzam, a Jordanian Palestinian and former professor from King Abdullah Aziz University, who coordinated the World Muslim League and Muslim Brotherhood offices in Peshawar, Pakistan. They established the Maktab al-Khidmat, Office of Order, in 1984 to channel money, weapons, and fighters into Afghanistan. By 1988, however, bin Laden had broken with the organization, arguing that Arab volunteers should take an even more prominent role by leading their own combat operations against the communists. Following Azzam's assassination in 1989, bin Laden assumed control of the Maktab al-Khidmat and established al-Qaeda, the base, as a logistical center for the Arab-Afghan fighters and their families. Influenced by Egyptian extremist Ayman al-Zawahiri around that time, he gradually transformed the center into a private Mujahideen force for prosecuting a global jihad. Although bin Laden returned to Saudi Arabia in 1990, the government forced him to leave after he vigorously criticized the royal family for hosting American troops during and after the Gulf War. He subsequently joined Sudan's ongoing Islamic Revolution in 1992 and continued to develop a following of Arab-Afghan veterans who shared his ideological frustration with the West. As his movement gained momentum, al-Qaeda affiliates bombed a hotel used to house transiting military personnel in Yemen during 1992, trained Somali militiamen to shoot down helicopters with rocket-propelled grenades in 1993, and conducted 2 additional bombings in Saudi Arabia in 1995 and 1996. By the mid-1990s, intelligence sources estimated that bin Laden was training 1,000 militant Islamic revolutionaries and financing terrorist camps in Somalia, Sudan, Egypt, Yemen, and Afghanistan. President William J. Clinton signed the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act in April 1996 and pressured Sudanese officials to evict the al-Qaeda leader from their country in an effort to deter terrorism and provide justice for the victims of terrorists. A month later, bin Laden arrived in Jalalabad, Afghanistan, and that August issued his first fatwa, religious ruling, a declaration of war against Americans occupying the land of the 2 holy places, Mecca and Medina. In a lengthy discourse, he spoke of a global Zion Crusader alliance against Islam, chastised the House of Saud for conspiring against the Ummah, Muslim nation, and called for a jihad to expel the occupying enemy. He proclaimed, "There is no more important duty than pushing the American enemy out of the Holy Land, and the Mujahideen, your brothers and sons, request that you support them in every possible way by supplying them with necessary information, materials, and arms." After meeting Mullah Omar following the fall of Kabul in 1997, bin Laden moved to Kandahar and gradually turned a developing friendship into a firm partnership with the Taliban leaders. In February 1998, during a meeting of al-Qaeda affiliates at the original Arab-Afghan training camp in Khost, bin Laden issued a manifesto under the banner of the International Islamic Front for Jihad against Jews and Crusaders that effectively expanded al-Qaeda's terror campaign to include liberating the entire Muslim Middle East and attacking Americans around the globe. The organization's manifesto presented 3 talking points and a second fatwa. First, for more than 7 years the U.S. has been occupying the lands of Islam in the holiest of places, the Arabian Peninsula, plundering its riches, dictating to its rulers, humiliating its people, terrorizing its neighbors, and turning its bases in the peninsula into a spearhead through which to fight the neighboring Muslim peoples. Second, despite the great devastation inflicted upon the Iraqi people by the Crusader-Zionist alliance, the Americans are once again trying to repeat the horrific massacres, as though they are not content with the protracted blockade imposed after the ferocious war or the fragmentation and devastation. Third, if the Americans' aims behind these wars are religious and economic, the aim is also to serve the Jews' petty state and divert attention from its occupation of Jerusalem and murder of Muslims there. All these crimes and sins committed by the Americans are a clear declaration of war on God, His messenger, and Muslims. On that basis, and in compliance with God's order, we issue the following fatwa to all Muslims. The ruling to kill the Americans and their allies, civilians and military, is an individual duty for every Muslim who can do it in any country in which it is possible to. Sidebar: Territorial sovereignty. The Soviet-Afghan War, 1979-89, was not the first conflict in which a foreign army maneuvered to control or influence Afghan sovereignty. On the contrary, during the 19th century, the fledgling monarchy found itself serving as the playing field for the Great Game. In this military-diplomatic contest between the Russian Empire to the north and the British Empire to the east, rival superpowers struggled for control over Central Asia and the positioning of Afghanistan's borders. From the British perspective, the principal issue was where to establish the western boundary of its Indian colonies. While one political faction argued that the Indus River served as a natural border and that Afghanistan should serve as a buffer zone between India and the Russian Empire, a more aggressive faction argued that the defense of India required extending the frontier westward to the Hindu Kush. While pursuing the more aggressive policy, British expeditionary forces encountered strong Afghan resistance during the first, 1839-42, and second, 1878-80, Anglo-Afghan Wars. Although the conclusion of the second bloody conflict left the Afghan monarchy intact, it agreed to submit to British authority. Fearful of further British encroachment from the east, the Afghan monarchy argued for a permanent boundary with India, which became a reality in 1893 during negotiations with the British Indian Foreign Secretary, Sir Henry Mortimer Durand. Although Durand sought to engineer tranquility by delineating between Pashtun tribes politically aligned with Kabul and others affiliated with Peshawar, he inadvertently institutionalized a century of regional political conflict with what has become known as the Durand Line. Historian Sally Ann Baynard describes the Durand Line as having cut through tribes and villages with little relationship to the topographic, demographic, or military strategic realities, resulting in bloodshed and laying the foundation not for peace in the border regions, but for heated disagreements between the governments of Afghanistan and British India, as well as later between the governments of Afghanistan and Pakistan. After having settled its territorial dispute with Russia in 1907, and putting down yet another insurrection during the Third Anglo-Afghan War in 1919, Britain finally recognized Afghan independence and ceased its colonial pursuits west of the Khyber Pass. Sovereignty issues resurfaced during the dissolution of British India in 1947. In independence, British India split into today's predominantly Hindu and Sikh India and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Since 1901, the British had maintained the Northwest Frontier Province as a rural buffer zone east of the Durand Line. Recognition of the Pashtun-dominated mountain region, isolated from more developed provinces in southern and eastern Pakistan, at the time of partitioning revived earlier arguments for either Afghan annexation or the creation of an independent Pashtunistan. Rather than provide an opportunity to choose independence, however, British authorities limited voting options in the frontier province to either joining Pakistan or India. Although the Pakistani government adopted a conciliatory attitude toward its Pashtun citizens following the vote, the ethnic issue remained unresolved and poisoned future relations between Afghanistan and Pakistan. End of Prologue Part 2. Prologue Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001-2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A response from the White House. The August 1998 bombing of American embassies in Kenya and Tanzania forced the Clinton administration to confront the reality of a rising terrorist threat. 2 weeks after the attack, the president retaliated by firing cruise missiles at terrorist camps in Sudan and northeastern Afghanistan, proclaiming to the world, "There will be no sanctuary for terrorists. We will defend our people, our interests, and our values." He amended Executive Order 12947 2 days later, enabling the Department of Justice to freeze bin Laden's assets, and in November the Department of State posted a $5 million reward for his capture. During the following year, the administration directed more than $6 billion toward America's war against terrorism and doubled the allocation of financial and labor resources to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's, FBI's, counterterrorism effort. Allied nations arrested more than 80 Islamic militants in a dozen countries around the globe, and the CIA claimed to have thwarted at least 7 attacks planned against government facilities overseas. The Clinton administration also pursued several ineffective diplomatic options. Although Pakistan maintained close military and intelligence ties with the United States, it was reluctant to jeopardize the funding and training of Kashmiri militants in Afghanistan and refused to help arrest bin Laden. While Saudi Arabia did approach Mullah Omar on America's behalf, he refused to extradite bin Laden and so insulted the Saudi envoy that Saudi Arabia withdrew its long-standing support of the Taliban regime. State Department officials eventually communicated directly with Omar, demanding that he deliver bin Laden into the United States' hands by February 1999. In a telling turn of events, although Omar refused to turn over bin Laden, even declaring him a guest of the Afghan people, he did offer to exchange the terrorist for official diplomatic recognition of the Taliban regime. Whether bin Laden felt personally threatened or believed the Taliban considered him a growing liability, the terrorist leader left Kandahar and went into hiding. After bin Laden's reappearance in Jalalabad, President Clinton froze the Taliban's financial assets in July. The United States solicited support from Pakistani Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif during September 1999, lifting some of the trade sanctions it had imposed the previous year to curb Pakistan's nuclear arms race with India. In return, his government discreetly informed several Persian Gulf states of its intent to demand bin Laden's extradition from Afghanistan and insisted that the Taliban stop training Pakistani dissidents. Just as the situation appeared to be improving in October, General Pervez Musharraf orchestrated a military coup as a last resort, pledging to reduce tensions along the Indian border and achieve a just and peaceful solution to the Afghanistan issue. As a frustrating consequence, the CIA had to abandon covert plans to train Pakistani commandos to capture bin Laden in Afghanistan and then turn him over to legal authorities. An alternate option of ordering Afghan trackers currently engaged in following the terrorist leader to eliminate bin Laden was not pursued either because of the presidential ban on assassinations. The situation continued to deteriorate during 2000. In February, CIA Director George J. Tenet reported that bin Laden was still America's principal terrorist threat and he intended further aggression against the United States. In March, President Clinton urged President Musharraf to restore democratic rule in Pakistan and reiterated his opposition to regional terrorism. In April and May, Undersecretary of State Thomas R. Pickering warned both the Pakistani Chief of Intelligence and Mullah Omar not to side with America's enemies. The Taliban, undeterred, attacked north in July and captured Massoud's Taliban headquarters in September. This victory convinced President Islam Karimov of Uzbekistan to acknowledge Taliban sovereignty over Afghanistan in October, hoping to garner influence over the rising Islamic fundamentalist movement in his own country. Al-Qaeda also captured global headlines that month by bombing the USS Cole, DDG-67, during a routine refueling stop in Yemen. In January 2001, the new year appeared to begin on a more positive note with the trial of terrorists accused of bombing the United States embassies in Kenya and Tanzania. Yet only 4 of 17 indicted suspects were available for trial. The others, including bin Laden, remained at large, giving the eventual May conviction a sense of a hollow victory. As if to emphasize that point, the terrorist leader released an al-Qaeda recruitment video during June, stating, "It's time to penetrate America and Israel and hit them where it hurts." A new administration. After a hard-fought campaign and bitterly contested election in November 2000, George W. Bush followed in his father's footsteps by being elected the 43rd President of the United States. Although Bush had fronted national missile defense and Iraq as major concerns while on the campaign trail, he was advised during a meeting with President Clinton in December that his top priorities should include al-Qaeda, Middle East diplomacy, North Korea, the nuclear competition in South Asia, and, only then, Iraq. A week before Bush's inauguration on 20 January 2001, CIA Director Tenet also voiced his concern about terrorism. While briefing the President-elect, Vice President-elect Richard B. Dick Cheney, and National Security Advisor Dr. Condoleezza Rice, Director Tenet and his Deputy Director for Operations listed the top 3 threats facing America as Osama bin Laden, weapons of mass destruction, and Chinese expansion. They warned that, although there was no doubt that bin Laden was going to strike the United States, it remained unclear how, when, or where that attack might occur. In April, the National Security Council Deputies Committee recommended that one way to weaken al-Qaeda in Afghanistan would be to arm the Northern Alliance. Although the Clinton administration had previously rejected this option, the CIA was already providing limited funding to the resistance movement, and Secretary of State Colin L. Powell thought that the impending threat provided significant cause to change the direction of foreign policy. The Deputies Committee ratcheted up its plan 2 months later, recommending that, in addition to arming the resistance, it support a Northern Alliance offensive to destabilize the Taliban and eliminate al-Qaeda. The National Security Council agreed to fund the covert campaign in early September, and Rice prepared National Security Presidential Directive No. 9 for President Bush's signature by 10 September. During the campaign, President Bush and his advisors had argued against American involvement in lengthy peacekeeping operations and nation-building ventures like the Clinton administration had pursued in the Balkans. Instead, they advocated a leaner, more lethal military that harnessed new technologies in the form of advanced reconnaissance systems, command and control networks, and precision weapons to strip away the fog of war and strike the enemy with devastating effect. They needed a strong ally at the Pentagon to implement the plan, one who would challenge the status quo within the military. President Bush chose Donald H. Rumsfeld, then 68 years of age, for his Secretary of Defense. In addition to serving as a Navy fighter pilot, legislator, ambassador, and head of a pharmaceutical company, he had also been President Gerald R. Ford's Chief of Staff and Secretary of Defense, and then had led commissions investigating ballistic missile threats and space policy during the Reagan and Clinton administrations. Given this range of experience, Rumsfeld appeared to possess the necessary qualifications to pursue the president's strategy of bringing U.S. armed forces into the 21st century, which he outlined for Congress on 11 January during his confirmation hearing. First, we must strengthen the bond of trust with the American military. Second, we must develop the capabilities to defend against missiles, terrorism, and newer threats against our space assets and information systems. Third, we must take advantage of the new possibilities that the ongoing technological revolution offers to create the military of the next century. Yet confrontation plagued the transformation agenda from the very beginning. Rumsfeld approached the Department of Defense as an absolute authority, envisioning the Joint Chiefs of Staff as a rival source of power. Although none would question that he was an intelligent, energetic, and supremely confident leader, some employees might add that he was also an ambitious micromanager, wary of subordinates, and not much fun to work with. His tests of will ranged from challenging the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's right to brief the president to chastising junior officers over minor typographical errors. Rumsfeld argued against the Pentagon's tendency to focus on a few traditional Cold War threats rather than acknowledge the full range of potential dangers, cautioning that such oversight could lead to unwelcome surprises. Tying this to transformation, he stated, "While much of the existing defense establishment can be adapted to 21st century needs, a good deal cannot. We must move forcefully to rationalize the costly burden of force structures and practices that do not contribute to current and future U.S. security needs." In other words, instead of continuing to maintain a force capable of fighting in two theaters simultaneously, the nation would now address dual antagonists in succession, thus negating the need to maintain four standing Army corps and the requisite transportation assets to move them around the globe. This strategy would allow for a subsequent reduction in both military personnel and equipment, and, adding to the attractiveness of this concept, the resulting savings could be used to fund the development of advanced military technologies and address emerging threats. When the military balked at the changes, Rumsfeld concluded that his principal battlefield was the Pentagon, that his biggest obstacle was the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and that the U.S. Army leadership was too old-fashioned, wedded to heavy forces, and too slow to change. Army General Henry H. Shelton, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, countered that Rumsfeld was not only partial to the U.S. Navy and Marine Corps because of his prior naval service, he was also biased by the Army's heavy forces and its earlier involvement in the Balkans. On 10 September, in a most telling statement, Rumsfeld brought the controversy to the forefront of public attention during a town meeting at the Pentagon. The topic today is an adversary that poses a threat, a serious threat, to the security of the United States of America. From a single capital, it attempts to impose its demands across time zones, continents, oceans, and beyond. With brutal consistency, it stifles free thought and crushes new ideas. It disrupts the defense of the United States and places the lives of men and women in uniform at risk. You may think I'm describing one of the last decrepit dictators of the world, but their day too is almost past, and they cannot match the strength and size of this adversary. The adversary's closer to home. It's the Pentagon bureaucracy. I have no desire to attack the Pentagon. I want to liberate it. We need to save it from itself. If there's to be a struggle, so be it. General Tommy R. Franks, U.S. Army, was serving as Commander-in-Chief of United States Central Command at the time. Headquartered in Tampa, Florida, he orchestrated one of the nation's 5 geographic joint commands and was responsible for overseeing military affairs in 25 countries extending from East Africa to Central Asia. Marine Lieutenant General Michael P. DeLong, Deputy Commander of U.S. Central Command, said of his boss, "Like so many brilliant men, Franks was paradoxical. He was hard on the staff, but he loved and respected them. He was a loner, yet he rarely made a decision alone. He wasn't trusting, yet he delegated tremendously. Franks was one of the few men I couldn't figure out, but then nobody else could either." DeLong, who also told of being professionally threatened, publicly chastised, and verbally affronted by his senior, observed that members of the Central Command staff who had previously worked for laid-back Marine General Anthony C. Zinni seemed shell-shocked by Franks' abrasive leadership style. On the same day as Secretary Rumsfeld's town meeting at the Pentagon, General Franks met with General Mahmoud Ahmed, head of the Pakistani ISI in Washington, D.C. Franks later recalled his polite but bare-knuckled discussion with the Pakistani intelligence officer on 10 September. With Secretary Rumsfeld's blessing and CIA Director George Tenet's encouragement, I had informed General Mahmoud that cooperation was a two-way street. Pakistan needed parts for its military aircraft, and America needed targeting information on al-Qaeda. Mahmoud got the message and promised to brief President Musharraf. Before the National Security Council, Department of Defense, or Central Command could implement any of their developing plans, however, al-Qaeda had already dealt each a serious blow. Just a day earlier, terrorists masquerading as journalists had assassinated Ahmad Shah Massoud, the famed Lion of Panjshir and one real leader among the beleaguered Northern Alliance. End of Prologue Part 3. Chapter 1, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Global War on Terrorism. Another day of infamy. For those living along the eastern seaboard of the United States, 11 September 2001 began as an uncommonly pleasant day. As parents headed to work and children returned to the classroom that Tuesday following a long summer vacation, each welcomed the cool temperatures, low humidity, and clear blue sky. Without warning, a series of unprecedented terrorist attacks that President Bush would later characterize as the Pearl Harbor of the 21st century abruptly shattered the morning calm. In New York City, a fuel-laden Boeing 767 jetliner flew into one of the World Trade Center's famous Twin Towers at 0845. A second aircraft hit the other tower at 0903, and a third aircraft slammed into the west side of the Pentagon at 0943. The passengers of United Airlines Flight 93, who resisted their hijackers and crashed their aircraft into a field near rural Somerset, Pennsylvania around 10:10, narrowly averted a final attack likely intended for either the U.S. Capitol building or the White House. By this time, back in New York, one of the Twin Towers had dramatically collapsed at 10:05, followed by disintegration of the second at 10:28. Alarmed by the possibility of further attacks, the Department of Defense, DoD, raised the alert status of all deployed military forces, the Federal Aviation Administration closed U.S. airspace, and President Bush granted permission to shoot down commercial airliners. That evening, a third structure of the World Trade Center complex collapsed from ancillary damage at 1720. In the wake of 3 devastating attacks and 1 air crash, approximately 3,000 people from 80 nations lay dead. In the immediate aftermath of the first attacks, a shocked nation struggled to grasp the magnitude of the events it watched on television. Citizens across the country remained glued to cable news networks for continued on-scene coverage, breaking updates, and anticipated responses from their government. Following the first 2 attacks, at 0930 President Bush spoke to the nation from an elementary school in Florida. Echoing his father's famous statement preceding the Gulf War, he proclaimed, "Terrorism against our nation will not stand." He amplified these remarks when speaking from Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana at 12:30. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and help victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly attacks. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. At 15:30 that afternoon, during a National Security Council meeting at Offutt Air Force Base in Nebraska, President Bush learned that Osama bin Laden and al-Qaeda were almost certainly responsible for the attacks. Director Tenet explained that it was the only terrorist organization with the ability to orchestrate such a large undertaking, that officials had identified several of its operatives' names on the airliner's passenger manifests, and that post-attack communications chatter included the exchange of congratulatory messages among terrorists. Arriving back in Washington, D.C. early that evening, the president returned to the airwaves for a 3rd time that day. In what historians would later call the Bush Doctrine, he not only reaffirmed his promise to go after the perpetrators of the surprise attacks, but announced his intent to target those who supported the terrorists as well. The president chaired a second meeting of the National Security Council following his speech, first as a comprehensive gathering and then with only his principal advisors. He set the tone of the smaller group by stating that it was a great opportunity to advance foreign policy. Tenet identified the need to deny al-Qaeda sanctuary. Powell stated that it was time for Afghanistan and Pakistan to take notice, and Rumsfeld added that the problem included other countries that also supported terrorism. After listening to the remaining comments, Bush decided that he would force the offending countries to choose sides and then pick off any resulting adversaries one at a time. This type of exchange quickly became the pattern for prosecuting the war on terror. As senior advisor, Vice President Cheney would often ask the hard questions or focus the discussion, while Rice would chair the smaller meetings with the principals. President Bush, who acknowledged that he was not a military tactician and preferred to follow gut feelings rather than textbook solutions, would listen to the advice of his war council and then render guidance. Douglas J. Feith, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, later described the dynamics among these key players in his memoir, War and Decision, Inside the Pentagon at the Dawn of the War on Terrorism. President Bush often connected with Rumsfeld, or bumped up against him, on the level of ideas and strategy. The same was true of Cheney and often of Rice. Disagreements among the four of them, which were rarely fundamental, had the effect of polishing or refining their colliding ideas, as debates among generally like-minded people often do. But there was a ship's passing in the dark quality to disagreements between Powell and the others, not just because they differed about philosophy or policy, but because Powell chose to confine his contributions to operational and tactical thoughts. As Lieutenant General Gregory S. Newbold, Director of Operations for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, later described, the environment at the Pentagon was extremely tense. They truly thought another attack might be imminent. United States military commands around the globe reflected this unease by instituting heightened force protection measures and assessing the status of forces in each geographic region. Lieutenant General DeLong had been chairing the weekly staff meeting at U.S. Central Command when the first plane hit the World Trade Center. After the second attack, when it became apparent that the crashes were not accidental, he immediately raised security levels throughout the Middle East and Central Asian theaters of operation, stood up the headquarters crisis reaction team, and told his assistant to contact General Franks in Crete. General Franks concurred with General DeLong's decisions, adding that they needed to make contact with the Joint Staff's Crisis Action Team. Later in the day, during a conference call with his deputy commander and the director for operations, Air Force Lieutenant General Victor E. Renouart, Jr., Franks charted a rudimentary course of action. According to staff calculations, they would be able to amass 80 Tomahawk land attack missiles in the Arabian Sea within 24 hours and up to 200 in 48 hours. As Franks recalls, strike locations were determined in the following manner. Let's build the target sets based on 5 assumptions. First, the attack on America was delivered by an al-Qaeda operation out of Afghanistan. Second, the people who planned and ordered the strike are located in Afghanistan. Third, there will be a national decision to strike. Fourth, the reason for our action will be legally undisputed, which means we will build a coalition of cooperative nations. And fifth, we will receive either acquiescence or cooperation from all the regional leaders to hit Afghanistan. On board the USS Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group. General Franks also contacted Vice Admiral Charles W. Moore, Jr., commander of the 5th Fleet and U.S. Naval Forces Central Command. He ordered that all ships put to sea and cancel future port visits to avoid the possibility of another incident like the bombing of the USS Cole. At the time of the attack, the USS Peleliu, LHA-5, Amphibious Ready Group, Peleliu ARG, composed of approximately 5,000 Marines and sailors, was in Darwin, Australia for a port call en route to the theater. Amphibious Squadron 1, commanded by Captain William E. Jezierski, U.S. Navy, provided the Navy component, and the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MEU, commanded by Colonel Thomas D. Waldhauser, provided the Marine component. Prior to deploying, the 15th MEU had become Special Operations Qualified, undergoing 6 months of intensive training oriented toward developing both conventional and enhanced mission capabilities. The more specialized skill sets focused on close-quarters battle, demolitions, reconnaissance and surveillance, maritime interdiction, direct action, gas and oil platform operations, tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel, hostage recovery, and clandestine operations. The Peleliu ARG had initially set sail as part of the 7th Fleet, Task Force 76, on 13 August, transiting Hawaii on its way to Australia, where it conducted routine field training from 7 to 11 September. The Marines learned of the terrorist attacks around 2100 on their first night of liberty in Darwin. Lieutenant Colonel Carl D. Matter, the commanding officer of Muse Service Support Group 15, recalled that he had just walked into an empty wardroom to fetch a glass of water when he saw an airplane crash into a building on the television. At first, I thought it was some kind of a mock-up, and then I realized that there was a terrorist attack on the World Trade Center. I immediately came over to the executive officer's room and I banged on his door. I said, "You gotta see this terrorist attack on the World Trade Center." We raced in there to look at the TV, and about that time, here comes the second airplane slamming into the building. First Sergeant O'Neill O. Wheelbacher of Company B, Battalion Landing Team 11, was calling his wife from the mainstay of the USS Dubuque, LPD-8, when he learned of the attacks. The AT&T rep was, "Hey, look on the TV. Look at that airplane. It went in the building." I looked up there, I saw the smoke coming out of the World Trade Center, and I was thinking, oh, maybe it's just an accident. Everybody was thinking it was an accident, and as we're looking at it, that's when the second plane came in. Shortly afterward, he remembered, news coverage shifted to the attack on the Pentagon, and the Marines began to recall their liberty parties. Lieutenant Colonel Greg P. Olson, 15th Muse Operations Officer, elaborated on the command element's perspective. My other recollection of that evening was the uncertainty of what was going to happen next. Was this an around-the-world simultaneous attack, so that when the sun comes up, the next the planes are going to come crashing out of the sky? There was some anxiety over how vulnerable we 3 warships in port might be. Fortunately, cooler heads prevailed. We realized that those ships were not exactly a target of the magnitude that the people who dropped the World Trade Center were looking for. While we might have been a USS Cole-like target, in the aftermath of 11 September, we were just another group of Americans somewhere away from home. Defining military operations. During the President's daily brief on the morning of 12 September, Director Tenet confirmed al-Qaeda's involvement in the terrorist attacks and then described his agency's connections in Afghanistan. He explained that it was funding the Northern Alliance, possessed contacts with tribal leaders in southern Afghanistan, and had been running paramilitary teams in and out of the country for years. During successive meetings later that day, the National Security Council principals reaffirmed the previous night's discussion. Vice President Cheney and Secretary Powell agreed that, while al-Qaeda would serve as the initial target and facilitate the formation of a multinational alliance, a broader objective would be to highlight state sponsors of terrorism and force them to choose sides on a case-by-case basis. Although Secretary Rumsfeld emphasized the need for the DoD, rather than the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, to lead the military response, when President Bush later asked what the military could contribute to the developing campaign, he responded, very little effectively. That afternoon, after returning to Central Command headquarters following the National Security Council meeting, General Frank spoke by telephone with Secretary Rumsfeld and General Shelton, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This may have been the instance when Rumsfeld pointedly informed Franks that he did not have months to draw up plans and stage forces for a major military assault in Afghanistan, that Franks should think in terms of days and weeks, and that Rumsfeld wanted something creative between launching cruise missiles and an all-out military operation. When Shelton asked for a full range of options for Afghanistan, Franks responded that he would have a draft of conceptual options ready the following day and a complete course of action within a week to 10 days. But when Rumsfeld pressed Franks for the criteria he would use to select targets, the combatant commander asked the secretary to trust him and let him run the war. Franks said, when reflecting on the exchange, that was when he realized he would have to differentiate the art, tactics, and science, logistics of war for both President Bush and Secretary Rumsfeld. General Franks assembled his senior staff after the phone call and stated, "President Bush has ordered the Secretary to prepare a robust response to yesterday's attacks." He said that the question was how and when, adding that he had told General Shelton it was better to do nothing if we don't intend to respond forcefully. As the discussion continued into the early morning, he commented, "No doubt about it, guys. Afghanistan is definitely landlocked. We can't make use of the Marines' amphibious capabilities. Whatever the final shape of the operation, it'll depend on airlift." In reaching this conclusion, General Franks may have been acknowledging that the doctrinal capability of Marine Expeditionary units limited amphibious operations to within 200 miles of the Pakistani coast. On 13 September, during the morning National Security Council meeting, Director Tenet and his counterterrorism chief elaborated on the CIA's developing plan for Afghanistan. They proposed synthesizing intelligence, technology, CIA paramilitary teams, and indigenous forces into a covert action to defeat the Taliban, potentially augmented by special operations forces. During the afternoon meeting, President Bush announced his intent to approve the agency's initiative. Except for conventional cruise missile attacks, General Shelton had little to offer in the way of complementary military options. This limitation prompted both Secretary Rumsfeld and President Bush to demand new tasks, targets, and options for the military. Back in Tampa, the Central Command Staff continued to plan. On the morning of 14 September, General Franks reiterated, "The long poles of this operation will be access and sustainment. Any operation we conduct in Afghanistan will be dependent on airlift, thousands of tons a day." He noted that rugged terrain, extreme weather, and humanitarian aid requirements would impede the task. A day earlier, he had acknowledged that while basing rights at an old Soviet air base at Karshi-Khanabad, Uzbekistan would be crucial, President Islam A. Karimov would be hesitant to provide access for fear of antagonizing Islamic fundamentalists in his own country. The staff developed ideas and compiled possible courses of action into 4 successive options. The first option was for immediate action, ordering the U.S. Navy to launch a massive Tomahawk missile attack against Taliban and al-Qaeda forces in Afghanistan from the Arabian Sea. The second option was to follow the missile attack with a 3 to 10-day air war, using the U.S. Air Force's strategic bombers to eliminate enemy camps and bases. The third, which would become known as boots on the ground, was to follow the missile and bombing attacks with special operations forces from the Army, Navy, Air Force, and CIA. These small but lethal detachments would direct close air support in conjunction with the Northern Alliance's campaign against the Taliban. If the alliance proved incapable of remedying the situation with the Special Forces' assistance, a final option was to run the first 3 simultaneously as the lead-in for the deployment of conventional American ground combat forces. In this case, conventional forces meant battalions and brigades of American soldiers and Marines. In his account, General DeLong indicates that Central Command forwarded only the first 3 options to the DoD, apparently choosing not to suggest the possibility of deploying conventional ground forces. President Bush assembled his War Cabinet at Camp David, Maryland on 15 September to review and evaluate developing plans. Director Tenet presented a multi-dimensional plan of global proportions. In addition to creating a northern front, the CIA could also solicit support from a dozen tribal leaders in southern Afghanistan who opposed both the Taliban and Northern Alliance. He also proposed attacking the terrorist financial resources and tracking down terrorist sympathizers in the United States, requested exceptional authorities to conduct covert operations and to detain al-Qaeda operatives, and presented a worldwide attack matrix listing 80 proposed or ongoing operations. President Bush responded enthusiastically to the plan. When General Shelton's turn came to speak, he presented the first 3 options developed by the Central Command planners, noting that it would take a minimum of 10 to 12 days just to get the initial forces on the ground because bases and overflight rights would be needed in the region for search and rescue teams to bring out any downed pilots. President Bush later admitted that he found Shelton's suggestions unimaginative, and Secretary Rumsfeld agreed that the military options were outdated. He argued for unconventional approaches, especially those employing special operations forces, to gather intelligence on the ground. He stated, "Get a group functioning fast, lift out of the conventional mindset." When President Bush asked his advisors to list potential risks, they identified two worst-case scenarios. Vice President Cheney pointed out that escalating chaos in Afghanistan could convince extremists in Pakistan to challenge Musharraf's government, which could provide Islamic fundamentalists with access to nuclear weapons. Dr. Rice warned that the United States could become mired in Afghanistan like the British in the 19th century and the Soviets in the 20th century. When the president asked for recommendations, the consensus was that the United States should negotiate forcefully with the Taliban, attack al-Qaeda's infrastructure, and then go after other state sponsors of terrorism at a time of their choosing. Around this time, Pentagon officials issued a warning order to the U.S. Army's 18 Airborne Corps, alerting it to prepare for a possible imminent combat mission. Returning from Camp David the following afternoon, President Bush told media representatives that America faced a new kind of evil and characterized the war on terrorism as a crusade that was going to take a while. This was an unfortunate choice of words. Not only did it remind some in the Islamic world of invading Christian armies a millennium earlier, but also Osama bin Laden had used the term Crusader to demonize non-Muslims. President Bush reconvened the National Security Council on the morning of 17 September, stating, "The purpose of this meeting is to assign tasks for the first wave of the war against terrorism. It starts today." He approved all of Director Tennett's previous proposals and said that he wanted the CIA to be first on the ground. He also directed Secretary Powell to send an ultimatum to the Taliban, demanding that they turn over Osama bin Laden or suffer the consequences. The consequences would be missiles, bombers, and boots on the ground. He continued, "Let's hit them hard. We want to signal that this is a change from the past. We want to cause other countries like Syria and Iran to change their views. We want to hit as soon as possible." General Shelton responded that it would take up to a week to establish the airlift to the Afghanistan border and even longer to infiltrate the special forces. To this, Secretary Rumsfeld retorted, "This is chess, not checkers. We must be thinking beyond the first move." On the same day, the Joint Staff issued its planning order for Operation Infinite Justice, which was a play on retaliatory bombings conducted against Osama bin Laden in 1998 as part of Operation Infinite Reach. This, too, proved to be an unfortunate choice of words, as some Islamic leaders quickly pointed out that only Allah could deliver infinite justice. Therefore, on 25 September, Secretary Rumsfeld publicly changed the name to Operation Enduring Freedom. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. U.S. Marine Corps Forces Central Command. During the 1990s, Central Command existed as an economy of force theater that was primarily tasked with enforcing operational restrictions levied on Iraq following the Gulf War. Despite the presence of several high-profile figures, before 11 September 2001, the Marine Corps maintained only a limited force at Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida, and its operational involvement in the command's area of responsibility was episodic. The Marine component was one of 3 subsidiary organizations that fell under U.S. Marine Corps Forces Pacific, headquartered at Camp H.M. Smith in Hawaii. Lieutenant General Earl B. Hailston, who had taken charge of the Pacific Post on 10 August 2001, had 2 corps-level units at his disposal. Lieutenant General Michael W. Hagee commanded 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF, located at Camp Pendleton, California, and Lieutenant General Wallace C. Gregson commanded 3 Marine Expeditionary Force located in Okinawa, Japan. The small Marine headquarters at Tampa was housed in a tan building that looked something like a double-wide trailer on cinder blocks. It stood almost literally in the shadow of the imposing and very permanent-looking CENTCOM headquarters. In lieu of a general officer, the organization was initially run by Colonel John A. Tempone, who served as the Chief of Staff. If a situation arose that needed a general officer's attention, that role could be temporarily filled by the senior Marine assigned to Central Command, or a more permanent fill could be sent from Marine Forces Pacific. The Tampa Marines often worked in conjunction with an equally small counterpart at Naval Support Activity Bahrain. Commanded by Colonel John B. Kaiser, the U.S. Marine Corps Forces Central Command, MARCENT, coordination element was situated to promote liaison with the U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT. The underlying rationale for the skeleton force, which ultimately proved to be a liability, was that the Marine Corps could always surge if its presence were required in the Middle East. Before the war, Lieutenant General Hailston's vision was focused toward the Pacific. Therefore, Brigadier General John G. Castelaw, who had been the deputy commander since the spring of 2000, spent much of his time dealing with people and issues in the Middle East. He participated in exercises in Kenya and Eritrea, attended meetings in Bahrain, and helped establish a Marine presence at Camp Commando in Kuwait. Castelaw later reflected that neither of his 2 bosses, both 3-stars, went over to the Middle East until after 9/11. In the immediate aftermath of the 11 September attacks, General Hailston stood up his Crisis Action Team, mobilized all of the reserves assigned to his headquarters, and provided additional security for a variety of organizations and installations. Shortly thereafter, he was officially designated commander of MARCENT and divided his attention among the tasks of providing forces for anti-terrorist operations in the Philippines, countering conventional threats in North Korea, and supporting developing contingencies in Central Command's theater. In order to best exploit the additional assets provided by reserve augmentation, he fashioned 2 distinct staffs to focus on each of his geographic regions of responsibility. Brigadier General Castelaw was attending the Joint Flag Officer Warfighting course at Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama, when the terrorists struck. He returned to Hawaii once the national airspace reopened on 13 September and within 24 hours was headed nonstop to Tampa in a Gulfstream Aerospace C-20 aircraft. After arriving at MARCENT around the 15th, he began to build a functioning wartime staff and coordinate Marine operations from Eastern Africa to Central Asia. The staff, which grew to include approximately 60 Marines, was primarily composed of mobilized reserves, a few regulars, and even retired personnel. One of the retirees was Colonel Peter T. Miller, a former British Army officer and commanding officer of the 1st Marines, who became Castelaw's operations officer. Brigadier General Castelaw described his role as the senior Marine at Tampa. I represented MARCENT and the Marine Corps in day-to-day matters. I went to meetings. I was involved in planning. I ran the headquarters there. In addition to attending daily meetings with the Central Command staff, he also maintained regular communications with 1 MEF and Marine Forces Pacific. In his liaison role, Castelaw acknowledged minor friction with the latter 2 commands. Lieutenant General Hailston rightfully envisioned himself as the senior Marine authority in theater and wanted the forward Tampa liaison element to work through Hawaii, a difficult task given their extended separation in both time and space. At the same time, General Hagee was straining at the seams to become involved in any large operation occurring overseas. An unofficial line of communications also ran between Central Command and Headquarters Marine Corps. General Franks reportedly wanted a Marine general officer on duty in his command center at all times, so Lieutenant General Emil R. Bedard, then serving as Deputy Commandant for Plans, Policy, and Operations, first chose Brigadier General Jerry C. Maccabee and then Brigadier General Emerson N. Gardner as the night watchman. General Castellaw described that they had to report to General Bedard every morning about what was going on, and if he was not getting the updates he wanted from Marcent, he received direct feeds from the floor of the command center in Tampa. General Bedard also pursued Marine interests through his counterpart at the Pentagon, Lieutenant General Newbold, who served as the Director for Operations for the Joint Staff. Closing the complicated information loop, Newbold provided directions to and coordinated operations with Major General Renouart, the Director for Operations at Central Command. East Timor. Responding to guidance received from higher headquarters after the terrorist attacks, the Peleliu ARG headed for open waters with due haste. 7th Fleet had intended to transfer tactical control of the group to U.S. Support Group East Timor as the ships approached Dili so the Marines and sailors could provide humanitarian assistance to the tiny island nation. Yet in the immediate aftermath of 11 September, even routine humanitarian operations were subject to intense scrutiny from a force protection perspective. After assessing the risk associated with operating in a developing country adjacent to the Republic of Indonesia, which possessed the largest Muslim-majority population in the world, the commander of Task Force 76 decided to modify the original plan but go ahead with the engagement mission. Initially, the 3 ships were going to head toward different parts of the island, maximizing the scope of humanitarian support provided by the Marines and sailors. Under the new concept of operations, however, they would remain in closer proximity to each other, enabling the Ready Group to establish a defensive umbrella that included small boat security patrols. While these restrictions precluded the support originally planned for Sue, the Ready Group was still able to conduct several days of productive engagement and humanitarian operations in Dili and Ekusi from 15 to 17 September. Colonel Waldhauser noted in the Expeditionary Unit's command chronology that the environment in Dili was hospitable and the population was very grateful for our contributions and presence. As if to emphasize that point, Lieutenant Colonel Christopher M. Bourne, commanding officer of Battalion Landing Team 11, remarked that on the first night, several hundred people came to the port facility that served as a base for the operation. They held a candlelight vigil and sang songs in solidarity with the United States and to express their appreciation to the Marines and sailors for conducting the humanitarian mission despite the attacks that occurred on September 11. There weren't many dry eyes on the beach that night. By the end of its stay, the 15th MEU had provided medical and dental treatment to more than 200 patients and airlifted over 100 tons of rice, lumber, tractors, plumbing supplies, and construction materials to remote locations that were inaccessible by road. On 15 September, Colonel Waldhauser and Captain Jezierski were also invited by the United Nations Transitional Administrator to attend the inauguration ceremony for East Timor's new Constituent Assembly. As Lieutenant Colonel Olson, 15th MEU's operations officer, later reflected, "We had thumbed our noses at the terrorists and said, we're going to continue doing the same kinds of things we've been doing, and you're not going to stop us. You're not going to cause us to change our commitments to all of our allies and nations around the world." What was good for the Marines and sailors after watching days and days of cable news network of this happening in America is that they could turn to each other and say, well, regardless of what's going on in America, we've at least done something for the people of Timor. They're a country that was emerging from a United Nations mandate, headed for independence, and its progress in that direction was uninterrupted by events of September 11th. Non-combatant evacuation operations in Pakistan. 7th Fleet resumed tactical control of the Peleliu ARG shortly after the conclusion of its engagement mission in East Timor. 2 days later, as the Marines and sailors headed towards Singapore for sustainment training and ship repairs on 19 September, they were ordered to head toward the 5th Fleet's area of operations and begin planning for the possible evacuation of American citizens and third country nationals from Pakistan. Pakistan, although on speaking terms with the United States, was governed by a military strongman whose control over the population appeared tenuous at best. Consequently, while the Department of State had not yet requested military assistance, some thought it might be prudent to prepare for the possibility of an Islamic uprising in response to President Bush's demand that the Taliban hand over Osama bin Laden. Assembling its crisis action team the following day, the 15th MEU started to consider how best to rescue non-combatants in the event of an emergency. The planning team began to consider the evacuation of 4 widely dispersed major population centers. Karachi, located on the southern coast of Pakistan, contained a U.S. consulate and approximately 10,000 American citizens. Islamabad, situated 690 miles inland to the northeast, housed the U.S. Embassy and another 2,500 American citizens. 2 outlying sites, Peshawar, 95 miles northwest of Islamabad, and Lahore, 130 miles southeast of Islamabad, each contained a smaller but still significant American presence. Although Karachi's coastal location seemed well suited to support ship-to-shore operations during an evacuation operation, personnel at the U.S. Embassy recommended avoiding the city if possible. Anti-American sentiment was reportedly strong among the local population, rumored to serve as a recruiting source for the Taliban. Peshawar, at the opposite end of the country, presented its own challenges. Located near the mouth of the Khyber Pass into Afghanistan, the city was situated in the heart of the remote tribal territories, where drug trafficking prevailed and the Pakistani government had only marginal control over the population. Fortunately, the situation in Islamabad was better. The consulate there was situated in an isolated diplomatic enclave, located away from the city's center and international airport, and could be cordoned off by Pakistani security forces. Lahore, near the Indian border to the east, provided the best operational environment. The number of flights that would be required to evacuate the American citizens and the tremendous distances the pilots would encounter while traveling between the Pakistani coast and interior cities compounded the degree of difficulty. To help mitigate these obstacles, Colonel Waldhauser called for his Lockheed KC-130 Hercules detachment from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 352, VMGR 352, the Raiders, from whom he requested 2 extra tankers to facilitate aerial refueling of the helicopters involved in shuttling citizens, in addition to the 2 aircraft normally allocated to deployed Marine Expeditionary units. The pilots, air crews, and maintenance personnel were more than ready to deploy. Not only had they worked with the 15th MEU during their pre-deployment training, but their officer in charge, Major Brian L. Magnuson, was also a former student of Colonel Olson's. The 4-plane detachment departed from Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, California on 23 September. The Peleliu ARG stopped briefly in Kuwait on 25 September, transferred to the 5th Fleet on the 28th, and was stationed off the coast of Pakistan by the beginning of October. While underway, 15th MEU's Crisis Action Team collaborated with NAVCENT to develop the evacuation plan, eventually briefing their concept of operations on 27 September. Meanwhile, after encountering a minor delay while waiting for diplomatic clearance at Naval Air Station Sigonella, Italy, and then negotiating their position within the increasing flow of forces into the theater, the first refueler aircraft from VMGR 352 finally reached Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain around 5 October. Operating from a fighter strip where the U.S. Air Force was already flying KC-130s, the Marine crews received a small portion of the apron from which to base their aircraft. As Lieutenant Colonel Olson summed up the situation, "Now we had a theme with which we could consider doing an evacuation of the inland sites. The next step toward making the evacuation operation a tangible possibility was determining which airfields in Pakistan were suitable for KC-130 operations. In addition to being long enough to land the aircraft, the runway also needed to be strong enough to bear the full weight of a loaded tanker. Although the 15th MEU had overhead imagery and U.S. Transportation Command classifications for most of the airfields, it had to verify the capability of potential sites by putting a senior Marine aviator on the ground for a visual inspection, or at least ensuring that Pakistani forces had recently sustained similar operations at the airfield. The Expeditionary Unit's forward command element, which had gone ashore on 30 September, facilitated the ability to arrange for the survey visits. Working through the American Embassy and Central Command's liaison cell in Islamabad, 15th MEU's executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin P. Spillers, and Nuclear, Biological, and Chemical Defense Officer, Chief Warrant Officer to Alexis M. Robinson, articulated the unit's operational concerns to the Pakistani government, negotiating for overflight permissions and landing rights. As the events continued to unfold, the nature of the Peleliu ARG's mission began to change. On one hand, President Musharraf had stabilized an uncertain situation through the combined application of sound leadership and internal security measures, and it gradually became apparent that the evacuation of American citizens from Pakistan was unnecessary. The Ready Group's initial three-pronged evacuation of the northern cities was eventually pared back to Islamabad, and ultimately canceled. On the other hand, Taliban and al-Qaeda forces in Afghanistan had emerged as the first target in the war on terrorism, and it was clear that Pakistani assistance would be required to prosecute that campaign. Airfields originally surveyed as evacuation sites in places such as Shamsi and Dalband in Pakistan now became potential locations for forward operating and logistical support bases for the gathering coalition special operations forces. This in turn influenced the future employment of the 15th MEU. End of Chapter 1, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Operation Enduring Freedom. Developing a concept of operations. The relentless pace continued at Central Command headquarters. While his staff planned around the clock, General Franks discussed their progress with senior officials at the Department of Defense several times each day. The first 2 months of the war, which the staff referred to as the dark days of the operation, were particularly difficult. Secure working space was in short supply, the functional sections were undermanned, staff augmentation was almost transient, and the few available planners, unable to go home for weeks at a time, took to sleeping in shifts at the MacDill Inn. At the same time, the staff also had to incorporate an influx of foreign liaison officers and assemble a coalition village out of trailers in the Central Command parking lot. Fortunately, the situation began to sort itself out around mid-November, as the execution phase neared culmination and the augmentees transitioned to longer rotations. One obstacle, communicated upward by both Central Command and the Joint Staff from the beginning of the crisis, was that there was no stock contingency plan for conventional ground operations in Afghanistan, nor had diplomatic arrangements for basing, staging, overflight, and access been made with Afghanistan's neighbors. Regarding specific actions against al-Qaeda and Taliban forces in Afghanistan, the closest alternative was a series of proposed target sets and covert operations that had been formulated following the bombing of 2 U.S. embassies in East Africa during 1998. Ranging from selective air attacks to ground actions involving up to 2,000 U.S. Army Rangers, the operations targeted bunker and cave complexes, major airports, government buildings, and Taliban residences in eastern Afghanistan. Although this provided a foundation for operational planning, planners also realized that suitable airfields, roads, communication systems, and power and water sources were all in short supply. Planners were at least able to work from Operations Plan 100398 when it came to the assembly of a military force to operate in Central Command's area of responsibility. General Franks and his predecessor, Marine General Anthony Zinni, had developed the plan 3 years earlier as a blueprint for fighting a protracted war with Iraq. Although elements of the logistical framework were relevant to operations in Afghanistan, the concept was oriented toward gradually building up an overwhelming force in the Middle East, invading Iraq with 380,000 troops, and then occupying the country for up to a decade. This was obviously not what President Bush and the National Security Council had in mind for Afghanistan. Several months later, for example, Secretary Rumsfeld characterized the model as the product of old thinking and the embodiment of everything that was wrong with the military. Army Colonel Michael D. Fitzgerald, who served as Chief of Plans in the Future Operations section at the time, described the ad hoc and tentative nature of the initial planning process at Central Command. You started in the traditional way. What do you know? How do you go about accomplishing the assigned task? What are the courses of action? Although initial ideas tended to follow conventional lines of reasoning, the staff quickly departed its comfort zone and broadened the scope of inquiry to explore the full range of options. At the conventional end of the continuum was the notion of sending in a large ground force, establishing a forward position, and then expanding to accomplish the desired objectives. At the unconventional end was the notion of letting the Afghans do the fighting, looking to align ourselves with people who will support our objectives and then providing those things that we can provide that they can't, like precision fires and logistics. Colonel Fitzgerald noted that although the planning sessions involved a lot of discussion about the Russian experience in Afghanistan, logistics ultimately proved to be the determining factor in choosing the unconventional option. The logistics and strategic movement alone, of driving a conventional force into there, with no sea lines of communication, access only by air over Pakistan or Turkmenistan, really proved to be a huge logistical challenge. As you start looking at this, the only thing you can do is go the path that we did, which is embedding the Special Operating Forces with the Northern Alliance, trying to undercut the Taliban, at least initially, and then over time expanding your presence in country in parallel building this partner security force. As early as 12 September, only a day following the terrorist attacks, General Franks had already decided that the landlocked nation was untenable for Marine amphibious forces and that the ground operations would require U.S. Army combat power supported by U.S. Air Force logistics. He shared this opinion with his staff several days later during an initial planning session in Tampa, proclaiming that the Marine Corps was more suited to small-scale contingency operations than the large-scale ground offensive they were facing in Afghanistan. When General John Castellaw challenged that perspective, advocating for a more active role in the impending operation, he was forcefully rebuked by the combatant commander, although Franks acknowledged that the Marines may possess additional capabilities and consented to discuss the issue later. His decision may have had less to do with service parochialism than a limited appreciation for changes in naval doctrine following the end of the Cold War. As his Marine deputy remarked, Franks was one of the most joint-oriented commanders I have ever met. He never once favored his Army background. Colonel Fitzgerald, who confirmed that the Marines were not an element that we considered in the initial development of Operation Enduring Freedom, described the planner's perspective of Marine Corps capabilities at Central Command during September 2001. There was a push to get them recocked and reloaded as the Global 911 force, and there was some additional concern about their ability to sustain themselves that far inland for a longer period of time. We viewed the Marines as an initial force that would go in and react and respond, and that over time the Army would come in and be the one that would sustain an effort and allow the Marines to come back, recock, go afloat, do the missions that they were initially chartered to do. So, when you look at that, we said, since we don't have basing or access anyway, and it's going to have to be introduced by air, then let's just introduce the Army. So quickly we went away from, at least initially, consideration of the Marines as that conventional force. The U.S. Army Special Forces Command, a robust and varied command with a long history of unconventional warfare operations, was more successful in arguing its case for becoming the point of main effort in Afghanistan. It presented its successful bid for more than a support role during a special briefing that occurred sometime after the ultimatum to turn over Osama bin Laden had been delivered to the Taliban on 17 September, but before the end of the month. As a result, the Army Green Berets would be the ones to bear the brunt of the war in Afghanistan. Within several days after the 11 September attacks, General Franks and his planners combined each of the previously identified military options into a four-phase concept of operations plan, CON plan, adding a collateral effort to provide humanitarian assistance to Afghan civilians displaced by the impending conflict. After the operation, Franks would write, the campaign hinged on linking special forces, Northern Alliance units, and air power. The plan involved considerable risk, but it was not a reckless gamble. According to aviation historian Benjamin S. Lambeth, among the strategy's many premises and unifying themes, the most crucial was the abiding importance of avoiding non-combatant fatalities and collateral damage to non-military infrastructure to signal both to the Afghan rank and file and to the Muslim world at large that the war was against the Taliban and al-Qaeda, not against Afghanistan or Islam as a whole. In practice, this would manifest itself in rules of engagement that would allow only low collateral damage. General Franks would have to request permission to strike a target if moderate or high collateral damage was expected. During Phase 1 of the evolving CON plan, Central Command would set conditions and build forces to provide the National Command Authority credible military options. As the Department of State negotiated basing and staging agreements with Afghanistan's neighbors, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan to the north and Pakistan to the east, Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, officers would liaise with the anti-Taliban groups, provide them with additional funding and equipment, and eventually coordinate the arrival of U.S. Army Special Forces. Preparations would also be made for incorporating coalition allies into the fight and forestalling the anticipated humanitarian crisis. During Phase 2, the goal was to conduct initial combat operations and continue to set the conditions for follow-on operations. The air and maritime component commanders would begin by attacking a variety of targets with missiles, strategic bombers, and strike fighters. By eliminating Taliban and al-Qaeda leaders, command and control facilities, early warning radar, and air defense systems, they would create as much confusion as possible. Once the anti-aircraft threat had been reduced, targeting would become more opportunistic, focusing on enemy troop concentrations, caves and bunker complexes, training facilities, and logistical hubs. U.S. Army Special Forces would insert during the second part of the air campaign to direct air operations in support of indigenous forces and carry out direct action missions against high-value targets. In practice, Central Command would rely heavily on Navy and Marine Corps carrier-based strike fighters, supported by Air Force and British Royal Air Force tankers, owing to the limited availability of accessible bases in the region within easy reach of Afghanistan by land-based fighters. Having diminished al-Qaeda and the Taliban's ability to react, coalition ground forces would then go on the offensive. During Phase 3, Central Command planned to conduct decisive combat operations in Afghanistan, continue to build coalition, and conduct operations area of responsibility wide. General Franks described this mopping up in his memoir. Once our indigenous allies, augmented by about 200 Special Operations Forces, had routed the enemy, we would bring in coalition troops, including American soldiers and Marines, to seek out and eliminate pockets of resistance. I estimated we would need more than 10,000 to 12,000 American ground troops to complete this phase. Secretary Rumsfeld and I agreed that the U.S. force should remain small. We wanted to avoid a cumbersome Soviet-style occupation by armored divisions. It hadn't worked for the Soviets, and it wouldn't work for us. Flexibility and rapid reaction, Airborne and helicopter-borne night assault by small, lethal, and unpredictable units coupled with unprecedented precision would be the hallmarks of America's first war in the 21st century. During Phase 4, Central Command planned to establish capability of coalition partners to prevent the reemergence of terrorism and provide support for humanitarian assistance efforts. For 3 to 5 years following the initial conflict, the United States and its coalition partners would work to rebuild and stabilize Afghanistan. Ominously, this task involved battling surviving Taliban and al-Qaeda guerrilla units through a combined counterinsurgency and civil affairs campaign. General Franks headed to Washington, D.C. with his operations officer on 20 September, ready to present Central Command's concept plan to President Bush and the National Security Council. General Shelton informed him that the Joint Chiefs had requested the customary pre-briefing and asked that Secretary Rumsfeld attend as well. As the senior representatives of the services who would provide the actual forces for operations in Afghanistan, the chiefs held a dual responsibility to provide objective feedback on the war plans and to look out for their organization's own best interests. The meeting quickly turned confrontational. The chiefs apparently agreed that the unconventional plan was risky. There were too few ground troops and insufficient air support on one hand, and too much confidence placed in the abilities of the Northern Alliance on the other. The remedies, according to General Franks and his deputy, varied according to service advocate. The Air Force wanted to be the focus of the air campaign, rather than the Navy, while the Navy wanted additional aircraft carriers. The Army wanted more ground troops but noted the difficulty of sustaining them, while the Marine Corps wanted to attack from the sea. After arguing for some time, one of the chiefs remarked, "What you are proposing is completely unprecedented and we don't think it will work." To which General Franks responded that it was his plan, that he was responsible for its execution, and on this note he exited the room. Although General Franks believed Secretary Rumsfeld had been satisfied with the brief, the Secretary had his own concerns with the plan. During a meeting with Douglas Feith later that afternoon, he admitted that Franks's proposal disappointed him. While complimenting Central Command's efforts, ingenuity, and boldness, and acknowledging that time, scope, and intelligence limitations made it difficult to develop an initial course of action that would meet the President's desire for a sustained global effort, he cautioned that focusing on limited objectives in Afghanistan could produce mundane results that might actually inspire confidence among the terrorists. They might achieve a more spectacular demonstration, he speculated, by teaming up with the Northern Alliance in their battle against the Taliban. While the offending critics of Franks's Pentagon brief remain anonymous and, according to General DeLong, the Marine Corps was basically supportive, it is interesting to note that the following morning General James Jones, Commandant of the Marine Corps, and Vice Admiral Vernon E. Clark, Chief of Naval Operations, met privately with General Franks. They assured him of their support and explained that the previous day's comments were meant to be constructive. He replied that he wanted advice from the Joint Chiefs of Staff rather than individual service chiefs and pointed out that each service already had its own 3-star component commander to represent its interests at Central Command. To emphasize his point, he concluded by stating, "Yesterday in the tank, you guys came across like a mob, not like the Joint Chiefs of Staff." After the exchange, Franks apparently met with Secretary Rumsfeld and advised, "We should not allow narrow-minded 4-stars to advance their share of the budget at the expense of the mission." This was not how General Jones remembered the meeting. While noting that Tom Franks's performance gave us some humorous moments for which we were grateful, he said that the commander's recollections were flawed, self-serving, and inaccurate. He explained that Franks did not tolerate being questioned by the Joint Chiefs, whose responsibility is to critically examine plans involving the use of the nation's combat forces. His complaints of turf battles and parochialism are both inaccurate and absurd. Jones continued, "Despite the absurdity of Franks's behavior toward us, the Joint Chiefs never lost sight of their role of providing military advice even as he was doing everything possible to emasculate their influence." At this critical time in the mission, the Commandant also offered Franks the use of 2 Marine Expeditionary units to help in the campaign in Afghanistan, which he reportedly accepted with expressed appreciation. 4 days after the Pentagon briefing, General Jones and Admiral Clark forwarded a memorandum to Secretary Rumsfeld describing their ability to provide an integrated Navy-Marine Corps maritime strike force composed of a carrier battle group and an amphibious ready group. At the White House on the afternoon of 21 September, General Franks briefed President Bush, Vice President Cheney, Secretary Rumsfeld, Chairman Shelton, and his deputy, Air Force General Richard B. Myers. Franks outlined his 4-phase concept plan, recommending the simultaneous execution of air, ground, and humanitarian operations for maximum effect. He also suggested that the operation be launched in about 2 weeks, explaining that although Pakistan had recently granted overflight permission and agreed to basing and staging activities necessary for operations in southern Afghanistan, the Department of State had not yet acquired staging rights in Uzbekistan. Army Major General Del L. Daly, head of Joint Special Operations Command, was also present to review Special Mission Unit targets in Afghanistan. After Daly's brief, Rumsfeld noted that lots of lines were going to be crossed in the upcoming conflict and proposed that operational control of the Central Intelligence Agency be given to the Defense Department. Colonel Fitzgerald described the nature of the developing operations plan at Central Command. It took a while to take the specific functional directorates, which are stovepiped vertically, and drop them on a horizontal plane so that you can move strategies to plans, plans to orders, orders to execution and task products, and go through that 24/7. It wasn't well written, well documented, describing every step. It evolved over time based on a fairly broad intent and strategy, and then individual actions by key leaders on the ground, and then staffs react and respond to requirements as they evolve. He elaborated on the spiral planning and execution process, necessitated by having to start from scratch and work under extraordinary time constraints. The first step was getting all the pieces in place for the U.S. part of it, which was very challenging. We had no basing in Central Asia. We had no access that we had tested and exercised. So the planners never knew what you could count on. You went in with a wish list to sort of drive people to do things, but your whole plan was based on this wish list, and as the thing appeared and disappeared, then your plan would have to change. It was just real hard to continually turn and face the constant changes and readjust your plan, then get written products out to the components who weren't in theater. NAVCENT, U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, was the only one that was really forward. ARCENT, U.S. Army Forces Central Command, hadn't been officially established as the Combined Forces Land Component Command. We went through multiple iterations of what's the command and control for Afghanistan? What are the control measures as the Special Operations Forces go in and out? Who owns the land? How do you balance freedom of action by air with the protection of U.S. forces on the ground? How do you know where the Northern Alliance is? So all these things, trying to put squishy stuff into a framework that you can articulate in an order so that people can go out and execute, it was very hard. As the plan section began to focus more on future than current operations, it developed 3 sequential options for the theater campaign plan. The first option was to focus on Afghanistan and then worry about the rest of the theater later. The second was to fight in Afghanistan and develop a theater-wide counterterrorism capability, and the third was to fight in Afghanistan, develop a theater-wide counterterrorism capability, and go after state sponsors of terrorism such as Sudan, Iran, and Iraq. After asking General Franks for guidance several times, the planners were finally told to focus on the second option. No sooner had the plan been signed around the end of November, however, than the planners' focus switched to the third option and they began to look at Iraq. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Joint Special Operations Task Force North. From a doctrinal perspective, Central Command Special Operations should establish a Joint Special Operations Task Force headquarters during times of conflict to direct attached units contributed by the Army, Navy, and Air Force. However, with the component already leading the theater-wide counterterrorism effort, Rear Admiral Albert M. Callan III, U.S. Navy, who was in charge of Central Command Special Operations Command, decided that it made more sense to create several subordinate task forces to prosecute the war in different geographic regions. He subsequently established Joint Special Operations Task Force North, Task Force Dagger, to handle operations in Afghanistan occurring above the east-west highway running from Herat to Kabul. Although a parallel effort was tentatively envisioned for southern Afghanistan, Joint Special Operations Task Force South, Task Force K-Bar, was not formally established until December 2001. Joint Special Operations Task Force North would be based at the former Soviet airfield at Karshi-Khanabad, Uzbekistan, known as K2. Admiral Callan anticipated that although its primary mission was to recover air crews downed during the impending air campaign, it would become increasingly involved in ground, humanitarian, and unconventional warfare operations as the war progressed. This involvement in different arenas presented a confusing set of command relationships, if not a potential conflict of purpose. Without clearly defined chain of command, it could become difficult to prioritize missions and allocate limited resources. Air Force Colonel Frank J. Kisner and elements of the 16th Special Operations Wing would establish the operating base and control airfield operations, while Army Colonel John F. Mulholland and the 5th Special Forces Group, 5th Group, would serve as the Army Special Operations Task Force, providing the unconventional warfare capability. In support, the U.S. Army 2nd Battalion 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment would serve as the Joint Special Operations Air Component, providing the combat search and rescue capability. Lieutenant General Brian D. Brown, head of the U.S. Army Special Operations Command, resolved the problem of command relationships by convincing Admiral Callan to put Colonel Mulholland in charge of the Northern Campaign, although this created subsequent staffing and logistical problems for the Special Forces Group. While trained, equipped, and organized to fight in the desert as a subordinate task force, 5th Group was not designed for the unprecedented mission of managing base operations at Karshi-Khanabad or coordinating special operations throughout northern Afghanistan. This problem was partially minimized by U.S. Joint Forces Command, which dispatched training teams to instruct the 5th Group staff in Joint Special Operations Task Force operations and enhance their organic communications capabilities. Upon review of the situation, however, Army Colonel Michael L. Finlay, the Special Operations Commander from Joint Forces Command, recommended that Admiral Callan relieve 5th Group's overburdened staff by assembling a separate task force headquarters. Yet the Admiral chose to continue the original command arrangement. To help offset the deficit in experience, several personnel from Joint Special Operations Command joined 5th Group and assumed key staff positions, including intelligence, operations, logistics, and assistant communications officers and the Chief of Joint Planning. Once in theater, the U.S. Army's 10th Mountain Division and the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment and the U.S. Air Force's 16th Special Operations Wing provided the task force headquarters with additional fire support and aviation planning expertise. Adjusting expectations. On 25 September, General Franks warned that it might be necessary to postpone aviation operations in the north. None of the Central Asian republics had yet provided basing rights or agreed to allow coalition forces to run combat search and rescue missions from within their borders, which was considered a prerequisite for bombing a narrow set of targets identified in that region. Conversely, although the United States had acquired permission to operate from bases in Pakistan or conceivably off carriers in the Arabian Sea, quality targets in the south were in short supply. On 26 September, the CIA's first paramilitary team, codenamed Jawbreaker, arrived by helicopter in northeastern Afghanistan. The 10-man Northern Afghanistan liaison team was led by Gary Bernstein, a former station chief in Kabul and Islamabad who had most recently served as the deputy chief of the Near East and South Asia Operations Division. The next day, Jawbreaker made contact with General Mohammad Qasim Fahim, who had assumed command of the Northern Alliance following Ahmad Shah Massoud's assassination. Bernstein asked for Fahim's cooperation during the upcoming conflict. Fahim welcomed the Americans and their financial assistance, asking the question on everyone's mind: when would the operation begin? On the same day that Jawbreaker entered northern Afghanistan, the CIA's plan for a nationwide covert campaign began to unravel. At the daily National Security Council meeting, Director Tennant admitted that although his agency was working with resistance leaders and developing targets in the north, it was still trying to mobilize anti-Taliban forces in the south. Vice President Cheney, who had recently visited CIA headquarters, already realized that their southern contacts were weak at best and that there was no real sign of an indigenous resistance movement. He then suggested that the operational focus shift towards supporting the Northern Alliance campaign against the Taliban rather than dividing the Southern Pashtun into opposing sides. President Bush had already revealed his growing restlessness by tentatively asking members of the War Council if they would be ready to attack by 1 October. After receiving tentative affirmatives from several of his principal advisors, he reluctantly acknowledged that he might be amenable to running sequential rather than simultaneous air and ground campaigns in Afghanistan. Although they would not be as dramatic, the campaigns would still send the appropriate message to nations harboring terrorists. The following day, as restlessness gave way to impatience, Dr. Rice explained the dilemma they faced. Because the United States had not yet acquired host nation basing rights, it could not yet deploy the agents who would gather the ground intelligence necessary to confirm the targets. 10 days after intelligence gathering occurred, according to General Franks, the Special Forces team would be ready to begin collecting information. When the principals met by themselves that evening, Vice President Cheney remarked, "The President wants to avoid putting any artificial constraints or timelines on our military action. Let's do it right. Let's not do something stupid for PR, public relations purposes." White House expectations continued to undulate during the 9 days between 28 September and 7 October, when the coalition began its offensive operations against the Taliban. President Bush wanted to attack on 6 October, but even if Uzbekistan did finally acquiesce and provide operational access to its territories, the military would need 12 days to establish a forward operating base at Karshikanabad and position the USS Kitty Hawk, CV-63, off the Pakistani coast. As General Franks had speculated, holes in the once grand strategy began to appear now that it was caught between the art and science of war. When the principal advisors met on 30 September, General Myers, scheduled to succeed General Shelton as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff the following day, discussed the quarter loaf alternative. Without a search and rescue capability in the north, the initial air campaign would be limited to southern Afghanistan, and there would be no special operations activity. At the same meeting, Secretary Powell summarized the tentative courses of action. Phase 1 involved continued diplomatic efforts. Phase 2A involved getting the CIA into Afghanistan. Phase 2B involved limited military action. And Phase 3 involved adjusting to targets of opportunity as the situation developed. On 2 October, Secretary Rumsfeld offered a partial solution, noting that search and rescue capabilities would not be necessary in the north if they limited initial air operations to missiles and strategic bombers. During the same period, however, political and logistical obstacles began to crumble when, on 28 September, Uzbekistan finally agreed to accept a small assessment team to consider the feasibility of running combat search and rescue missions from within its borders. Over the next few days, this opening gradually broadened to include private and then public permission to run operations from the Central Asian state. Largely through Herculean efforts, Army and Air Force personnel shattered the previous time estimates and established an operational capability in time for D-Day on 7 October. As the operational estimates began to improve, so did the War Cabinet's optimism. By 3 October, they had agreed that the goal was no longer to simply destroy al-Qaeda and promote a more compliant Taliban regime. It was now to eliminate the Taliban and help the Afghans establish a new democracy. Their remaining question was how involved the United States would become in the post-Taliban stabilization effort. Stronghold freedom. On 29 September, an advanced liaison team of 14 individuals arrived at Jacobabad. Their mission was to assess the logistics and operational facilities of the base and to coordinate with local officials to build an infrastructure that would support approximately 3,500 people. Within 24 hours, the team reported that the airstrip possessed limited ramp and taxiway parking space and would not be able to receive the large Lockheed C-5B Galaxy transports currently loaded and waiting at airports in Spain and Turkey. Moreover, because the airfield could only handle one or two of the smaller Boeing C-17 Globemaster III transports at a time, and it would take approximately 67 C-17 flights to ferry in the necessary personnel, equipment, and helicopters to become mission capable, they estimated the buildup would now take from 5 to 12 days. A 50-person detachment from the Air Force's Theater Airlift Control Element arrived at Jacobabad on 3 October, shortly after Uzbekistan privately agreed to allow the United States to operate from its base. It was not until a press conference in Tashkent on 5 October, however, that President Karimov publicly granted Secretary Rumsfeld permission to conduct humanitarian operations and rescue missions from within Uzbekistan's borders. European airfields immediately began to push aircraft east, if only to clear their runways. Personnel at K2 were soon working around the clock and receiving 12 C-17s a day. Colonel Kisner and his staff arrived shortly before the first C-17 landed and quickly established the task force headquarters, and elements of the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment began to arrive shortly thereafter. Within 48 hours, the soldiers had assembled 4 Boeing MH-47E Chinook and 2 Sikorsky MH-60L Black Hawk helicopters and were ready for the personnel recovery mission on 7 October. The first elements of the 5th Group arrived in Uzbekistan on 7 October. As the advance echelon, Company B 3rd Battalion was responsible for force protection at K2 and for establishing an isolation facility for 11 U.S. Army Special Forces A-teams, Operational Detachments Alpha, to prepare for their unconventional warfare mission inside Afghanistan. This group's headquarters and main body arrived on 10 October. The two Army and Air Force staffs quickly merged, with Colonel Mulholland assuming command and Colonel Kisner becoming his deputy. The task force became known as Task Force Dagger, and the camp was renamed Stronghold Freedom. Later, soldiers from 1st Battalion 87th Infantry, 10th Mountain Division, assumed responsibility for base security and built checkpoints, fighting positions, and an earthen barrier around the camp's perimeter. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Chapter 2, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Combat Search and Rescue at Jacobabad, Pakistan. Before the onset of hostilities, NAVCENT forwarded the requirement for establishing a combat search and rescue force to retrieve downed pilots and aircrews in southern Afghanistan, adding that it must be protected and situated to respond to calls for help. Another crisis action team formed on 2 October in response to this requirement. At first, it considered basing the rescue personnel on board naval vessels off the southern coast of Pakistan, but the USS Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group, Peleliu ARG, possessed the only available landing platforms at the time, and they were already being employed. After evaluating several inland locations, the team recommended establishing a forward operating base at Shabazz Air Force Base. Located along the western outskirts of Jacobabad, approximately 300 miles north of Karachi, Pakistan, and 300 miles southwest of Kandahar, Afghanistan, the secondary airfield possessed a single 10,000-foot runway with hardened aircraft shelters. Although designed to support jet fighter aircraft, the facilities were also available for commercial use. On 5 October, the Peleliu ARG delivered its confirmation brief and embarked pararescuemen and 3 Sikorsky MH-53J Pavlo III helicopters from the U.S. Air Force's 20th Special Operations Squadron. 2 days later, following a day of mission rehearsals, elements of Battalion Landing Team 11, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Bourne, landed at Shahbaz Airfield and linked up with Pakistani military forces. The initial assault force and its interim fast attack vehicles were transported directly to the airfield in 4 Sikorsky CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163, HMM 163, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel James K. Levine. The pilots departed from the Amphibious force positioned near Karachi and covered a distance of more than 300 nautical miles. Follow-on forces were then shuttled to the port city of Pasni, Pakistan in Boeing CH-46 Sea-Knight helicopters, where they boarded KC-130 transport aircraft from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 352, VMGR 352, for the flight into Jacobabad. Colonel Waldhauser, the Expeditionary Unit commander, recalled that the exercise was not without significant challenges. We essentially had to take Peleliu, the LHA, and position the ship as close to the beach as possible near Karachi. Next, we had to strip off any excess weight from the CH-46s. Finally, we had to jam as much gas into the helos as we could. Then we would put a handful of troops into the back so the aircraft could make the flight. By the time the helos arrived in Jacobabad, they were pretty low on gas. This is an example of how we had to figure out ways to make all of this work. Lieutenant Colonel Olson, the Expeditionary Unit's operations officer, further elaborated on the exercise. While it certainly wasn't an amphibious assault, it had many characteristics of it. We wanted a rapid combat capability. We wanted to make sure we brought enough sustainment with us to keep going, where the ship's going to have to go away from the coast or for some reason the weather turned bad and we were unable to sustain the Marines ashore. So, while it was not a defended beach, we still had to worry about all kinds of things you have to worry about during an amphibious assault. We inserted folks over the course of a couple days, built up combat power rapidly, and then immediately followed up with the Combat Search and Rescue, CSAR, force. By the end of the first day, the CSAR forces were able to conduct combat search and rescue from the Jacobabad airfield into Afghanistan. Conditions at the airbase were austere at best. While living in fighting holes and dealing with an ambiguous threat, the 90-degree temperatures, high humidity, blowing dust, bacteria-ridden water, open sewage, and ever-present smoke from local rubbish fires all conspired to facilitate the rise in upper respiratory and gastrointestinal infections among the Marines and sailors. If that were not enough, the airfield was surrounded by former rice fields with poor drainage, an ideal environment for breeding encephalitis-carrying mosquitoes. Basic resources were also in short supply, requiring that the KC-130 air crews fly 2 7-hour shuttle runs between Bahrain and Jacobabad each night to ensure that the security forces had enough food, water, and fuel. The situation improved with time. Pre-packaged meals ready to eat were brought ashore and stockpiled for the troops' use. If not made palatable, the contaminated water was at least made potable by running it through a lightweight, mobile, tactical water purification system. Basing several of the KC-130s in Jacobabad and tapping into local Pakistani fuel reserves lessened some logistical obstacles. As the anti-aircraft threat waned and the Air Force intensified its airfield operations at Shahbaz, including the arrival of civil engineers and support personnel in late October, the base's infrastructure began to develop exponentially. 4 months later, a combat artist visiting Marines at Jacobabad noted that virtually all interviewees have been favorably impressed by the creature comforts provided by the Air Force in the form of showers, air-conditioned tents, and chow. Although initially directed to provide security at Jacobabad for 3 to 5 days, the battalion ended up remaining ashore for 43 days before soldiers from the Army's 101st Airborne Division relieved them. During their stay, the 3 rifle companies, artillery battery, and smaller communications, intelligence, and logistics detachments were periodically rotated at 1 to 3 week intervals. Captain Eric A. Putman's Company A, part of the initial assault force, was replaced by Captain Richard W. Whitmer's Company B, which in turn was replaced by Captain James P. Fallon's Company C. Colonel Olson noted that these early experiences helped ready the Marines for future operations. We kind of had to set the conditions for success at Jacobabad, and in doing that, learning how to stage things in preparation for the next day, learning how to move over long distances, and bringing in bulk fuel and such helped set us up for success in Afghanistan later on. While the battalion focused on security around the airfield, Pakistani forces maintained a second perimeter about 5 miles out, nearer to the local villages. The squadron provided medical evacuation and logistical support, while air controllers from Marine Aviation Control Group 38, MACG-38, conducted around-the-clock operations in both Jacobabad and Pasni. In addition to its airfield security mission, 15th MU was also prepared to provide a quick reaction force or execute the tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel when required. VMGR 352 eventually began to maintain a 2-plane presence at Jacobabad, cycling crews and aircraft through Bahrain in order to support this latter requirement. Sidebar: The evolution of expeditionary maneuver warfare. With publication of From the Sea, Preparing the Naval Service for the 21st Century in 1992, the Navy and Marine Corps shifted their operational focus from countering the Soviet global maritime threat to projecting power across the sea and maneuvering to influence events occurring in the littoral regions of the world. Foreword from the Sea restated tenets of the new approach 2 years later, and in succeeding years, a series of interrelated concept papers, Operational Maneuver from the Sea, A Concept for the Projection of Naval Power Ashore, 1996, The MAGTF in Sustained Operations Ashore, 1996, Ship-to-Objective Maneuver, 1997, and Sea-Based Logistics, 1998, refine the operational mechanics of the evolving strategy. Marine Corps Strategy 21, 2000, the capstone strategy describing the Marine Corps axis of advance into the 21st century, and then Expeditionary Maneuver Warfare, 2001, the capstone concept guiding how the Marine Corps will organize, deploy, and employ its forces, later articulated these combined concepts. From an intellectual perspective, expeditionary maneuver warfare encouraged Marines to outthink, outmaneuver, and outfight enemies by embracing the chaotic nature of warfare. From an operational perspective, the Marines were to accomplish this by exploiting the Navy's seaborne maneuverability to access trouble spots around the globe, establishing offshore operating and logistical bases, and then rapidly deploying self-sustaining assault forces directly from ship to inland objectives as part of a joint force. From an organizational perspective, the new approach was supported by variably sized Marine Air-Ground Task Forces, MAGTFs, generally composed of command, aviation combat, ground combat, and combat service support elements that could be appropriately tailored to address the full range of potential crises around the globe. 3 Marine Expeditionary Forces, each commanded by a lieutenant general, served as the Corps' primary standing task forces and provided the principal warfighting organization for large-scale conflicts in major theaters of war. Based in Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, Camp Pendleton, California, and Okinawa, Japan, these Corps-level organizations were composed of an infantry division, aircraft wing, and force service support group, and manned by approximately 50,000 Marines and sailors. Designed to deploy an echelon, the lead element, designated the Marine Expeditionary Force Forward, was capable of reaching the theater within 30 to 45 days and then conducting simultaneous amphibious operations along the coast or self-sustained operations ashore for up to 60 days duration. At the next lower level, 3 Marine Expeditionary Brigades were derived from each of the standing Marine Expeditionary Forces, for which they could serve as a forward echelon. Although post-Cold War structural realignments had relegated them to a conceptual status in 1994, General James L. Jones elevated them from a cadre capability in 2000 by embedding brigade command elements within each of the expeditionary forces. Led by a brigadier general, usually the Deputy Expeditionary Force Commander, the brigades were to serve as the preferred mid-intensity Marine Air-Ground Task Force and supporting establishment in direct support of forward operations. Notionally organized around an infantry regiment, aircraft group, and brigade service support group, they could be tailored to respond to a full range of crises from forcible entry to humanitarian assistance. Containing approximately 17,500 personnel, the brigades were capable of reaching a supported combatant commander's area of responsibility within 7 to 30 days, penetrating up to 200 nautical miles inland, and then sustaining operations ashore for 30 days duration. Yet the ability to operate 200 nautical miles inland for up to a month hinged on the future availability of the Bell Boeing MV-22 Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft, General Dynamics Advanced Amphibious Assault Vehicle, and the USS San Antonio, LPD-17, class of amphibious landing ships. 7 standing Marine Expeditionary Units, 3 of which were continuously deployed to the Mediterranean Sea or Western Pacific and Indian Oceans, represented the smallest of the standard air-ground task forces. Each commanded by a colonel, they contained approximately 2,200 personnel and were organized around an infantry battalion, aircraft squadron, and service support group. Normally embarked on one of the Navy's 3-ship amphibious, now expeditionary, squadrons, they represented the Marine Corps' contribution to the Seaborne Amphibious Ready Group and served as the Joint Force Commander's immediately employable combined arms force of choice. Employable within 6 hours of reaching a specified joint operations area, the Special Operations-capable expeditionary units could serve as the forward echelon for a brigade-sized force and were prepared to fulfill missions ranging from disaster relief to evacuation of non-combatants from dangerous areas. Although able to maneuver an infantry battalion from the sea, vertical and surface assault over the horizon to the objective, 200 nautical miles within 24 hours, these units remained a marginal capability in 2001. Whether by design or default, the expeditionary unit's forward presence, rapid response time, and demonstrated operational effectiveness not only made them the hallmark of the Marine Corps' expeditionary warfare capability, but may also have overshadowed the potential possessed by the larger expeditionary brigades and forces. End of Chapter 2, Part 3. Chapter 3, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Striking Back. Late in the morning on 7 October, General Franks addressed senior military and government officials via video teleconference from his headquarters in Tampa, Florida. He began by summarizing the situation. We have a force of 40,000 men and women involved in this operation. There are 393 aircraft and 32 ships. A total of 31 nations are involved. You have received the rules of engagement. Command and control is in place. I have the execute order from the Secretary of Defense. After confirming the readiness of his air and maritime components, as well as that of the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, and Joint Special Operations Command, he concluded, "All right, I'm satisfied. Kinetics begin at 12:30 hours East Coast time, 16:30 Zulu, 2100 hours Afghanistan time. My final point is this. Use adult common sense. This is the beginning of tomorrow's history. I want you to focus on two things: accomplish the mission and protect the force. Air operations. America retaliated against al-Qaeda at 2100, striking military installations near 5 major population centers in northern, western, and southern Afghanistan. While the administration intended to achieve several material goals through its air campaign, Lieutenant General Newbold later commented that there was one significant strategic purpose: to inform America's enemies that there is a dear price to be paid for actions like 9/11 that strike at the United States. The initial attack against 31 pre-planned targets involved 17 of the U.S. Air Force's strategic bombers, 25 of the U.S. Navy's tactical fighters, and 50 Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from American and British vessels in the Arabian Sea. As described by Air Force Lieutenant General Charles F. Wald, Combined Air Force Component Commander, the main goals of the operation were to establish uncontested control over Afghan airspace by neutralizing Taliban air defenses, disrupt or destroy terrorist activities, and shape the battlefield for future military actions. Within minutes of the attack, 2 Air Force C-17 transport aircraft dropped 34,000 packages of food and medical supplies to the Afghan people. Propaganda leaflets, transistor radios, and broadcasts explaining America's intent to the general population soon followed. During an address to the nation at 1300, President Bush reiterated America's position on terrorism and outlined his reasons for attacking the Taliban and al-Qaeda. Good afternoon. On my orders, the United States military has begun strikes against al-Qaeda terrorist training camps and military installations of the Taliban regime in Afghanistan. More than 2 weeks ago, I gave Taliban leaders a series of clear and specific demands: close terrorist training camps, hand over leaders of the al-Qaeda network, and return all foreign nationals, including American citizens, unjustly detained in your country. None of these demands were met, and now the Taliban will pay a price. At the same time, the oppressed people of Afghanistan will know the generosity of America and our allies. As we strike military targets, we'll also drop food, medicine, and supplies to the starving and suffering men and women and children of Afghanistan. The United States of America is a friend to the Afghan people, and we are the friends of almost 1 billion worldwide who practice the Islamic faith. The United States of America is an enemy of those who aid terrorists and of the barbaric criminals who profane a great religion by committing murder in its name. Today we focus on Afghanistan, but the battle is broader. Every nation has a choice to make. In this conflict, there is no neutral ground. If any government sponsors the outlaws and killers of innocents, they have become outlaws and murderers themselves, and they will take that lonely path at their own peril. During the first week and a half of the war, the bombing campaign grew in depth, breadth, and intensity. Approximately 85% of the targets hit on the first day were damaged or destroyed, contributing to the defection of 35 to 40 commanders and 1,200 soldiers from Taliban forces in northern Afghanistan the following day. The coalition achieved air supremacy by the third day of the operation, enabling pilots to fly sorties during daylight hours, and targets now included installations in and around the capital city of Kabul. By the fifth day, pilots conducted their first attacks against mountain cave complexes harboring terrorist personnel and equipment. By the ninth day, 2 Lockheed AC-130 Spectre gunships joined the fight, engaging targets near the Taliban stronghold of Kandahar. On day 10, coordinated attacks involving 5 Tomahawk missiles, 10 Air Force bombers, and 90 Navy fighters from the USS Enterprise, CVN-65, USS Carl Vinson, CVN-70, and USS Kitty Hawk, CV-63, were conducted against 12 target complexes near Kandahar and Kabul. A similar effort involving 85 aircraft, including Navy fighters from the USS Theodore Roosevelt, CVN-71, was launched the following day. Encouraged by the growing intensity of the air campaign, Lieutenant General Newbold, Director of Operations on the Joint Staff, observed optimistically that opposing forces near Herat had been eviscerated. In other regards, the effectiveness of the initial air campaign had been disappointing. In a defensive move that may have been initiated prior to 11 September, Al-Qaeda had abandoned most of its training camps, dispersing critical resources to safer locations in anticipation of American retaliation. Some of the Taliban facilities and equipment hit during the first 2 days of the operation remained active and had to be re-engaged several times before they were neutralized. Central Command's Director of Intelligence, who insisted on stringent requirements for reporting battle damage assessments, may have hindered progress in this regard, and it was not until October 25 that Pentagon officials finally declared that the campaign had effectively taken out the Taliban's air defenses and severed most of their communications. As the initial target list was gradually cleared, a subsequent shortage of approved objectives emerged, which led to loitering attack aircraft and the occasional cancellation of scheduled fighter missions. While commenting on the progress of the first week of the war, one U.S. Air Force general remarked pessimistically that the air campaign was trapped at the tactical level, attacking targets as an end in itself. Indeed, on 11 October, a CIA operations specialist informed President Bush's War Council that the bombing was not dividing the moderate Pashtun from the hardcore Taliban as planned, and the next day the intelligence agency's special operations chief reported that approximately 100 Taliban recruits were crossing the Pakistani border into Afghanistan each day. If the Taliban forces were unimpressed by the repeated bombing of static targets, perhaps even growing to believe they could withstand coalition air power, the Northern Alliance was becoming equally disappointed. General Fahim asserted that he could take Kunduz and Kabul if the United States would only break the Taliban front lines, but this request essentially went unheeded. Although Jawbreaker could provide limited on-scene guidance, it was using Russian maps and lacked night vision equipment, direct communications to the tactical aircraft, and laser target designators. On the other hand, withholding close air support also provided American leaders with a means of checking the Northern Alliance's advance until the coalition had aligned its political and military strategies. The air campaign transitioned to a more aggressive phase of operations around 17 October, following the gradual degradation of the Taliban's air defenses. Target lists expanded, engagement zones were established, and emphasis shifted from bombing pre-planned strategic targets, such as military installations, to attacking targets of opportunity such as troop concentrations and vehicles. In this phase, airborne forward air controllers would first validate identified targets and then direct loitering tactical aircraft to attack opposing forces in particular engagement zones. Once the U.S. Army Special Forces teams inserted, ground-based combat controllers from the U.S. Air Force would be able to guide the fighters' bombs onto the targets with laser designators. Coincidental to the shift in tactics, Air Force fighters from the 366th Wing arrived in Kuwait and were able to fill a 4-hour gap in the daily coverage provided by the Enterprise, daytime, and Carl Vinson, nighttime. On 18 October, 2 pilots flying McDonnell Douglas FA-18C Hornets from Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 251, VMFA 251, conducted the Marine Corps' first strike missions of the war. Commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Raymond C. Dam, Jr., the Thunderbolts hailed from Beaufort, South Carolina, but were currently serving with Carrier Air Wing 1 on board the Theodore Roosevelt, which had arrived to relieve the Enterprise. Before heading home on 3 March 2002, they would fly 682 combat sorties and drop 486 bombs in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. Less than a month later, on 12 November, Marine Fighter Attack Squadron 314, VMFA 314, joined the Thunderbolts. Lieutenant Colonel James L. Stallnaker commanded the Black Knights based out of Miramar, California, who also flew FA-18Cs. While in theater, they served with Carrier Air Wing 9 on board the USS John C. Stennis, CVN-74, which relieved the Carl Vinson. By the time they had headed home in April 2002, they had flown 483 combat sorties and dropped 69,000 pounds of ordnance on Taliban and al-Qaeda positions. Refining the operational strategy. As the first phase of the Air War raged over Afghanistan, President Bush and the members of the National Security Council continued to develop their strategy for toppling the Taliban regime and seizing control of northern and eastern Afghanistan. Historian Benjamin Lambeth notes that the decision-making process for enduring freedom was very much the opposite of that of the Gulf War, in which General Norman Schwarzkopf led from his forward headquarters in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, issuing broad guidance to his component commanders and expecting them to develop and execute specific operational-level plans. Instead, the decision-making for Afghanistan was closer in character to Operation Allied Force in Yugoslavia, in which top civilians and the JCS, Joint Chiefs of Staff, chairman in Washington kept General Wesley Clark on a short leash. Although the War Council's discussions sometimes seemed to go in circles, the general consensus among the principal advisors, particularly Secretary of State Colin Powell, was that the focus of the main effort should be on seizing Mazar-e-Sharif and securing the 40-mile overland supply route into southern Uzbekistan. At the same time, the CIA proposed that collateral operations to capture Taloqan and Baghlan might succeed in trapping the Taliban in the northern portion of the country. Yet time was running out, and intelligence estimates suggested that once unleashed, the Northern Alliance would only be able to conduct offensive operations in the mountains into early November before adverse winter weather conditions halted its advance, although it could continue to operate into early December on the Shamali Plains. In Bush's opinion, this was another reason to prioritize northern operations. A secondary objective, largely championed by Director Tenet and the CIA, was to strike south and seize Kabul. However, although the Northern Alliance wanted to liberate the capital city, an Uzbek and Tajik-dominated government would not sit well with either the southern Pashtun population or Pakistan. At the National Security Council meeting on 15 October, President Bush proposed that they halt the Northern Alliance's advance outside the city but allow the resistance fighters limited access to pursue their own agenda. John E. McLaughlin, Tenet's deputy, added that they could incorporate Pashtuns into the force and arrange for control of the capital. President Bush, however, had already reiterated that he did not want the United States to become mired in nation-building and peacekeeping activities once the Taliban had been defeated. The tentative solution, proposed earlier by Secretary Powell but also endorsed by Vice President Cheney and President Bush, was to turn Kabul over to Lakhdar Brahimi, the United Nations Special Representative for Afghanistan, and hand over responsibility for administering the new government to the international community. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice and the others also acknowledged the need for a Southern operations strategy and a plan for dealing with the Taliban stronghold at Kandahar. This third piece of the ground campaign remained more difficult to address than the other two. Although there was still no Southern corollary to the Northern Alliance, intelligence officers were now in contact with Hamid Karzai, a minor Pashtun leader who had returned to Afghanistan from the United States on 8 October and surfaced near the rural village of Tarin Kaut, situated some 50 miles north of Kandahar. The CIA also proposed building an airfield and establishing a forward operating base in southern Afghanistan. In response, on 16 October, Secretary Rumsfeld remarked that he had a candidate in Helmand province and would ask Franks to look at it. He may have been referring in this case either to the provincial capital at Lashkar Gah, which was located on the main highway 78 miles west of Kandahar and which possessed an operable gravel surface public runway, or to a more remote desert airstrip farther to the southwest. After several days of brainstorming, President Bush apparently realized that the War Council was getting ahead of itself. During the National Security Council meeting on 15 October, he announced that there's been too much discussion of post-conflict Afghanistan. A rush to conclusion on Afghanistan after just 1 week is too premature. Indeed, the growing tension was palpable among members of the War Council as they sought solutions to obstacles encountered during current operations while simultaneously charting a strategy for the future. The mounting frustration culminated during the following day's meetings when Secretary Rumsfeld complained that the Department of Defense had been relegated to executing the CIA's strategy and following its operatives into Afghanistan. McLaughlin, deputy director of the agency, maintained that General Franks was in charge and the CIA was merely supporting Central Command, while Richard L. Armitage, deputy secretary of state, interjected that he did not know who was in charge, but the situation was FUBAR, fouled up beyond all recognition. After the meeting, Dr. Rice separately advised President Bush to become more of a coach than a quarterback and counseled Secretary Rumsfeld to take charge of the military operations. Several days later, Rice's deputy, Stephen J. Hadley, reiterated her warning to Rumsfeld, explaining that somebody needs to pick this up and design a strategy, and it's yours for the taking. Secretary Powell also offered his views around this time concerning the Secretary of Defense's responsibilities. In response to such high-level criticism, Rumsfeld directed Undersecretary of Defense Douglas Feith to outline an overall strategy for Afghanistan and pressured personnel throughout the chain to initiate ground operations in Afghanistan. By this time in the campaign, Secretary Rumsfeld and Generals Myers and Franks had begun to conduct twice-daily video teleconferences. According to Benjamin Lambeth, Franks would present his ideas and indicate his assessment of the campaign's progress and what he needed, and Rumsfeld and Myers would then provide overall direction and guidance. General Franks reflected, "Throughout those early days, the slow pace of our operations was a constant source of frustration. During the period between 7 and 18 October, which his staff referred to as the 10 days from hell, Secretary Rumsfeld would begin each conversation concerning the Special Operations Forces by asking, 'When is something going to happen, General?' Although Franks denied that Rumsfeld had ever been personally abusive, he did acknowledge that the genetically impatient secretary was anything but user-friendly and noted his tendency toward relentless questions. Deference toward authority defined the relationship between General Franks and Secretary Rumsfeld. In one instance, Franks told the president, "Sir, I think exactly what my secretary thinks, what he's ever thought, what he will ever think, or whatever he thought he might think." Yet Franks and his staff found ways to circumvent Rumsfeld's rigid control, and he was not afraid to speak his mind when riled. On 15 October, after learning of an unsuccessful attempt to infiltrate a special operations team into northern Afghanistan, Rumsfeld had remarked, "General Franks, this isn't working. I want you to build options that will work." When Franks called Rumsfeld back that evening, advising him to select another commander if he had lost confidence in the general's ability to lead, the secretary replied, "You have my complete confidence. This operation will succeed." End of Chapter 3, Part 1. Chapter 3, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002. From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Initial ground operations. Enabling a surrogate army. On 12 October, 2nd Battalion 120th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, the aviation component for Joint Special Operations Task Force North, began planning for air insertions into northern Afghanistan. Unfortunately, its first attempt to ferry in a Special Forces A-team on the 14th had to be aborted after encountering extreme weather conditions and opposing ground fire, the former compelling one aircraft to conduct an emergency landing onto snow-covered slopes. A second attempt the following day was similarly aborted due to adverse weather and hostile fire, while a plan to insert another CI liaison team was postponed due to diplomatic considerations. On the third try, launched on the moonless night of 16 October, the agency's 8-man team finally reached Northern Alliance forces, located approximately 50 miles south of Mazar-e-Sharif, and linked up with General Dostum's militia the next morning. Following yet another aborted insertion on the 17th, the first two A-teams successfully infiltrated into northern Afghanistan on the evening of 19 to 20 October. Operational Detachment Alpha, ODA 555, led by Chief Warrant Officer David W. Diaz, joined General Sharif in the Panjshir Valley, while ODA 595, led by Captain Mark D. Nutch, joined General Dostum in the Darya-e-Suf Valley. Within days, the teams, sometimes split into smaller groups to extend their coverage among the Northern Alliance forces, had reached the front lines and begun to direct lethal aerial attacks against Taliban defensive positions. During the next 3 weeks, Task Force Dagger gradually fed additional A-teams into Afghanistan as it identified Allied resistance groups who could benefit from the Special Forces' technical and tactical expertise. The need to balance the allocation of resources among competing warlords complicated the buildup of special forces in Afghanistan. This reality and a brief conversation in which Secretary Rumsfeld asked General Franks about the ability of junior Special Forces officers to liaise with senior Northern Alliance leaders may have contributed to Colonel Mulholland's decision to assign 2 8-man battalion headquarters elements, C-teams, to help manage command and control issues among the principal faction leaders. One team, led by Army Lieutenant Colonel Christopher K. Haas and comprising several staff members, deployed on 24 October to advise General Barilla Khan during the Shamali Plains campaign. Another team, led by a Special Forces battalion commander, deployed on 2 November to help General Dostum coordinate the advance on Mazar-e-Sharif. A show of force. On the same night that Task Force Dagger infiltrated northern Afghanistan, other special operating forces conducted a complex direct action mission against several al-Qaeda and Taliban targets in southern Afghanistan. The members of Task Force Sword were part of a composite organization composed of special mission units from U.S. Joint Special Operations Command and attached special operations forces from the United Kingdom. While coordinating the interagency effort in Afghanistan to include organizations like the CIA, Defense Intelligence Agency, Special Operations Task Force Delta, and Navy Special Warfare, Task Force Sword would concentrate on gathering intelligence and eliminating individual terrorist threats. Although each objective was operationally significant, compelling al-Qaeda and the Taliban to retain combat forces in the south, the strategic purpose of the raids was to demonstrate that America could project its military power at will and emphasize that there were no safe havens for terrorists in Afghanistan. With the nation anxiously awaiting the commitment of ground forces in retaliation for the terrorist attacks, this message was as meaningful for American citizens as it was for its enemies. The domestic importance of such information had been anticipated a month earlier, and General Myers was now provided with video clips of the operation that he presented during a press briefing the following afternoon. The first phase of Task Force Sword's raid operation was to seize a dirt landing strip, codenamed Objective Rhino, in the remote south-central desert and then establish a temporary forward arming and refueling point for a follow-on raid force that would pass through Rhino on its way to the primary target in Kandahar. Initially established as a United Arab Emirates hunting camp, Objective Rhino possessed several primitive outbuildings, and a walled compound containing reinforced concrete structures and guard towers was located at the southern end of the 6,400-foot-long runway. National intelligence agencies had monitored the facility since the late 1990s, when Osama bin Laden was reported to have resided nearby. The insertion of a small U.S. Army Pathfinder team, who provided reconnaissance of Objective Rhino and confirmed that the airfield was clear of Taliban forces, initiated the operation. This was followed by pre-assault fires delivered by U.S. Air Force pilots flying Northrop Grumman B-2 Spirit stealth bombers and AC-130 gunships. Then, around 23:15 local time, approximately 200 soldiers from the 3rd Battalion 75th Ranger Regiment, Task Force 375, conducted a night parachute jump from 4 Lockheed MC-130 Hercules transports from the U.S. Air Force 16th Special Operations Wing. As Ranger Company A secured the airfield perimeter and established a blocking position to repel a potential counterattack, Ranger Company C cleared the walled compound and buildings. The first support aircraft landed 14 minutes into the operation, and 6 minutes later, the transient raid force's helicopters began to arrive. Although the Rangers sustained only 2 injuries during the parachute drop, 11 enemy soldiers were reportedly killed by preparatory fires, and another was shot during the ground assault while orbiting gunships engaged several vehicles and foot-mobile reinforcements as the operation progressed. Having accomplished its mission, Task Force 375 boarded MC-130 transports and withdrew from Objective Rhino after a little over 5 hours on the ground. A month later, Marines and sailors from Naval Expeditionary Task Force 58 would reoccupy Objective Rhino. Although the Expeditionary Task Force had not yet been formally established when the Rangers seized the desert airfield, both General Franks and his deputy later recalled that the 2 raids were operationally linked. In the first account, Franks wrote that the goal of the Rangers would be to secure the field as a lodgment for U.S. Marines, our first conventional forces in Afghanistan. In the second, Lieutenant General DeLong wrote that the Rangers had built the runway and enabled the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MEU, to fly in from carriers off the Pakistani coast. When questioned after the fact, however, neither Lieutenant General Newbold, Director of Operations for the Joint Staff, nor Colonel Fitzgerald, Chief of Plans at Central Command, were aware that such a relationship existed. While Ranger Companies A and C were assaulting Objective Rhino, Rangers from Company B were conducting parachute and helicopter insertions into another remote airfield in Dalband, Pakistan. Their mission was to establish a support site, codenamed Objective Honda, for contingency operations related to Rhino. One MH-60 Black Hawk helicopter, disoriented by adverse flying conditions encountered while landing, hit hard, lost the wheel, and rolled onto its side. Tragically, Specialist John J. Edmonds, U.S. Army, and Private First Class Christopher T. Stonecipher, U.S. Army, died in the accident and 3 others were injured. After refueling at Rhino, the primary raid force continued on to Objective Gecko, a residential compound belonging to Mullah Muhammad Omar on the outskirts of Kandahar. The complex included a brick house used by the reclusive Taliban leader and several thatched huts for a small security force. The purpose of the raid was to capture key personnel, gather intelligence, and disrupt the Taliban's command and control systems. Following preparatory fires delivered by Spectre gunships and Black Hawk helicopters, 91 Special Operations personnel disembarked from 4 Chinook helicopters with their assault vehicles. Establishing security positions, the Special Operations forces stormed the compound and began clearing buildings. As the raiders exited the buildings, they came under intense Taliban small arms and either rocket-propelled grenade or mortar fire. While several smaller groups remained behind to cover their withdrawal and Black Hawk helicopters provided close air support, the main assault force worked its way back to the awaiting Chinook helicopters. Approximately an hour after initiating the assault, the final ground elements departed Kandahar. Although the mission was a strategic success as a show of force and, according to one account, may have left as many as 30 Taliban dead in its wake, Mullah Omar was not present, and subsequent media reports about the quality of the intelligence gathered during the operation varied. Furthermore, 12 soldiers had apparently been wounded during the ensuing firefight, and 1 aircraft had smashed its undercarriage while pulling away from the compound during extraction. The Taliban would later display part of the damaged landing gear as a trophy. Problems encountered during the Kandahar raid reportedly led to controversy among some of the Special Operations forces who resented being subordinate to General Franks and Central Command and complained that the large-scale operation had been too deliberate and provided the Taliban with an opportunity to react. These complaints subsequently triggered a review of commando tactics and procedures at Central Command, while British military authorities assigned to CENTCOM, U.S. Central Command, were urging the Pentagon to forego its airborne operations inside Afghanistan and bring the war to the Taliban by establishing a large fire base in Afghanistan. Task Force Bald Eagle. During the week preceding Task Force Sword's raid, the 15th MEU had received an ambiguous warning order to be prepared to provide a quick reaction force or conduct the tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel in support of the Special Operating Forces. At first, the Marines did not know who was conducting the operation, much less when and where it would occur, and limited requests for their helicopters and aerial refueling capability made them feel like little more than a resource pool for piecemeal exploitation. The situation became clearer after the 15th MEU's executive officer, Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Spillers, and 2 captains from the air and ground combat elements traveled to Masira Island, Oman, to personally liaise with Task Force Sword. After linking up with 2 Marine officers already assigned to the Joint Staff, they were able to open secure communications with the Amphibious Ready Group and relay information necessary for planning how to best support the operation. The liaison team learned that the Marines were needed to provide a tertiary quick reaction force to reinforce the Rangers' primary and secondary reserves, should they both become committed during the raid on Mullah Omar's residence in Kandahar. The Crisis Action Team assembled on 15 October, and Lieutenant Colonel James R. Parrington, Battalion Landing Team 11's, BLT 11's, executive officer, informed Captain Richard W. Whitmer that Company B was being assigned the ground combat portion of the mission. According to First Lieutenant Nathaniel C. Fick, who commanded the company's weapons platoon, their mission statement read as follows. On order, Task Force Bald Eagle launches from Peleliu on 4x CH-53 to Objective Rhino, links up with Task Force Sword Mobile Reserve, and conducts relief in place. Defend Rhino with Bravo Company for up to 24 hours. On order, turn over Objective Rhino to Task Force Sword and withdraw to ARG Shipping. On 18 October, the 15th MEU successfully delivered the confirmation brief for its portion of the operation to U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT. As the operation unfolded, the Expeditionary Unit Commander, Colonel Waldhauser, and his operations officer, Lieutenant Colonel Olson, were allowed to monitor Task Force Sword's progress on a receive-only radio station that had been set to the mission commander's net. Although a U.S. Navy SEAL, sea, air, and land, was on hand to help translate some of the more obscure communications, security requirements precluded anyone else's presence in the Landing Force Operations Center. Nearby, 16 infantrymen from BLT-11 and 4 air crews from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron, HMM-163, stood by on a 120-minute strip alert, ready to launch if necessary. Some of the Marines anxiously monitored the mission's progress from the Tactical Logistics Group's compartment, presumably on a different radio frequency, while others tried to get a few minutes' rest. Colonel Olson described the vicarious experience of listening in on another unit's operation, which was invaluable as a source of situational awareness but gave rise to an uncomfortable sense of voyeurism. As we were following along with the mission, in real time, we heard the helicopter go down on the insert of the Dalbandan airfield in western Pakistan. A helicopter browned out and crashed, and 2 Army soldiers were killed. As important, a helicopter saying USA on the side was now down in western Pakistan. Pakistanis didn't want it there. We didn't want it there. We had shades of Desert One with crashed helicopters. When we heard the helicopter go down, Colonel Waldhauser and I looked at each other, and it's kind of significant we were the only 2 who were listening to the radio that night. NAVCENT contacted the Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group around 0300 that morning, asking if it could retrieve the Special Operations Force's downed Black Hawk helicopter. Although initially prepared to provide a quick reaction force, 15th MEU's mission had suddenly changed to the tactical recovery of aircraft and personnel. Its Crisis Action Planning Team convened 20 minutes later. Working from generic contingency plans with predetermined refueling procedures, communication networks, and security strategies, they quickly devised a workable course of action and delivered their confirmation brief. One significant change, requested by the Special Operations Forces, was to leave the Marine security element behind. The reasons for this request were twofold. First, they were flying into a Pakistani airfield already occupied by Rangers. And second, they wanted to use their own security personnel from the Kitty Hawk, which was currently serving as a floating forward operations base off the Pakistani coast. The Recovery Force, a section of 2 CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters commanded by Captain J. M. Holterman, launched from the USS Peleliu around 0500. As the sun began to appear over the horizon, they headed toward Dalbandin, 300 miles to the north. They stopped briefly at an intermediate staging base in Shamsi, Pakistan, otherwise known as Forward Operating Base Impala, to pick up several Army aircraft mechanics to assist in dismantling the damaged Black Hawk and slinging it for an external extraction. After taking on fuel from an airborne KC-130 Hercules tanker, they reached Dalbandin and recovered the helicopter Hulk, most of its component parts, and the Army security forces without incident. Corporal Jose M. Pazos, a landing support specialist, explained, "The Black Hawk is a very heavy bird, and we needed to get it as light as possible for the long haul back. We gathered up all the debris from the accident and packed it into the other birds with the panels and things being pulled off. Everyone was moving fast. There wasn't any sense of fear, just a strong sense of purpose." In order to lift the 10-ton Black Hawk, the Marine helicopters had to jettison some of the fuel needed for the flight to the Pakistani coast. While this could normally have been replaced through in-flight refueling as the mission progressed, the heavily laden recovery aircraft were unable to maintain the airspeed necessary to receive fuel from another aircraft. The solution was to stop at a hastily established forward arming and refueling point at an auxiliary airfield in Panjgur, Pakistan, where they would take on fuel from another section of the Expeditionary Unit CH-53 helicopters. The recovery force was the first to reach Panjgur. While waiting for their inbound fuel supply to arrive, the pilots met with Pakistani officials in the control tower, the aircrew started eating lunch, and the landing support personnel began to inspect the damaged Black Hawk and cargo harness for serviceability. Approximately 5 minutes later, 12 men wearing black robes and carrying AK-47 assault rifles suddenly appeared atop the surrounding dunes. The gunmen opened fire and sporadic rounds impacted within 20 feet of the landing support team's position, compelling them to seek cover in a nearby ditch. Meanwhile, the aircrew and soldiers had also received several incoming rounds. They quickly repositioned an armored fuel tank, salvaged from the Black Hawk, for cover and returned fire with M16 assault rifles and the door-mounted .50 caliber heavy machine gun. As the pilots hastened to start the helicopter's engines for an emergency takeoff, one of the soldiers sprinted 200 meters to cover the landing support team's withdrawal and conceal their movement with smoke. Captain Holterman decided to abort the recovery and temporarily abandon the damaged Black Hawk in Panjgur. The helicopters lifted off as soon as he had accounted for all personnel, but they were running out of fuel and unable to notify the inbound aircraft of the change in plans. Fortunately, the two flights crossed paths, and direct communication was finally established, enabling them to designate an alternate refueling position along the coast in Pasni, Pakistan. After refueling in record time, approximately 20 minutes, the aircraft and crews returned safely to the Amphibious Ready Group. Although the 15th MEU began immediate preparations for a more robust forcible recovery effort the following day, there was some discussion regarding whether the Marines or Special Operations Forces would retrieve the helicopter or if the effort was even necessary at all. During the first attempt, they had worried more about dangers presented by adverse flying conditions than by opposing forces, as the original crash had resulted from brownout and they believed they were landing at a secure airfield. This time, however, they were returning to a location where they had already encountered small arms fire. The 15th MEU briefed its concept to NavCent, intending to go in under cover of darkness with a security force from the ground combat element, and the plan was approved. Yet the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan, Wendy J. Chamberlain, was concerned that another encounter with hostile tribesmen might result in the death of Pakistani nationals, perhaps threatening President Musharraf's tenuous political position and endangering the fragile alliance between the two countries. NavCent subsequently came up with a plan to delay the mission until the Pakistani security forces could cordon off the airfield from the general populace. Colonel Waldhauser, the overall mission commander, convened the final confirmation brief at 1600 hours on 23 October, during which each of the participants repeated his previous role in the impending operations. Major Peter D. Zaretic led the aviation element, which included 3 CH-53E transport helicopters and 4 Bell AH-1W Super Cobra attack helicopters flying escort. 2 of the CH-53s would carry the security force, totaling 85 Marines from Company B, while the 3rd transport would retrieve the damaged Black Hawk. Several McDonnell Douglas AV-8B Harrier jets would also be on station, ready to provide close air support if required, as well as one of the U.S. Navy's Lockheed P-3 Orion maritime patrol craft for overhead observation, and even a KC-130 to relay radio transmissions. Captain Richard Whitmer led the ground element, a rifle platoon reinforced with the machine gun and assault sections from his company's weapons platoon. Lieutenant Colonel Parrington, the executive officer of BLT-11, was also on hand to coordinate with Pakistani military officials. The recovery force launched early the following morning, heading north toward Panjgur. On landing, the infantry spread out to secure the perimeter around the Black Hawk, and the Pakistani security forces surrounded them. After explosive ordnance disposal personnel had inspected the aircraft hulk for booby traps, the landing support personnel rigged it for external transport and slung it beneath Captain Holterman's hovering CH-53 helicopter. At 0500 hours, after 42 minutes on the ground, the security element boarded its aircraft and Task Force Bald Eagle headed south toward the Pakistani coast. They returned the Black Hawk to the Kitty Hawk at around 0630 without further incident. Confirming the old adage of no rest for the weary, the 15th MEU also retrieved its military police and radio battalion detachments from the Kitty Hawk, continued security operations in Jacobabad, Pakistan, hosted a command visit from General James Jones, 32nd Commandant of the Marine Corps, and Sergeant Major Alfred L. McMichael, 14th Sergeant Major of the Marine Corps, and began planning for a bilateral training exercise in Djibouti on the same day they recovered the downed Black Hawk. Little did they know this was only the beginning of their involvement in Afghanistan. End of Chapter 3, Part 2. Chapter 4, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Changing Plans. Despite reorientation of the bombing campaign on 16 October and the subsequent arrival of Special Forces teams in Afghanistan on the 19th, the anticipated Northern Alliance offensive was slow to materialize. Meanwhile, the number of Taliban forces facing General Mohammad Fahim Khan in the northeast had continued to increase by up to 50%. This apparent lack of progress continued to plague the Bush administration's plans for a late autumn victory and added to the War Council's growing unease. On 23 October, amid continued debate concerning where to focus the coalition's military resources, Vice President Cheney asked if the United States should wait for the Northern Alliance to advance or simply go ahead with conventional forces. In some regards, this was almost becoming a rhetorical question, as Central Command was already developing contingency plans for deploying approximately 50,000 ground troops into Afghanistan. On 25 October, Dr. Rice privately asked President Bush if he wanted to consider sending in several Army or Marine divisions during the spring. The president replied that it was too early in the campaign to begin second-guessing their initial strategy, and the following day he urged his advisors to be confident but patient. Yet only a day later, Secretary Rumsfeld checked with General Franks to ensure that Central Command was preparing for the possibility of a major land war. During a National Security Council meeting on 2 November, Franks acknowledged that he and the Joint Chiefs were exploring options for a more direct U.S. role in Afghanistan, and he committed to presenting tentative courses of action the following week. The lack of discernible progress raised concerns outside the White House as well. The media, for one, had become increasingly skeptical of the campaign strategy, with one reporter at the New York Times comparing the developing stalemate to the quagmire faced in Vietnam. Legislative officials also started to criticize the intensity of the campaign, with Senators John S. McCain III, Republican Arizona, and John F. Kerry, Democrat Massachusetts, for example, calling for an escalation of the air war and potential employment of ground forces. Equally dismayed by the operational delays, senior members of the military began to quietly debate the prosecution of the war among themselves. The central question within the halls of the Pentagon was if the air attacks, commando raids, and indigenous ground assault would ultimately prove to be a decisive combination in defeating the Taliban and al-Qaeda. On 1 November, Secretary Rumsfeld responded to America's growing uncertainty with a reality check. He reiterated that this was a different kind of war, that it would take time to achieve America's global objectives, and that significant progress had been made in the 3 weeks following the terrorist attacks. Spoiling for a fight. Marcent, Tampa. Shortly after General Franks rejected U.S. Marine Corps Forces Central Command's, MARCENT's, offer of assistance in mid-September, General Castellaw and his staff began to consider ways to better represent the case for Marine Corps involvement in Operation Enduring Freedom. If their efforts were driven by doctrine, they were probably influenced more by the expeditionary nature of the Special Purpose Marine Air Ground Task Forces than the formal constructs developed for the expeditionary units, brigades, and forces. The inherent utility of this ad hoc formation rested in the ability to train, organize, and equip a temporary task force to accomplish a specific mission at a particular time and place. Although traditionally smaller than the permanent Marine Expeditionary Forces, brigades, and units, and usually oriented toward addressing emerging civil emergencies, the Special Purpose Task Force could involve larger organizations focused on warfighting. Indeed, that was the rationale behind the scalable and tailorable aspects of the task force hierarchy, a nuance of expeditionary maneuver warfare that may have been lost to General Franks and his Army Heavy Staff at Central Command. Working with available forces, they devised a plan for assembling a composite amphibious brigade that Central Command could maneuver and employ as necessary. Although they had not envisioned a specific mission for the brigade, Castellaw later noted that there was growing operational interest in both Afghanistan and the Horn of Africa at the time. In addition to the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the MARCENT staff proposed incorporating vessels from the British, Australian, and Dutch navies, which were also seeking to play a role in the war. While Operation Enduring Freedom would eventually take on a cosmopolitan air, Castellaw reflected that Central Command did not seem to be very interested in its coalition partners, perhaps because it would have been much more difficult to coordinate a multinational effort. The MARCENT staff recorded details of their plan on a whiteboard and pitched the concept to anyone who happened to stop by their office. 1st Marine Expeditionary Brigade. During the same period, Brigadier General James N. Mattis and more than 2,200 Marines from the 1st Marine Expeditionary Brigade, 1st MEB, were participating in Exercise Bright Star in Egypt. 2 years in the planning, this biannual multinational military exercise was the world's largest joint war game and involved 65,000 personnel from 25 different nations, including Egypt, France, Italy, Greece, Spain, Kuwait, Germany, Great Britain, and Jordan. Because the United States was currently prosecuting its war against terrorism in Afghanistan, carrying off an exercise of this scope and nature held even greater strategic significance than it did during previous years. In addition to providing cover for the staging of additional personnel and equipment in the Middle East, it also demonstrated that America would not shy away from its international commitments. As a case in point, during his pre-deployment brief to brigade personnel at 29 Palms, California on 21 September, General Mattis had emphasized that their individual professionalism would convey a message to the world that there is no better friend, no worse enemy than a U.S. Marine. The troops took note. On 14 October, following a live-fire breaching exercise during Bright Star, Lieutenant General DeLong commented, "This is exactly what the Chief of Training wanted. He wanted the Egyptian leadership to see that the U.S. military can break through any obstacle anywhere and how to do it." Beyond the strategic realm, General Mattis had also knowingly warned both his staff and brigade to take Bright Star seriously, as it might serve as a precursor to combat action in Central Command's theater of operations. At the beginning of August, for example, Mattis had encountered Lieutenant Colonel Clark R. Lethen at Weapons Training Battalion, Camp Pendleton, California. The two men had served together a decade earlier as commanding and executive officers at Recruiting Station Portland, Oregon, and Mattis now predicted, "I don't know where it is, but we are going to do something, and I want you to come along." On 3 October, General Mattis and his small personal staff settled in for the long flight to Egypt. In addition to his aide, Lieutenant Warren C. Cook, Jr., the general was also accompanied by two planners, Lieutenant Colonel Lethen and Major Michael P. Mahaney. Mattis spread a variety of documents on the floor of the aircraft and said, "Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to get over there and form a very small team, and we're going to start thinking about what we're going to do to kick some ass." During the first 3 days following their arrival on 5 October, the small operational planning team began to explore contingency possibilities in earnest. With the exception of Major Mahaney, who until recently had been a 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF, staff officer working on the Bright Star field training exercise, the team's members remained divorced from the ongoing operation. Sequestered in a partitioned portion of a canvas general-purpose tent in the Mubarak Military City Complex situated outside Alexandria, they reviewed information supplied by the 1 MEF Intelligence Section and gleaned from Marine contacts at Central Command. One of these contacts was Brigadier General Castellaw, who happened to be in Egypt with members of his Marcent staff for the Bright Star exercise. Castellaw recalled that he and Mattis talked frequently, visited, shot the breeze, drank coffee, and emailed when they were apart. It was easy for him to communicate with Mattis because of Mattis's personality and the fact that they were in the same peer group. According to Mattis, it was during one of these informal conversations, while sharing a soda under a palm tree, that Castellaw first raised the notion of a composite amphibious brigade. Castellaw recalled, "My grand scheme was, okay, Mattis, you can be the MEB commander, but I want to be on the staff at Bahrain and 5th Fleet headquarters, and I'll be Mars sent forward." He added with a hint of disappointment, "I don't know the reason why, but as we were transplanting Mars sent headquarters in Bahrain, I was told to get off the airplane and come back." This was likely related to the fact that on 25 October, U.S. Pacific Command transferred operational control of its Marine assets to Central Command for the duration of Operation Enduring Freedom. In addition to refocusing Lieutenant General Earl B. Hailston's attention on Central Asia and the Middle East, Central Command eventually ordered Marcent to deploy its headquarters to Bahrain in order to provide in-theater component-level command and control. It accomplished this move on 17 January 2002. Working in close proximity forced Major Mahaney, an artillery officer and graduate of both U.S. Army's Command and General Staff College and the School of Advanced Military Studies, and Colonel Lethen, an infantry officer and graduate of the Marine Command and Staff College, to negotiate their working relationship. Although minor tensions initially existed between the two planners, they capitalized on shared experiences and quickly defined complementary roles for one another. Synthesizing form, Mahaney, and function, Lethen, the two officers were able to develop an abbreviated planning process that would serve them well during future operations. Although they had begun to familiarize themselves with the Taliban center of gravity near Kandahar, it was not their main priority and no one had yet raised the idea of conducting helicopter raids from Pakistan. By 9 October, the planning team had begun to focus on two particular possibilities. The first, Combined Joint Task Force Consequence Management, was a Central Command initiative to establish an initial response force at Camp Doha, Kuwait, to assess, secure, and assist host nations in dealing with nuclear, chemical, or biological emergencies that might occur in their area of responsibility. The second, Expeditionary Unit-level amphibious operations along the coast of Somalia, involved speculations regarding possible missions, available resources, and how they might influence action in the region if given an opportunity to participate. As the contingency plans began to solidify, members of the brigade staff occasionally augmented General Mattis's personal staff and the planning effort. Lieutenant Colonel Stephen P. Martinson represented intelligence, Lieutenant Colonel John J. Broadmeadow represented logistics, and Major Scott E. Stebbins represented communications. On the same day as the Bright Star breaching exercise, General Mattis, who was already serving in a dual billet as commander of the 1st Marine Brigade and Deputy Commanding General for 1 MEF, was also designated as the Commanding General for Marine Corps Forces Central Command Forward and Combined Joint Task Force Consequence Management. As the service component commander's leading representative, Mattis was now responsible for ensuring the proper employment of all Marine forces in Central Command's theater of operations, as well as providing necessary administrative and logistical support. In a roundabout way, the assignment of so many responsibilities to one individual made sense. 1st MEB was derived from 1 MEF, commanded by Lieutenant General Michael W. Hagee. In turn, 1 MEF was one of 2 subordinate elements assigned to Marine Corps Forces Pacific, MAR-4 PAC, commanded by Lieutenant General Earl B. Hailston, who himself was dual billeted as the commander of MARCENT. As a collateral duty, 1 MEF was subsequently required to provide an on-call consequence management capability to both U.S. Central and Pacific commands. Therefore, the responsibility for overseeing MARCENT forces, expeditionary or otherwise, fell to General Mattis as the senior Marine in theater. Shortly after learning of his new assignments, General Mattis sent a portion of the 1st MEB staff home to prepare for an extended deployment to Kuwait, while a 12-man quartering party headed directly to Camp Doha to prepare for follow-on forces at the conclusion of Bright Star. On 26 October, as 1st MEB's role in Bright Star ended, General Mattis and his personal staff traveled through Cairo, Egypt, to Naval Support Activity Bahrain. After reaching the tiny island nation the following day, Mattis made an in-call with Vice Admiral Charles W. Moore. The Admiral, in addition to commanding the 5th Fleet and U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT, was also the region's Combined Forces Maritime Component Commander. Mattis later recalled that Moore was very aggressive, very supportive. He's a fighting admiral. He was very comfortable with his authority and power and not restrained in his thinking about how we could get naval forces into Afghanistan. He was a superb leader. Mattis and his tiny entourage also introduced themselves to the NAVCENT staff and MARCENT coordination element, headed by Colonel John B. Kaiser. In anticipation of future amphibious operations, General Mattis offered to augment the NAVCENT staff with his Marine planners. The compartmentalized Navy staff was leery of outsiders, so he advised his officers to maintain a low profile until they could establish a working relationship. Fortunately, they soon encountered Lieutenant Colonel Jerry D. Howell, a 1 MEF liaison officer assigned to NAVCENT's Future Plans section, who helped them build rapport and gain access to the Navy community. On 30 October, NAVCENT hosted a 9-man planning team to share information and begin mission analysis for potential interdiction of non-combatant evacuation operations along the Horn of Africa. From General Mattis's staff were the 2 Bright Star planners, Lethen and Mahaney. From NAVCENT's Future Plan section were Howell, the 1 MEF liaison officer, Lieutenant Colonel John W. Carl, a MARCENT liaison officer, and 3 Navy officers, Captain Richard Hascup, Commander Thomas J. Lafferty, and Lieutenant Michael E. Prawl. Lafferty and Lethen were already familiar with one another, having attended Command and Staff College together at Quantico, Virginia. Captain Damian L. Spooner, a Marine assigned to NAVCENT's Amphibious Operations Intelligence Staff, provided intelligence representation. Major Brian L. Magnuson, officer in charge of the 15th Muse KC-130 aircraft detachment, drove an hour from Sheikh Isa Air Base to participate. Of the initial questions faced by the planning team, the primary concern was to identify the availability of operational forces and any logistical shortfalls that might inhibit their employment. The planning team's immediate need was to request a second amphibious group from another theater of operations, as they envisioned a task force consisting of 2 amphibious ready groups. In addition to the composite organization's organic resources, the planners also surmised that they would require 4 additional CH-53 helicopters to transport the landing force, 2 additional KC-130 aircraft to sustain operations ashore, and enhanced medical capabilities to treat the wounded. At this time, the additional KC-130 aircraft that Colonel Waldhauser had previously requested to support tentative evacuation operations in Pakistan had not yet arrived in theater due to force flow issues. Anticipating the imminent formation of an amphibious task force, the planners submitted a request to Fifth Fleet for forces based on their initial assumptions. USS Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group. In addition to conducting security operations at Jacobabad, the Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group was directed on 28 October to prepare for the possibility of augmenting security for the World Trade Organization conference, which was scheduled for early November in Doha, Qatar. While visiting the USS Peleliu 2 days later, Gordon R. England, Secretary of the Navy, hinted that the group might assume a more offensive role in the future. He emphasized to the crew that the war against terrorism was going to be a protracted affair and that it would require the deployment of conventional forces ashore. The Marines and sailors of the Ready Group were more than ready. As Colonel Waldhauser later explained, after having planned for or participated in such a wide range of contingencies during the first half of its deployment, the 15th MEU had already encountered many of the issues it would face while operating in Afghanistan. USS Bataan Amphibious Ready Group. The USS Bataan, LHD-5, Amphibious Ready Group, Bataan ARG, was operating in the Mediterranean as part of 6th Fleet and U.S. European Command. Although not yet committed to supporting operations in Afghanistan, General Mattis had expressed an interest in the unit's capabilities while he was in Egypt, and the planning team speculated that the Ready Group would eventually transfer to Central Command's theater of operations. Amphibious Squadron 8, commanded by Captain Kenneth M. Rome, provided the Navy component, and the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MEU, commanded by Colonel Andrew P. Frick, provided the Marine component. When the terrorists attacked on 11 September, Marines and sailors of the 26th MEU were approaching the last day of their pre-deployment leave period. After receiving a directive from U.S. Joint Forces Command, all personnel were immediately recalled, and the Bataan ARG stood by to provide domestic support to New York City. The call to steam north from Norfolk did not come, however, and the Ready Group began its transatlantic voyage on 20 September. On 1 October, the Bataan ARG joined 6th Fleet in Rota, Spain. Following a brief turnover with the outgoing group, it continued east across the Mediterranean to the Egyptian coast. Arriving on 10 October, the Marines and sailors participated in Exercise Bright Star for the next 2 weeks. Their role culminated in an amphibious capabilities demonstration on 23 October that General Jones, Commandant of the Marine Corps, observed. General Jones was not the only senior officer to visit the Ready Group during the exercise. Lieutenant General DeLong, Brigadier General Mattis, and Egyptian General Amin visited the Bataan on 18 October. Occasions like this provided an opportunity for General Mattis and Colonel Frick to establish a working relationship that would facilitate future operations. Although alluring rumors of a transfer to the 5th Fleet began to surface within the 26th MEU during Exercise Bright Star, the command remained focused on its European Command mission. After completing its portion of the exercise on 24 October, the Bataan ARG headed north to conduct port calls in Italy, Greece, and Turkey. Members of the staff attended a maritime interdiction conference, conducted a Kosovo Forces Leaders Reconnaissance, and continued to plan for training exercises in Albania and Israel for the potential evacuation of non-combatant personnel from U.S. embassies in Syria and Lebanon. Indications that the Bataan ARG situation was about to change began to appear on 30 October, when it was asked to consider the feasibility of replacing the USS Kitty Hawk battle group in the northern Arabian Sea. At that time, the aircraft carrier was serving as a floating forward support base for the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, Airborne, which was then serving in Afghanistan. If carried out, this reassignment would involve an offload of the 26 Mu at an undetermined port facility. End of Chapter 4, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Naval Expeditionary Task Force 58. By early November, Task Force Dagger had been operating in Afghanistan for several weeks, coordinating massive air attacks that demoralized the Taliban and al-Qaeda while simultaneously energizing the Northern Alliance. Although Taliban and al-Qaeda forces had initially responded to the attacks by reinforcing their positions, they quickly learned that this only provided additional targets for prowling coalition aircraft. Once coalition forces had tipped the scales in their favor, the opposing strongholds began to fall like dominoes. In the northwest, Taliban forces gradually withdrew to Mazar-e-Sharif, where they outnumbered the attacking Northern Alliance fighters by 8-1. This resulted in a stalemate that was solved through the use of coalition air power, eventually enabling General Dostum's resistance fighters to seize the city on 10 November. In the north-central area, General Daoud Khan's forces secured Talakan on 11 November and Kunduz on 23 November. To the northeast, General Fahim Khan's forces pushed south from Bagram to liberate the Afghan capital city of Kabul on 14 November. As each of these strongholds fell, retreating Taliban and al-Qaeda forces fled in disarray toward either Kandahar to the south or the cave-riddled mountains to the east. This sudden change in the balance of power created new concerns over ethnic conflict, security for the capital city, and preventing the enemy's escape. On 12 November, as Kabul was about to fall, Secretary Rumsfeld reminded other members of the cabinet that U.S. Marines were stationed off the Pakistani coast, and they could help stabilize the situation in the capital city. A more international appearance was apparently preferred, and 3 days later, American and British Special Operating Forces welcomed the arrival of the 100 British Royal Marines to the Bagram airfield. Sometime between late October and early November, as the Northern Alliance gathered momentum and the balance of power began to shift, Lieutenant General Newbold, the Joint Staff's Director of Operations, and Army Lieutenant General John P. Abizaid, the Joint Staff's Director of Plans and Policy, approached Air Force General Myers, the new chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They asked Myers to contact General Franks and recommend that he open additional fronts in southern and eastern Afghanistan. Newbold had already suggested the idea of a second front to his counterpart at Central Command, Air Force Major General Victor E. Renouart, Jr., but had not yet received any indication that they would pursue the advised course of action. Although General Myers initially declined to intervene in a combatant commander's affairs, Generals Newbold and Abizaid persisted. They felt that the coalition possessed a narrowing window of opportunity in which to undermine the Taliban's command and control network and bring about an early moral or mental collapse. Myers eventually signed a message to General Franks that encouraged him to consider opening a second front. Ultimately, Franks ordered Admiral Moore to deploy his Marines into southern Afghanistan. General Franks commented in his memoir that Central Command pushed strategy up rather than waited for Washington to push tactics down. He continued, while Dick Myers and Marine General Pete Pace, the vice chairman, were quick to provide support and slow to critique, a number of officers on the Joint Staff were on their own tactical wavelengths, and it was these officers who were the focus of my strategic push. General Newbold, who acknowledged that he was probably one of the meddlesome staff officers criticized by Franks, held a different opinion. Marines from the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, maintained an intense operational tempo during the first half of November. At one point, elements from each of the three subordinate commands were operating simultaneously from Jacobabad, Pakistan. A rifle company from Battalion Landing Team 11 continued to provide airfield security. Logistics personnel from MU Service Support Group 15, MSSG-15, and members of the KC-130 detachment conducted sustainment operations, and 3 CH-53 helicopters from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163, HMM-163, assisted with theater combat search and rescue operations between 2 and 5 November. While on station, the CH-53 crew also stood by as a quick reaction force during a direct action mission conducted by Task Force Sword on 4 November. Aviation operations were not restricted to those originating from Jacobabad, Pakistan. On 3 November, 4 Harriers from the USS Peleliu conducted their first bombing missions of the war. Although the Expeditionary Unit had experienced initial resistance while attempting to get its aircraft onto the Air Force-generated Air Tasking Order, it overcame that obstacle with the assistance of Commandant Jones, who had visited the Ready Group on 24 October. After twice receiving fuel from airborne KC-130 tankers, the Harriers attacked a Taliban and al-Qaeda training camp near Gamrabak Gar with 500-pound Mark 82 bombs, some of which ordnance personnel had inscribed with messages commemorating the victims of the terrorist attacks on New York. The squadron flew 2 additional missions against the camp on 5 November. The Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group, Peleliu ARG, departed the North Arabian Sea on 6 November, reaching the Persian Gulf approximately 3 days later. It remained on station off the coast of Qatar through the 11th, with Expeditionary Unit personnel standing by to evacuate American citizens should terrorists strike the World Trade Organization conference. Fortunately, personnel were not needed and the primary outcome was additional training for the aircraft and crews on alert. Concurrently, a detachment of 70 Marines and sailors from MSSG-15 participated in Exercise Image Nautilus from 10 to 14 November. Held in Djibouti, this humanitarian assistance operation contributed to U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT, and Marine Forces Pacific engagement objectives along the Horn of Africa by providing Expeditionary Unit personnel an opportunity to deliver medical and dental care to almost 1,400 patients and help repair a local clinic in Hol village. With its forces distributed between Djibouti and Pakistan on 10 November, the 15th MU's area of operations temporarily encompassed a distance equaling the width of the United States. For their part, Marines of the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, initially remained tied to the 6th Fleet and European Command missions, supporting North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, operations in Kosovo, participating in a bilateral training exercise in Albania, and planning for another training exercise in Israel. From 3 to 10 November, their focus was primarily on planning and preparing for the engagement exercise involving live fire and maneuver training and a naval surface fire support shoot with Albanian military forces. Unified Command. On 29 October, Central Command released its 30, 60, 90-day plan for Operation Enduring Freedom, as well as Operations Order 2-2 for the conduct of Phase 2, Stage 2 operations in Afghanistan. General Mattis traveled to Kuwait the following day to assess conditions at Camp Doha. This was to be the first of many visits, as he intended to commute between Kuwait and Bahrain while juggling his dual role as Commanding General of Marine Corps Forces Central Command, Foreword, and Joint Task Force Consequence Management. However, Colonel Kaiser called from the Marine Corps Forces Central Command, MARCENT, coordination element that evening with a priority message from Admiral Moore. Central Command had just notified NAVCENT of a forthcoming warning order, issued the following day, alerting them to the possibility of conducting future amphibious raids into Afghanistan, and Moore wanted Mattis back in Bahrain to discuss the developments in person. That evening at Camp Doha, General Mattis and a handful of Marine officers sat down together to develop his initial commander's estimate of the situation. In attendance were Brigadier General Emerson N. Gardner, Jr., Commanding General of Combined Joint Task Force Kuwait, Colonel Peter T. Miller, then on assignment from MARCENT headquarters in Tampa, Florida, and Major Timothy J. Oliver, who was in the midst of a 6-month deployment as Deputy Intelligence Officer with Task Force Kuwait. General Mattis put Oliver on the spot by asking for any available information on Afghanistan. The briefing went well, and Oliver obviously impressed Mattis, for the general announced that if he were heading to Afghanistan, the young intelligence officer would accompany him. That same evening, General Mattis conferred with Lieutenant General Hagee at 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF, and with Lieutenant General Hailston at Marine Forces Pacific. Hailston, who understood that Mattis would need to focus his attention on planning and directing combat operations in Afghanistan, gradually relieved him of the Task Force Consequence Management assignment and other additional duties. Mattis's small operational planning team subsequently passed off its preliminary work on consequence management to the larger 1st Marine Expeditionary Brigade, 1st MEB, staff for continued development. A month later, when Consequence Management formally stood up under the command of Marine Brigadier General Christian B. Cowdery, the staff was primarily composed of Marine Reserve officers supplemented by an ad hoc Joint Technical Augmentation Cell, a platoon from the U.S. Army's 51st Chemical Company, a German Chemical Reconnaissance Company, and a Czech Medical Company. On 31 October, General Mattis met briefly with Admiral Moore at NAVCENT headquarters in Bahrain. In an unprecedented move that surprised many in the naval community, Moore placed Mattis in charge of all amphibious forces in theater and designated him commander of Naval Expeditionary Task Force 58. This decision may have been partially influenced by the notion of combining existing amphibious forces under a small headquarters staff, given space constraints in Bahrain, as opposed to pursuing a more traditional configuration involving multi-ship brigades, large support staffs, and command and control vessels, which at the time was a plan that was reportedly being developed by 1 MEF in Camp Pendleton. Admiral Moore summed up the current operational situation by explaining that the Taliban could not hold Mazar-e-Sharif or Kabul and that they would likely consolidate around their spiritual center in Kandahar. As the Taliban withdrew from the north, General Mattis later explained, their ability to reinforce remaining positions grew, raising the potential for collateral damage during subsequent military operations. The admiral wanted to move against Kandahar before the following spring, ostensibly denying the Taliban a chance to strengthen their defenses, and asked Mattis if the Marines could get into Afghanistan and what role they might play once ashore. After confirming that the Marines could indeed go ashore, Admiral Moore tasked General Mattis with conducting 3 to 5 raids during a 30-day period to disrupt Taliban command and control in southern Afghanistan. Further conversation between the two senior leaders was apparently short, with Moore providing little more than the basic intent to establish a foothold in southern Afghanistan. Moore did not give detailed planning orders or engage in lengthy discussions regarding how to conduct the operation. Instead, Moore simply told Mattis to think about the mission, inviting him to ask additional questions if necessary, and then devise a plan based on what he wanted to do. Shortly following the meeting, based on preliminary recommendations offered by Mattis during his discussion with the Admiral, Moore requested that 26th MEU be transferred to the 5th Fleet and that the 15th MEU security element in Jacobabad, Pakistan be relieved for future offensive operations. At this time, it remains unclear whether Central Command expected the Peleliu ARG to conduct the raids by itself or envisioned the impending formation of a Naval Expeditionary Task Force commanded by a flag officer. When Central Command issued the planning directive, the Marines and sailors had already been operating successfully in theater for more than a month, and by mid-November, a detachment from the Army's 101st Airborne Division would relieve the 15th MEU Security Force in Jacobabad for follow-on missions. Reconstituting the Ready Group to support an existing joint task force would have been consistent with Commandant Jones's guidance of 25 September 2001, to coordinate an expeditionary unit program that would ensure the continued relevance of forward deployed Marine forces for the National Command Authority and geographic combatant commanders. Although Admiral Moore had discussed the matter with Admiral Vernon E. Clark, Chief of Naval Operations, before making his decision, some Navy officers were uneasy about the prospect of having a Marine in charge. Not only did it fly in the face of tradition, but to some officers it also appeared to disregard doctrinal agreements ironed out between the Navy and Marine Corps for decades. However, viewed in the light of evolving naval doctrine and command relations, it is clear that Moore was exercising his responsibility to ensure the unity of command and effort by organizing the amphibious force to best support his concept of operations. His duty was to define the most logical command relationship based on anticipated mission requirements, which he did by drawing from a wide range of potential configurations, some derived from service considerations and others from functional requirements. In this particular case, inland raids with no coastal threat, the preferred doctrinal arrangement was for the amphibious task force commander to support the landing force commander. Moreover, because Moore intended to combine two ready groups into a single amphibious task force, putting a Marine flag officer in charge was advantageous, particularly if the assignment involved coordinating ground combat operations with Special Operations Forces and the Northern Alliance. Sidebar: Changing amphibious command relationships. Toward the end of the Cold War, conventional naval operations were conducted in accordance with the composite warfare commander concept. Developed by proponents of the Blue Water Navy during the early 1980s, this placed operational control of the carrier battle group in the hands of an overall commander, who then delegated tactical control to subordinates responsible for the air, surface, subsurface, strike, space, and electronic realms of the battle space. According to this configuration, the Forward Marine Air-Ground Task Force Commander would retain co-equal status with the Navy Amphibious Ready Group Commander until the publication of an initiating directive, usually released prior to deployment, that specified the former as Commander of Landing Force, CLIF, and the latter as Commander of the Amphibious Task Force, CATF, during a particular operation. As the focus of America's maritime forces switched to green water operations in littoral regions of the world in the 1990s, command and control relations between the Navy and Marine Corps needed to be reevaluated. Almost a decade lapsed before they eventually reached a consensus. While the Marine Corps had shown no interest in continuing to operate under the composite warfare concept, the Navy was similarly hesitant to accept the notion of a Naval Expeditionary Task Force commander. Under this concept, carrier battle groups and amphibious ready groups could operate either independently as individual task groups or together as a combined task force under a designated commander. Although experience suggested that amphibious groups would more likely deploy under the cover of one or more carrier groups, multiple amphibious groups could conceivably combine to form a task force in their own right. As Lieutenant Commander Thomas J. Lafferty, Assistant Operations Officer for Task Force 58, explained, the Navy wasn't going to stand for the possibility of a Marine being placed in charge of the entire amphibious task force. As a form of compromise, the Navy and Marine Corps gradually entered into an unofficial supporting-supported relationship. Accordingly, command authority would oscillate between the two ranking on-scene service commanders, depending on the operational focus at the time. This arrangement fit well with the evolving joint doctrine for amphibious operations. On one hand, the command relationship established among the CATF, CLIF, and other designated commanders of the amphibious force should be based on mission, nature, and duration of the operation, force capabilities, command and control, C2 capabilities, battle space assigned, and recommendations from subordinate commanders. On the other hand, regardless of the relationships designated in the initiating order, commanders would remain co-equal in planning matters decisions. In January 2001, a number of senior Navy and Marine Corps flag officers participated in the C2 seminar war game, designed to address critical issues with regard to naval command relations for amphibious warfare. The Chief of Naval Operations disseminated the outcome of the game a month later. In the results, the participants echoed the developing joint doctrine by deciding that it was not desirable to prescribe a particular command authority and that the supported commander should be determined by such factors as mission, threat, type, phase, and duration of operation, command and control capabilities, force capabilities, battle space assigned, and recommendations from subordinate commanders. They also clearly established the amphibious force as a hierarchical entity composed of an amphibious task force and a landing force, together with supporting forces that are trained, organized, and equipped for amphibious operations, noting that the command relationship among the CATF, CLIF, and other supporting forces shall be specified in the initiating order and/or establishing directive issued by the shared senior commander. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002. From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Everyone fills sandbags. On 31 October, after receiving Admiral Moore's verbal warning order to establish Task Force 58, General Mattis returned to the Marsent building and announced, "We're going to invade Afghanistan, and I'm going to need to know what else we're going to need." At that time, his staff was limited to 3 Marines from 1st MEB, 2 from Marsent, and 1 from Consequence Management. Despite the assistance being provided by the Marine liaison officers and Navy amphibious planners at NAVCENT, additional manpower was obviously required, yet Moore had indicated that he did not want a standard-sized brigade staff. Not only was NAVCENT already approaching critical space constraints in Bahrain, but without a command ship, space on board the amphibious vessels would also be limited. Fortunately, Moore's indication matched General Mattis's staffing philosophy. Just weeks earlier, while planning for potential amphibious operations off the Horn of Africa, he had already considered 90, 150, and 200-person staffs and concluded that approximately 80 personnel were optimal. A small staff focused on planning and populated with forward-leaning officers would require less space and could respond more quickly than a standard-sized staff of 300 personnel. Several weeks later, Mattis even decreased his estimate for the small staff he had envisioned for 1st MEB, calculating that 25 to 30 members would provide Task Force 58 with the manpower necessary to plan several short-term raids into southern Afghanistan. There was no need to replicate medical, religious, legal, public affairs, or troop handling capabilities that already resided in the subordinate commands. Should the situation change, he could always bring in a more robust staff from Camp Pendleton, California. Task Force 58 staff, including liaison officers from other services and agencies, would temporarily peak at 40 before settling at approximately 32 individuals. During the impromptu discussion that evening, General Mattis defined key personnel requirements for his staff, who then recommended candidates for his immediate consideration. Mattis's guidance on growing the staff was simple. Regardless of rank, he wanted a small group of staff officers who possessed operational experience, initiative, and sound judgment. He emphasized that there would be few enlisted Marines to support the staff, so each member would be required to fill sandbags. In addition to Colonel Miller from Marsent headquarters, who became the Chief of Staff, 8 additional members were identified at that time in order to depart for Bahrain within 96 hours of notification. All of the requested individuals were affiliated with one MEF, and many had worked together on the initial operational planning team during Exercise Bright Star. Several of the new officers included Staff Sergeant Benny A. Rodriguez in Administration, Lieutenant Colonel Martinson and Major Oliver in Intelligence, Lieutenant Colonel Broadmeadow and Captain Samson P. Avanetti in Logistics, Major Robert J. Charette Jr. in Fixed-Wing Aviation Plans and Operations, and Major Stebbins in Communications. The three NavCent planners, Hascup, Lafferty, and Prahl, also volunteered to join Task Force 58 after learning that Navy representation was lacking. Assigned to the Plans and Operations section, they proved a ready-made and welcome addition to the team, contributing East and West Coast amphibious experience. Aware of the need for an integrated staff, General Mattis chose to employ the traditional naval nomenclature N rather than the standard Marine General G or Staff S designators to delineate his staff. Setting up shop. According to Central Command's chronology of Operation Enduring Freedom, 1 November marked the end of Phase 2, Stage 1, Initial Strike Operations, Air Operations. Admiral Moore released two key messages on that day. In the first, he officially established Task Force 58, designating Captain Jezierski as the commander of Subordinate Task Group 58.1 and Colonel Waldhauser as the commander of Subordinate Task Group 58.2. In the second, he reiterated his direction that the Marines and sailors prepare to conduct a minimum of 3 to 5 raids into Afghanistan over a 30-day period. Task Force 58 physically stood up the following day and temporarily occupied the MARCENT Coordination Element building, a narrow 2-story structure with a conference room, locker room, and several small offices. As the staff expanded, Task Force 58 quickly outgrew the MARCENT facilities. Despite aggressive efforts by the Chief of Staff, Colonel Miller, and Logistics Officer, Lieutenant Colonel Broadmeadow, the only available space they could find was a sandy, vacant lot outside NavCent's Mobile Integrated Command facility. This was a sprawling single-story building surrounded by a chain-link fence which housed the Regional Maritime Patrol Force, Task Force 57. Seabees from Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 133, who built 3 concrete pads, set up 3 tents, and surrounded the compound with concertina wire within 5 days, alleviated the space problem. The Navy's quick response time and can-do attitude impressed the Task Force 58 staff, influencing their decision to request Seabee support for ground operations in Afghanistan. Task Force 58 moved into its new quarters on 8 November. In Bahrain, the staff encountered a new variety of tent made of vinyl-coated polyester duck cloth, unlike the canvas tents used during Exercise Bright Star. Supported by aluminum frames, the structures, referred to as TEMPER, Tent Extendable Modular Personnel, were modular in form and designed to grow into multiple configurations, and they provided a controlled environment to protect the wide range of electronic equipment needed on the modern battlefield. In addition to a conference room and office for General Mattis, one tent housed administration, intelligence, and operations sections, while the other was home to the logistics and communications sections. This time and labor-intensive transition validated Mattis's prediction that everyone would be required to fill sandbags. The staff borrowed radios and computers, moved furniture, procured office supplies, and re-established email accounts on a new domain. Anticipating a long campaign, General Mattis attempted to influence the command's battle rhythm by emphasizing that the staff should approach the upcoming operation as if it were a marathon, rather than a sprint. Despite efforts to pace the staff by establishing normal working hours, most officers found it necessary to remain at headquarters from between 14 to 16 hours each day. In addition to planning for future operations, they also monitored incoming information, participated in daily meetings, and attended nightly video teleconferences. Many of the staff members contributed simultaneously to several functional areas. For example, Major Charette, Task Force 58's air officer, was responsible for processing air requests, obtaining maps, and contributing to both current and future operations. He later recalled, "It was a very electric time, a lot of long hours. I didn't sleep for 2 days." Colonel Lethen echoed similar sentiments, saying, "I don't think I have ever been so tired in my life." As the augmentation personnel began to arrive, veteran staff officers needed to remain cognizant of changes and to make time to introduce new members to the command's battle rhythm. Yet a myriad of daily tasks already consumed their time. The solution was the creation of a brain book, which contained pertinent references, briefs, orders, and intelligence. Arriving personnel were required to read the book, ask for necessary clarifications, and then roll up their sleeves and join in the fray. Sometimes, however, there was not even enough time to peruse the brain book, as illustrated by the experiences of Navy Lieutenant Clifford A. Smith, the CB liaison officer. I showed up in one of these tents, and they were planning follow-on attacks that they were going to base out of FOB, Forward Operating Base, Rhino. They were coordinating that in the morning, and I just kind of walked in, sat down, and started listening. About 3 hours later, early in the afternoon, they started talking about the needs at Rhino and Kandahar. I had been doing a little bit of studying as they were talking, trying to review what it would take to make it C-130 and C-17 capable. I hadn't had a chance to introduce myself and basically got thrown right into the fire and started discussing what it would take to repair the runway at Kandahar with permanent repairs for concrete. I started asking for a request for information with the S2. Hey, is there a concrete match plan? We're going to need some concrete, so we would need that capability. So he started researching, and I started talking about, well, we'd have to contract that out to get the supplies, and the Marine said, well, we'll just go secure it, we'll just go attack it, take it over, you guys will run it, and we'll start using the concrete for repairs. I was the only one in the room who was laughing, because I kind of got a chuckle out of that. I looked around and everyone else was serious, and I was like, oh, okay, these guys mean business, it's good to go. For the uninitiated, an introduction into Task Force 58 could be more than a little intimidating, if not downright painful. In addition to the intensity and immediacy of operational planning, there was also an informal break-in period where General Mattis measured his new officers to determine their strengths and weaknesses. Colonel Broadmeadow reflected on his early days at 1st Meb during Bright Star. I was a pretty cocky guy. I was a boot lieutenant colonel, went to a top-level school. I came to the MEF staff and I thought I had things pretty locked on. I was doing an MPF, Maritime Prepositioning Force, exercise, and I know a little about MPFs, so I came in with a lot of confidence. But after my first couple of meetings with General Mattis, I went home and told my wife, forget all of this confidence. I think for the first time in my career, I don't know if I'm going to cut it with this guy. It took a while. The first 30 days were rough. Remembering his own trial period while on recruiting duty 2 decades earlier, Colonel Lethen added that it was a really good feeling once he made it, once he was in the circle of confidence. General Mattis's goal was not necessarily to identify the perfect officer or to build the perfect staff, but to blend staff officers with complementary capabilities into a unified team so they could respond with speed and decisiveness to any situation. Although he might provide the staff with general guidance, he wanted his officers to think outside the box and was always receptive to new ideas. Rank meant little when compared to an individual's capability, and large egos were a definite disadvantage. Insight into some aspects of General Mattis's command philosophy were revealed in one interview, where he confirmed his appreciation for James C. Jim Collins's Good to Great, Why Some Companies Make the Leap and Others Don't. The book emphasizes getting the right people on the bus, getting the right people into the key positions. And also there is getting the right people off the bus, the ones who are not primarily fitted for those jobs, and recognizing the role that leaders play, the animating spirits of the leaders. From a more pragmatic perspective, Colonel Lethen offered these observations regarding the working relationship between Mattis and his staff. We'll say, well, sir, we can't do that. He'll say, okay, let me handle that. At which point in time you go one of 2 ways. You go, well, okay, got to walk away, or you rush out and try to get ahead of him. The winners get ahead. What he expects is that you're going to go out and look under all the rocks to find the solution, and he expects you to make decisions. Sometimes there are decisions that he should make, and if you have made one of his decisions, he'll tell you in a very tactful manner. You definitely know where you stand, and if you don't get on board quickly, he will break you. Lethen also stated that General Mattis is much harder on his staff than he is on his commanders. The staff meshed quickly for the most part, with each individual's professional knowledge, operational experience, dedication, and ability to build from previous personal relationships contributing toward a common purpose. As is often the case, concentric bands of influence radiated outward from the commanding general. Nearest the center was the inner staff within the staff. This included a few key players and trusted assistants, mostly functional area experts who had proven their mettle during Exercise Bright Star or others derived from General Mattis's personal staff. The general staff, composed of recently arrived augmentees from 1MEF, NAVCENT, and MARCENT, occupied the middle ground. In each case, these were capable Marines and sailors, some officers and enlisted personnel, working diligently to meet operational requirements related to their particular functional specialties. On the periphery, some individuals were not up to the task or unwilling to commit themselves wholeheartedly to the common enterprise. In these few cases, more dynamic members of the staff tended to shoulder additional responsibilities, while those found wanting were marginalized and occasionally returned to their parent units. Context and experience often mediated collaboration between the two inner staff groups. For example, according to the generic table of organization, Captain Hascup served as the operations officer and Lieutenant Colonel Lethen as the future plans officer. Yet each possessed widely different skill sets, so it made sense for Hascup and Lieutenant Commander Lafferty to focus on planning and conducting amphibious operations, while Lethen and Major Mahaney increasingly asserted themselves in the planning and conduct of operations ashore. There was also a non-doctrinal division of labor along strategic and operational lines between Lethen and the Chief of Staff. Colonel Broadmeadow later recalled that Lethen always led from the front, and his sense of purpose drove the staff's planning cycle. The staff developed plans according to a compressed timeline that imbued every action with a sense of urgency. They briefed the plans, once developed, at adjacent and higher levels in the chain of command. Some concepts would survive the process intact, while others would require modification according to additional guidance, usually verbal, provided by Central Command in Tampa, Florida. To sustain the development of multiple plans, the staff not only had to initiate requests for forces and deployment orders in advance, but also monitor their requests and adjust tentative timelines as their arrival dates or the concept of operations fluctuated. In this pressure cooker environment, leaders continually fostered team building and trust throughout the command, which remained a key ingredient to the Marines' overall success. Team building. From the outset, General Mattis sought to establish a supported relationship between the Navy and Marine Corps, as well as among the Marine commands. The challenge in creating a unified task force along those lines lay in developing internal relationships that would synthesize the subordinate commands into a common entity, while concurrently preserving their individual strengths and character. To facilitate this process, General Mattis released a personal message to each of his 4 Navy and Marine commanders, seeking their cooperation and support in defeating the Taliban. He remarked during an interview following the operation, while commenting on the importance of maintaining a sense of humor and friendly discipline among comrades, that there was no need for adversarial relationships when trying to kill the enemy. The battlefields are not crowded. After establishing the overall command climate, the next challenge was to build an even closer working rapport between the 2 Expeditionary Unit commanders, Colonels Andrew Frick and Thomas Waldhauser. Not only are expeditionary units intentionally designed to operate independently, their commanders are also specifically selected for their aggressive initiative. Moreover, although Marines share common doctrine, many expeditionary units develop organizationally specific standard operating procedures. General Mattis was aware of that and, while developing his initial concept of operations, chose not to composite the 15th and 26th MEUs into a single expeditionary brigade. By adopting a strategy of centralized planning and decentralized execution, General Mattis sidestepped the formation of a brigade staff, regimental landing team, and aircraft group, which was understandably agreeable to the 2 subordinate ground commanders. Colonel Waldhauser summed up the quasi-joint relationship from the Expeditionary Unit perspective. We wanted to complement each other, but also to maintain our own identity, if only for the reason of trying to keep things simple. Colonel Frick expanded upon this concept. It worked because you had two organizations, 15th MU and 26th MU, that had trained together, worked up together, and were functioning as units, and were postured for success in their own way. You have the right personalities in the structure, both in the command structure and also in the staff structure. On top of that, you put in a general officer who has a warfighter's attitude and tries to let the warfighter do his job. Task Force 58 would provide operational support to the expeditionary units by developing future plans, validating potential targets, and issuing mission-type orders. For their part, the expeditionary units retained their operational autonomy but entered into an alternating supported relationship with one another. In this sense, while one expeditionary unit executed a mission, the other could be preparing for a second, and Task Force 58 could be planning a third. Although this increased Task Force 58's operational flexibility, it also required that responsibilities and requirements for each expeditionary unit be clearly established to avoid redundancy or working at cross purposes. For example, General Mattis would eventually task the 15th MU with seizing and securing a forward operating base, from which the 26th MU would conduct follow-on raid, interdiction, and seizure missions. In addition, the assignment of independent missions to each expeditionary unit could facilitate operations by creating a sense of healthy competition between the two subordinate commands. End of Chapter 5, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Operational Maneuver from the Sea. Battle Rhythms and Intelligence-Driven Operations. The first 3 weeks in November, the planning phase, was a hectic time for members of Task Force 58. Balancing a myriad of overlapping and concurrent tasks, they worked to develop their concept of operations and scheme of maneuver, assemble their forces and lay down the necessary supporting architecture, and coordinate their plans with joint and coalition commands operating in the theater. The small command group began each morning with a quick meeting attended by both General Mattis and Colonel Miller. Following the brief, the staff continued its planning efforts into the evening, when it halted briefly for a second meeting. Colonel Lethen described this routine, highlighting the interaction between Mattis and his staff. If we needed his guidance, we would go up and talk to him. I mean, sir, okay, what do we need to do? I think we all had that kind of access to him. At the end of the day, we would come in and we would brief him up on where we were and what we had done so far. He would say, yeah, okay, I like it, change this, go back. Then he would leave the room for the night and we would go back and work on those things, and we would come back in the morning and say, okay, here's where we are. It was a constant dialogue in his involvement in the planning process about where we were going and how we were shaping. Informed by U.S. Naval Forces Central Command's NAVCENT's Warning Order and Central Command's 30, 60, 90-day planning guidance, General Mattis continued to refine his initial directions. Intelligence support, he emphasized, would be critical to the operation's success, driving the types of operations developed and tactics employed by Task Force 58. He intended to begin with small-scale helicopter raids conducted against strategic targets along the southern border of Afghanistan. Exploiting the element of surprise, assault forces would establish and defend temporary tactical positions along the border, leveraging theater aviation to destroy any attackers. By focusing on the more accessible targets first, which Mattis referred to as low-hanging fruit, the expeditionary units would be able to further develop their fighting skills and prepare for longer-range operations. During the first 3 weeks in November, Task Force 58's intelligence section gradually grew to include 4 officers and 3 enlisted linguists. Because this small staff was hard-pressed to provide the quality and quantity of information needed to support the full range of operations being planned, it focused instead on facilitating intelligence reachback capabilities to support information requests from those units preparing to deploy. Initial interests, which required target imagery, included border camps, drug facilities, main lines of communication extending from Kandahar, potential landing zones and interdiction points, route studies, enemy reaction assessments, and traffic pattern analysis. Later in the month, as the mission transitioned to establishing a forward operating base, the intelligence focus shifted toward identifying airfields that could support sustained operations ashore. Working from the NAVCENT headquarters in Bahrain, Task Force 58's intelligence section situated itself to serve as a conduit between the intelligence producers and intelligence consumers, as well as a liaison among the myriad organizations. The principal producers included the Marine Corps Intelligence Activity in Quantico, Virginia, the Army's National Ground Intelligence Center in Charlottesville, Virginia, the Joint Intelligence Center at Central Command, and 2 deployed Marine Expeditionary units. Daily video teleconferences among these organizations, conducted via the Joint Worldwide Intelligence Communications System, became the primary means for identifying information requirements and then disseminating the information by email throughout the intelligence community for action. The Operations Section at Marine Corps Intelligence Activity, led by Lieutenant Colonel Mark S. Chandler, shouldered much of this burden and essentially became a 24-hour intelligence support and production center providing direct support to Task Force 58. One of their more innovative ideas was the creation of a secure website repository from which intelligence personnel in Bahrain and Afghanistan could access relevant information for planning purposes. Once ashore, General Mattis tended to interact less with his own intelligence personnel in Bahrain than with those from the 2 expeditionary units, who were co-located with Task Force 58's forward headquarters. Although this taxed the organic capabilities of the subordinate commands, intelligence sections under the direction of Majors James B. Higgins, 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, and Gregory G. Kozik, 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, fulfilled most of the task force's daily intelligence requirements. As one analyst observed, while the intelligence sections of both MUs valued the support of the Marine Corps intelligence activity, their own accomplishments and efforts cannot be understated. The Marines of these 2 staffs supported not only the requirements of their own organic units, but also the additional requirements of a higher headquarters, Task Force 58, and adjacent U.S. and coalition force units. The MU intelligence sections maintained the current intelligence picture and produced hundreds of specialized intelligence products in support of MU, Special Operations Forces, and coalition force mission planning. The MU intelligence sections possessed a significant forward-deployed analytical and production capability utilizing both national technical means imagery and geospatial data. Their products were in high demand in both the joint and coalition environment in which they operated. While working on their initial mission statement, the staff realized that they needed a radio call sign for communications with other units. General Mattis preferred to choose a name that symbolized the spirit of his command rather than pull an arbitrary alphanumeric designation from a list of unused call signs. Because his intent was to inflict a sense of chaos on Taliban and al-Qaeda forces operating in southern Afghanistan, the staff suggested they use the term as their call sign. A request to use chaos as Mattis's call sign was subsequently forwarded up the chain of command and eventually approved by Central Command. Task Force 58 had begun to collaborate with the 2 expeditionary units immediately following the release of General Mattis's personal message. As described by Colonel Lethen, the iterative planning process was constantly back and forth. We were working the concept of operations and were sharing it through the MUs, getting their estimates of supportability, what they think they might need or not need, and have them start doing their planning, giving it to them early so that they will do a lot of concurrent and parallel planning. The staffs used video teleconferencing to enhance real-time coordination and promote integration among the commands, which was further facilitated by the presence of a two-man liaison team from the 26th MU. While the two staffs remained in communication throughout the planning process, the expeditionary units conducted much of the detailed raid planning independently of Task Force 58. This included nominating potential targets as well as evaluating the 15th MU's ability to accomplish different types of missions at each site. "The big thing that 58 did for us," commented Colonel Waldhauser, "was to define our mission." As might be expected, the division of labor and differences of opinion between the operationally oriented task force planners and tactically focused expeditionary unit staff could become an occasional source of frustration. This tendency became increasingly apparent as changing command relationships redefined their roles and reporting responsibilities while serving in Afghanistan. Yet each unit acknowledged that friction was the nature of organizational hierarchy in fast-paced combat operations, and everyone remained focused on the desired end state. Coalition building. From the beginning, General Mattis emphasized the importance of establishing solid working relationships with other military services, coalition forces, and allied countries participating in the campaign. It came as no surprise, therefore, that one of his first orders of business was to visit adjacent and supporting commands, often exchanging liaison officers with them. Underlying his interest in coordination were Mattis's views regarding operations involving joint and coalition forces. There's a job for everyone, they must be interoperable, and they must possess tactical mobility. While in Bahrain, General Mattis was able to renew an old friendship with Navy Captain Robert S. Harward, with whom he shared several similar experiences. Harward had grown up in Iran and hitchhiked from Tehran to New Delhi at the age of 16, while Mattis had hitchhiked across the United States during his youth. Mattis and Harward had also spent time together at the Naval Academy Prep School, the former as a battalion officer and the latter as a student. The two men had met briefly again during 2001 at the Naval Amphibious Base in Coronado, California. Late on the evening of 31 October, as Mattis walked home following his meeting with Admiral Moore, their paths crossed a third time in Bahrain. Captain Harward, commander of Naval Special Warfare Group 1, was in the process of forming Joint Special Operations Task Force South, also known as Task Force K-Bar, and spoiling for action. When General Mattis asked, "What are you doing here?" Harward responded, "I'm trying to get into the fight, but I don't have any helicopters." To his dismay, these assets had been redirected to support Task Force Dagger's operations in northern Afghanistan. Mattis quickly seized on the opportunity by extending an invitation to Harward. Based solely on a handshake, they agreed that the Navy SEALs would provide a liaison officer to Task Force 58 and conduct strategic reconnaissance for the Marines. Formally established on 15 November, Task Force K-Bar served under tactical control of the Combined Forces Land Component, but under operational control of the Joint Forces Special Operations Component. Gradually incorporating other joint and coalition forces from Australia, Canada, Denmark, Germany, New Zealand, Norway, Turkey, and the U.S. Army and Air Force, it carried out a wide variety of strategic reconnaissance, maritime search and seizure, and direct action missions. The latter included, to no small extent, the exploitation of sensitive sites located throughout southeastern Afghanistan that were suspected of containing materials related to al-Qaeda or the Taliban. In recognition of its service during Operation Enduring Freedom, Task Force K-Bar would later receive the Presidential Unit Citation for extraordinary heroism and outstanding performance of duty in action against hostile forces. From the beginning, the relationship between Task Forces 58 and K-Bar was mutually supporting. By affiliating himself with Task Force K-Bar, General Mattis not only gained access to the special operations community then dominating Operation Enduring Freedom, he also acquired a long-term support mission to justify the Marines' continued presence in Afghanistan. At the same time, by affiliating himself with Task Force 58, Captain Harward acquired a base of operations as well as access to logistics, communications, ground support, and aviation assets that his command did not yet possess. During its time in Afghanistan, Task Force 58's ground combat element provided quick reaction and security forces for many of K-Bar's site exploitation missions, while the aviation combat element fulfilled 75% of the SEAL's assault support requirements. Lieutenant Colonel Mark A. Clark, one of 3 Marines serving with Task Force K-Bar, greatly facilitated coordination between the two organizations. Originally trained as a CH-53 pilot, Clark had also flown MH-53 helicopters during an exchange tour with the Air Force's Special Operations Command and could serve as a conduit between the conventional and unconventional forces. In addition to Task Force K-Bar, units from the Australian Special Air Service, ASAS, were also actively searching for an invitation to participate in operations in Afghanistan. By happenstance, Colonel Miller, Task Force 58's Chief of Staff, happened to be socializing with an Australian officer in a bar in Bahrain. The Australian commented that he wanted to send another officer over to Task Force 58 to speak on the potential usefulness of the ASAS. Lieutenant Colonel Peter Gilmore, Australian Defence Force, arrived several days later and spent 30 minutes in conference with General Mattis. After the Australian commander had outlined his unit's capabilities, Mattis offered, "Now this is what we're going to do if you want to come along and work with us. We'll take you and take care of you and employ you." A day later, Gilmore notified Task Force 58 that his government had consented to the arrangement and the ASAS would be working for the U.S. Marines. Their first mission as Task Force 64 would be to dislocate the Taliban in Kandahar. General Mattis also traveled to Islamabad, Pakistan with Lieutenant Colonels Broadmeadow and Carl, where he paid a surprise courtesy call on Wendy J. Chamberlain, U.S. Ambassador to Pakistan. Situated to the south and east of Afghanistan, Pakistan possessed a number of enabling seaport and airfield facilities critical to Task Force 58's future logistics operations. When Chamberlain asked forcefully what a Marine was doing in her embassy in Pakistan, Mattis replied with a grin that he had come with 1,000 of his best friends to go to Afghanistan to kill some people. Impressed by his candor, she invited him to sit and talk. Mattis later commented that Chamberlain, who had been born at Camp Pendleton, California, was magnificent in opening doors to the Pakistani Joint Headquarters staff and helping to coordinate military details. Frankly, we couldn't have done the job without her leadership and assistance and her guts in taking risks, he reflected. I hid nothing from her, held nothing back on the details of our coordination with the Pakistanis and on the CONOPS, concept of operations, for our attack. On 7 November, while returning from Pakistan, General Mattis stopped at the U.S. Embassy in Muscat, Oman, to meet with Major General Del L. Daly, U.S. Army, and the commanding officer of the British 22nd Special Air Service, SAS, Regiment. Although the 2 American flag officers had previously spoken, they had never met in person, and this encounter marked the beginning of a collaborative affair between the commanders of Task Force 58 and Task Force Sword. While their headquarters might be physically separated by the Persian Gulf, the men would exchange occasional phone calls, and Daly sometimes provided support during the nightly video teleconference or while talking privately with Central Command. According to General Mattis, General Daly was a great soldier, great advisor, one who rapidly gained my total confidence. He possessed practical knowledge of the ongoing operations and shared his opinions openly. Daly described the limits of basing his forces far to the south on board the USS Kitty Hawk in the Arabian Sea and suggested that establishing a forward operating base in southern Afghanistan would benefit both conventional and special operations forces. He also believed that the presence of Marines ashore would undermine the Taliban cause by contributing to the loss of strategic power in their spiritual center of Kandahar. General Mattis considered the notion, figuring there was nothing the enemy could do to throw us out if we got sufficient combat power in, and decided to pursue it further. While Task Force Sword conducted missions requiring surgical precision, he thought Task Force 58 would introduce brute force to the fight. Yet not all of General Daly's comments were optimistic. He acknowledged that close coordination would be required and that the identification and development of targets would be difficult, and he made it clear that the Marines and their aircraft would be operating at the very edge of their performance envelope. The dust in southern Afghanistan was so thick, he described, that the Special Operations helicopter pilots had to maintain forward movement while taking off and landing to retain ground visibility. If this were not bad enough, he added that the Taliban's employment of anti-aircraft weapons was ingenious and the Marine pilots might encounter rocket-propelled grenades as they attempted to land. Daly also emphasized that the Taliban were not afraid to fight and that they would probably move to the sound of the guns. When asked what he intended to do for targets, General Mattis replied, "I'm just going to go in and stick a Marine battle color out in the sand and say, 'Bring it on.'" Daly reflected, "If you establish a forward operating base, the enemy may not come because you are Marines." In order to simplify coordination between the two organizations, General Mattis decided to use the same flight routes, boundaries, and control measures previously employed by Task Force Sword. Unfortunately, only a few of Task Force 58's planners were granted full access to the information because the Special Forces operations were highly classified and details about their activities were closely safeguarded. Although this constraint initially challenged the staff, they developed new coordination procedures and terminology to facilitate planning. General Mattis assigned Major Oliver, the former intelligence officer from Kuwait, as a liaison to Task Force Sword in Masira. His task was to assist the Special Operations Forces by providing situational information, evaluating support requests, and coordinating movements within the joint battle space. He also rotated with two other officers, serving as the command's representative on nightly aerial reconnaissance missions conducted by 5th Fleet's Coalition Maritime Patrol Force. Known as Task Force 57, the patrol force provided Task Force Sword with intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance support, and it earned high praise from General Daly. Its P-3C Orion aircraft possessed a number of unique capabilities that General Mattis believed would enhance Marine operations ashore. He later explained, "With its anti-surface warfare improvement program enhancements, my own intel rep on board, and the P-3 Squadron's total commitment to our mission, I trusted those sailors more than a brittle request system for the General Atomics MQ-1 Predator that did not provide feedback or the downlink that I got with the P-3. General Mattis, Lieutenant Colonel Carl, and Major Charette also traveled to Saudi Arabia to meet with two Marine Air Force liaison officers and other representatives of the Combined Air Operations Center at Prince Sultan Air Base. The staff articulated its needs, emphasizing concern about sufficient fire support, and the center personnel assured them that there would be around-the-clock close air support when the operation began. This was key because only after establishing a robust fire support capability would Task Force 58 be able to focus organic assets on airlifting troops and rapidly building combat power in Afghanistan. Mattis later recalled his discussion with General T. Michael Mosley, U.S. Air Force, who had recently assumed command of the theater's Combined Forces Air Component Command. "I walked in on him with my map, and it showed some ships out on the ocean and a big arrow going to Afghanistan. I wasn't quite sure where I was going to go. I hadn't figured it out yet. He took one look at it and thought, 300 to 400 nautical miles, and immediately he registered the danger, the risk we were going to be taking. And General Mosley, at that point, said, 'I'm going to take your two Marine Air Liaison officers out of the sensitive compartmented information facility and put them up here on the command deck. And if you get in any trouble, you just call them, and I'll turn every airframe in the air over your head.' And based on the trust I had in General Mosley, I left my artillery behind for the first time in an assault wave in my some 30-odd years in the Marines. It defined how many more assault troops I could pack in on the critical first and second day of the assault." End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Task Organized and Scalable Raid Options. General Mattis delivered his initial concept of operations brief to Admiral Moore on 3 November, limiting his presentation to 8 key PowerPoint slides. He offered 3 scalable options, reflecting a range of potential objectives, force packages, and mission lengths. The first option focused on a short-duration raid, 6 to 12 hours long, employing a company-sized force. The second option utilized a nearly simultaneous raid concept, 24 to 36 hours long, with 2 companies operating on 2 different objectives. The final option involved a long-duration raid, 48 to 72 hours long, employing a battalion landing team ashore. In each case, Task Force 58 would be operating beyond doctrinal limitations, at least 350 miles from the coast. Admiral Moore was pleased with the brief and inquired about the task force's ability to conduct an indefinite duration raid into southern Afghanistan, asking how many men would be required and how long the Marines would stay. General Mattis responded enthusiastically, "Give me 1,000 men ashore for 30 days and we can make the enemy's life hell on earth for raids." This exchange was important in 2 respects. First, although the staff perceived this course of action as the least likely of the 3 options they had presented the Admiral, they ultimately received that assignment. Second, the figure of 1,000 men was only a rough estimate, although it mirrored the force cap eventually employed to limit the scope of Marine involvement in Afghanistan. As Mattis reflected after the operation, when the mission changed from raids to sustained operations ashore, that 1,000 men would come back to haunt me. Before concluding the meeting, Moore emphasized the importance of bold action. The Marines, he said, were not to conduct a show of force. They were to conduct raids that would quickly and decisively defeat Taliban and al-Qaeda forces. He continued, "Marines don't give themselves enough credit. A squad of Marines running through Kandahar would turn the tide." With Moore's approval of the developing concept of operations, General Mattis provided additional guidance by issuing a formal planning directive on 5 November. For the next 3 days, in addition to the ongoing mission in Pakistan and impending mission in Qatar, the 15th MU conducted raid planning. As General Daly had forecast, while Task Force 58 had compiled a list of more than 120 potential targets, the 2 staffs discovered that definable hard targets were difficult to come by. The objectives were ambiguous, and what limited information was available on specific sites was often incomplete or obsolete. It took considerable amounts of time and effort to build the target folders, often requiring that the staffs request current information from national intelligence organizations based in the continental United States. Even when the Marines could identify solid targets, competition for viable missions with Task Force's Sword and Dagger clouded the issue. For its first mission, Task Force 58 planned a 24-hour raid against a drug processing facility in Chuttu, located 40 miles north of the Pakistani border. However, Task Force Sword had also focused on that target and ultimately ordered squadrons of the British 22nd SAS Regiment to conduct the raid. When the Marines' initial targets were assigned to the Special Operations Forces, General Mattis visited Task Force 57 with his aide, Lieutenant Cook, and Communications Officer, Major Stebbins. While flying over southern Afghanistan on board a P-3C, they inspected Rhino, Kandahar, and Route 1 to the west. After observing the collapse of retreating Taliban and al-Qaeda forces around Kandahar, the Taliban center of religious power, Mattis was convinced that he could indeed accelerate the enemy's downfall by seizing a stronghold to their rear and forcing a turning movement. Impressed by this flight and its aircrew, Mattis established a close working relationship between the 2 task forces and involved Navy P-3 aircraft in the Marines' future operations. Sustained operations ashore. On 9 November, General Mattis and Major Mahaney visited briefly with the 15th MEU on board the USS Peleliu off the coast of Qatar. After meeting with Colonel Waldhauser and his staff, they returned to Bahrain, and Mattis presented his formal concept of operations to Admiral Moore. A day later, he briefed the plan to Central Command by video teleconference from Bahrain, addressing General DeLong, the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, General Victor Renouart, the operations officer, and a third officer from the plan section. Staffs in Hawaii, Doha, Kuwait, Bahrain, and the Pentagon also watched the brief, with several viewers openly questioning the Marines' ability to operate 350 miles from the coast and avoid conflicting with the efforts of Special Operations Forces. General Daly observed the exchange and weighed in, stating that he supported the Marines' mission and that it had already been coordinated with his organization. General DeLong was pleased with what he heard and told General Mattis to continue planning and to include seizing and holding a forward operations base in southern Afghanistan. Mattis's staff had anticipated this development and were already assessing the suitability of a former United Arab Emirates hunting camp in the southwestern desert as a possible location for an operating base. Given its austere operating environment, the site was particularly attractive because it possessed a limited infrastructure, including buildings, the possibility of fuel and power sources, and a 6,400-foot-long dirt airstrip for building, sustaining, and projecting combat power. Some Marines already knew of the site. During September, the Future Operations Section at 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF, had considered the hunting camp and a nearby lake bed, ambiguously referred to as the Desert Airstrip and Dry Lake Bed, for conducting humanitarian operations in southern Afghanistan. In October, 1st MEB's small operational planning team had also looked at this and other locations while participating in Exercise Bright Star and remained interested in the site's existing infrastructure. The same month, Task Force Sword used the airstrip, codenamed Objective Rhino, as a forward staging area during its raid into Kandahar. It was based on this experience that General Daly recommended the site as a suitable location for Task Force 58's forward operating base. Around the same time, General Mattis telephoned Colonel Waldhauser on board the Peleliu and indicated there was still much uncertainty as to where he would insert the 15th MEU. Waldhauser recommended retaking Rhino, as his Marines and sailors were already familiar with the objective area and it would provide a location for the task force to assemble its combat power and take the fight to the enemy. Although the notion of establishing a forward operating base remained relatively solid from this point forward, planning efforts during the next 6 days were complicated as the objectives shifted from the desert airstrip at Rhino to Kandahar Airport, then to airfields located near Herat, Shindan, Lashkar Gah, and then back to Rhino. The target selection process appears to have culminated one evening as staff officers from the 15th MEU and Task Force 58 acknowledged that, regardless of which follow-on objective they eventually chose, they would require a forward operating base in the southern desert to overcome the logistical obstacles presented by operating 460 miles north of the Arabian Sea. As Colonel Waldhauser explained, his staff argued their case. We are kind of going around and around with what the mission would actually be. We knew we could take Rhino. Whether to go to Herat, whether to go to Kandahar, whatever the case may be, we need to have the initial location. So let's take Rhino and then we can move on to other things from there. Situated in an isolated region 100 miles southwest of Kandahar, Rhino was located outside the scope of special operations occurring to the north, and it provided a relatively secure operational environment in which to mass combat power rapidly before engaging the enemy. The sudden, unexpected buildup of a substantial combat force behind the collapsing Taliban and al-Qaeda forces would in turn allow Task Force 58 to block their westward retreat, if not force the decisive turning engagement that Generals Mattis and Daly had discussed only a week earlier. Meanwhile, a Newsweek release appearing on 11 November stated that differences over how to follow up the Mazar-e-Sharif victory had developed between General Tommy Franks and Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld. Franks, who questioned the ability of indigenous forces to take Kandahar and Jalalabad without U.S. support, wanted to exploit the current momentum by launching a series of airborne assaults into southern Afghanistan in the coming months, using U.S. Marines along with special forces as raiding parties on Taliban strongholds. Rumsfeld, on the other hand, still hoped that Afghans could accomplish most of the ground fighting and wanted to delay Franks' request for a brigade from the Army's 1st Cavalry Division. Portions of this news item were consistent with the unsubstantiated rumor that, although planners considered employing a significant number of airborne forces in southern Afghanistan, this particular course of action had proven logistically untenable in November 2001. As General Newbold explained, efforts to support tactical aviation consume most of the strategic airlift capability, so the assets necessary to move and then sustain heavy ground forces in theater were unavailable. Colonel Fitzgerald later confirmed that, although planners had not considered the Marines when developing their initial concept of operations, believing that heavier airborne forces would eventually need to replace the Marines, the Provisional Brigade ultimately proved to be the only short-term alternative for opening a southern front. Another staff planner who was assigned to the Land Component Command at the time recalled that the Marines were sent into Afghanistan because they were willing to land their KC-130 aircraft at Camp Rhino, while the Air Force would not land until a 12-mile security perimeter had been established around the remote desert airstrip. On 16 November, while touring military facilities in Pakistan with Lieutenant Colonel Lethen, General Mattis issued a warning order to his subordinate commanders. After Special Operating Forces had established surveillance over the two main objective areas, 15th MU would secure Desert Airstrip Rhino, Task Force 58 Objective 1, on 21 November and support the rapid buildup of coalition forces at the newly established forward operating base. The 26th MU would subsequently flow through Rhino to seize Kandahar Airport, Task Force 58 Objective 2, on 24 November, enabling the 15th MU to eventually close the desert airfield and consolidate with other Task Force 58 elements in the city. On order, the Marines would also interdict opposing forces moving along Asian Highway Route 1, Task Force 58 Objective 3, the principal two-lane paved road linking the major cities in southern Afghanistan. As Lieutenant Colonel Christopher Bourne later explained, the general concept was for Battalion Landing Team 11, BLT-11, to cut the road between Kandahar and Lashkar Gah, while Battalion Landing Team 36 cut the road between Kandahar and the Pakistani border. Efforts to deconflict special and conventional operations influenced the tentative timeline established for Task Force 58's impending assault. By mid-November, Task Force Sword had been prosecuting the Afghan war non-stop for more than a month, and it was now looking for a convenient opportunity to refit and reorganize before continuing the fight. By the end of the month, the level of lunar illumination would exceed the Special Operations Force's comfort zone, presenting an opportunity for an operational pause between 20 November and 8 December. In a series of undated, handwritten notes outlining the Commander's Planning Guidance Phase 3, Lieutenant Colonel Lethen indicated that the operational intent was to retain the initiative or at least maintain the shifting balance of power as Task Force Sword prepared to withdraw from the battlefield. Although he knew the Marines would be operating at the edge of the envelope and against tenacious fighters familiar with the terrain, General Mattis told his staff, "If we can draw the enemy out of prepared defenses by seizing something he values, or by cutting him off, we may be able to annihilate him as he moves against us. If he remains on the offensive, we will exploit his vulnerability to air attack. If we can dislodge him, our air forces can hit him as he moves away." In addition to ensuring responsive fire support, success would require adroit handling of close air support, quick reaction forces, and maximum initiative and aggressiveness of all hands. The 15th MU's Crisis Action Team completed its preliminary mission analysis on 16 November, with Colonel Waldhauser assuming the role of mission commander. As part of his initial guidance, he directed MU Service Support Group 15, MSSG 15, to concern itself with conducting landing support operations along the coast of Pakistan, BLT-11 with seizing the desert airfield and establishing Forward Operating Base Rhino, and Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163, HMM 163, with providing mission support throughout the operation. The team also identified several areas in which the Expeditionary Unit required assistance from Task Force 58. First, it needed help in selecting and then arranging for the use of a suitable coastal offload site. The staff emphasized that the offload site needed to support both air-cushioned and utility landing craft, possess exits for both tracked and wheeled vehicle movement off the beach, and be located in close proximity to an airfield capable of handling C-17 Globemasters. Based on these requirements, they requested locations in Gwadar and Pasni, Pakistan. Second, the Expeditionary Unit needed help selecting and then arranging for the use of a C-17 capable airfield near the Afghan border. The staff recommended sites at Dalbandin and Shamsi, Pakistan. Third, it required sufficient theater airlift to transport forces that it could not move efficiently over the required distances with organic assets. The 15th MU staff also questioned the rules of engagement, which required that the enemy demonstrate hostile intentions toward the Marines before they could employ deadly force. Asking for clarification of the current definition for hostile, they requested permission to consider Taliban encounter during the reconnaissance and assault on Rhino as hostile forces. End of Chapter 6, Part 2. Chapter 6, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sustained operations ashore continued. The Task Force 58 staff had already recognized the need for intra-theater assets to complete the initial airlift into Afghanistan. Being concerned with the timely movement of combat forces, including more than a company of light armored vehicles, into Rhino, they were anxious to acquire C-17 support from the Air Force for the initial buildup. Designed to operate on 3,000-foot-long dirt airstrips, the Globemaster could carry 3 times the number of vehicles that the Marines' venerable KC-130 Hercules could. Task Force 58 began working the request through NAVCENT headquarters in Bahrain and Marine liaison officers at the Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia on 17 November, asking for 20 sorties during the first 3 days of the operation. They also coordinated directly with the Air Force C-17 squadron. While the pilots expressed interest in demonstrating the Globemaster's capabilities in combat for the first time, officials at U.S. Transportation Command were reluctant to commit the aircraft to southern Afghanistan because of the anti-aircraft threat. As the transportation situation became increasingly critical, Lieutenant Colonel Broadmeadow brought the matter to General Mattis's attention. He, in turn, approached the Joint Forces Air Command and threatened that, unless provided with the necessary airlift, he would inform the press that the expensive new piece of military hardware appeared to be incapable of accomplishing its design mission. Leveraging all of his resources, Mattis finally acquired the necessary aircraft, fittingly configured for Special Operations Forces. General Mattis also agreed with the 15th MU that the rules of engagement were overly restrictive for the assault force. He asked for a modification allowing the ground force commander to treat any personnel encountered during an assault on or extraction from landing zones in enemy-held territory as hostile. Although NAVCENT fully supported the request, Central Command initially resisted the change. Mattis's persistent conviction that he required the freedom to engage opposing forces proactively, coupled with his trust and confidence in the abilities of the young Marines carrying out the mission, eventually led to a broadening of the criteria for defining hostile forces. On 17 November, General Mattis returned to Islamabad and met with Major General Farooq Ahmed Khan, Chief of Plans of the Pakistani Joint Headquarters Staff. Air Force Brigadier General Ronald F. Sams's Central Command Liaison Cell at the American Embassy greatly facilitated the Task Force 58 staff's ability to communicate directly with the Pakistani military officers, a capability the Marines occasionally found necessary as the operations continued into the winter months. Their primary conduit at the embassy was Lieutenant Colonel Asad A. Khan, a Marine Corps Forces Central Command liaison officer assigned to General Sams's team. As a foreign area officer of Pakistani descent, Khan was intimately familiar with the local culture and language. Earning the trust of the Pakistani staff, he turned years of political disengagement into a supportive personal and professional relationship. The purpose of General Mattis's current visit was to brief General Farouk on his concept of operations and to obtain additional host nation support for Task Force 58's impending operation. Although prepared for this diplomatic mission, Mattis acknowledged afterward that it was more than a little difficult. Before negotiating for access to the critical seaport and air facilities, he had to overcome a decade of neglected political relations and ease Farouk's concerns regarding the perceived disconnect between Central Command's original intent to prosecute the war on terrorism using indigenous Afghan freedom fighters and coalition special operations forces, and the planned operations, which involved the use of conventional military forces. After describing in detail Pakistani frustrations with the United States to General Mattis, General Farouk asked him how he was going to resolve the situation. Mattis replied candidly that there was nothing that he could do to rectify past injustices, although he pledged his personal commitment to open and honest communications with Farouk in the future. The Marine general remained true to his word. The Pakistanis knew the whole operation 3 weeks before we went in, right down to H-Hour and D-Day and the objective. They never revealed it. When I moved on to Kandahar, I flew in first to them and talked with them. I also asked their advice on each of these operations and how to deal with the anti-Taliban forces there. They gave me very good advice, and we were able to create very close working relationships with the anti-Taliban and that sort of thing. It was very, very helpful. Something you have to remember is the Marines and sailors would have never gotten there if we hadn't had their help. That was also important, and a reminder that senior officers have got to be able to proactively go in and work with the people, who at times are legitimately going to have a problem with our intentions, and gain their support. It's real quantitative. If you don't get it, then you don't pull off the operation. Having laid the groundwork for continued discourse, Mattis and Farouk progressed toward a discussion of increasing Marine access to Pakistani military facilities and expanding the scope of coalition operations to include an active role for Task Force 58 in Afghanistan. Although the exchange was ultimately fruitful, the Pakistani government had its own set of concerns regarding the disclosure of its support. General Pervez Musharraf, President of Pakistan, was an ally in the war on terrorism and was already contributing fuel, several forward operating and logistical support bases, and security forces for the campaign along the Afghan border. Yet he faced tremendous political opposition and was struggling to contain both Islamic extremists and Taliban and al-Qaeda sympathizers in his own country. He consequently sought to conceal or at least limit the amount of information released to the public concerning Pakistani support of U.S. military operations, and he required discretion from coalition forces. Colonel Waldhauser recalled watching a televised Pentagon press conference from on board the Peleliu. When reporters there would ask directly, "Are there U.S. forces on the ground in Pakistan?" the answer was, "You'll have to talk to the Pakistani government about that. We don't discuss those things." They tried to keep a very close hold on the fact that we were there, that we were supporting enduring freedom. So we never really could acknowledge what we were doing or where we were. As a result, host nation support bases were routinely cordoned off by 250 to 300 Pakistani security forces, and airfield operations were limited to search and rescue missions. This, in essence, required that the coalition launch its raids against the Taliban from either the Special Forces base in Uzbekistan or the Kitty Hawk in the Arabian Sea. Against this backdrop of operational understatement, the Marines now propose to move a brigade-sized air-ground task force through western Pakistan, seize a remote desert airstrip in southern Afghanistan, and establish a semi-permanent forward operating base to sustain coalition forces for at least a month. The possibility of a decisive engagement with opposing forces further threatened to broaden the scope of the war in the region. Yet, from a strategic standpoint, an explicit demonstration of American combat power, not unlike Lieutenant Colonel at the time James H. Doolittle's defiant air raid against Tokyo during World War II, would at once emphasize and strengthen American resolve in the war on terrorism. As Lieutenant Commander Lafferty explained, emphasizing America's role in a highly successful campaign that had until then been waged silently by Special Operating Forces, was a principal reason for creating Task Force 58 and adding conventional forces to the mix. We were told to think out of the box. They wanted something to happen now. The American people wanted more and more and more, something to happen fast. And they weren't getting enough information from the task force sword guys. It was as if nothing was happening. So this was a put boots on the ground in Afghanistan and show the Marine Corps and the U.S. troop concentration inside the country type of operation. Captain Eric A. Putman, who commanded Company A BLT-11, spoke more bluntly while reflecting on the experience after the operation. He recalled, for us to get that far into Afghanistan, put boots on the deck, and tell not only the Taliban and Al-Qaeda, but the rest of the world that America is not BSing anymore, was awesome. As the operation solidified, Task Force 58 logisticians spent an increasing amount of time coordinating the mobility portion of the plan to establish a forward operating base. Their principal focus was on getting Marines and equipment ashore in Pakistan for follow-on transportation to the objective. While it was possible to send Marines directly from the amphibious ships to Rhino, this would require using CH-53E helicopters and refueling en route, either in the air or on the ground. Furthermore, employing the CH-53E as the principal insertion platform limited the amount and type of equipment that the Marines could transport ashore. It quickly became clear that they would have to establish intermediate support bases in Pakistan, from which organic and intra-theater fixed-wing aircraft could transport personnel, equipment, and supplies into Afghanistan. As General Mattis and Farouk spoke, the Marine commander explained that he was considering 3 potential seaport airfield facilities along the southern coast of Pakistan. During the discussion, it was determined that one facility was not suitable and another was located too close to Karachi. This left the remote coastal fishing village in Pasni, located approximately 186 miles west of Karachi, which the 15th MEU had used a month earlier while recovering the downed Black Hawk helicopter. In addition to its proximity to the Pakistani naval base at Ormara, it possessed suitable beaches for an amphibious offload and was located 10 miles from a secluded commercial jet port naturally camouflaged by the surrounding mountains. Although this solved the immediate problem of landing the Marines and their equipment and then transporting each to the objective, political constraints ironed out with Ambassador Chamberlain complicated the process by restricting movement operations to the hours of darkness and limiting the number of forces allowed ashore at any given time. General Mattis next inquired about the availability of intermediate support bases for staging forces and refueling transiting aircraft. Although his staff had assessed numerous airstrips during the planning process, they rejected many due to aircraft restrictions, terrain limitations, or proximity to hostile populations. Mattis now wanted to use the remote commercial airfield at Dalbandin that the Army Rangers had employed during their October raid on Kandahar. Situated among sand dunes near the Chagai Hills, Dalbandin was located 255 miles due north of Pasni, 23 miles south of the Afghan border, and 117 miles southwest of Objective Rhino. Instead, General Farouk offered access to a small airstrip at Shamsi that Special Operations Forces were already using. Situated in a desolate area 46 miles south of the Afghan border, Shamsi was located 212 miles northeast of Pozny and 196 miles southeast of Rhino. Although the route through Shamsi was less direct than the one offered by Dalbandin, extending helicopter flights into Rhino by 35 miles, General Mattis later concluded that Shamsi was isolated and the right choice for an intermediate support base in Pakistan. As Operation Enduring Freedom matured and special operations in southern Afghanistan were phased out, some of the special operations equipment and facilities at Shamsi were transferred to Task Force 58. Approximately 80 Marines would eventually provide security, refueling, and air traffic control capabilities at the remote airfield. The Marines also continued to use the airfield at Jacobabad. In addition to offering a bed-down site for the 4 KC-130 aircraft from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadrons, VMGRs, 252 and 352, the airfield would become a critical logistics hub and provide the single source of bulk fuel and water for coalition forces at Rhino and Kandahar. On 17 November, having coordinated his plans with General Farouk, General Mattis issued his official operations order, formalizing the efforts of numerous staff planners during the previous 2.5 weeks. In the end, regardless of whatever wrinkles needed to be ironed out, Mattis emphasized that Pakistani military support was never lacking and their staff always came through, going above and beyond every time. Pakistan's initial contribution to Operation Enduring Freedom included the activation of 2 Navy bases, deployment of frontier battalions along the Afghan border, and the employment of 42,000 Army and Air Force personnel to support aviation operations and provide base security. The tempo of activity continued to increase during the next few days, as Marines throughout Task Force 58 concurrently planned for, prepared for, and conducted operations in support of the war in Afghanistan. In addition to video teleconferences between General Mattis and his commanders, staff representatives from each of the subordinate elements met at NAVCENT headquarters in Bahrain, where they continued to refine the assault plan and develop the logistics framework. The detachment of 4 CH-53 helicopters that they had previously asked for arrived, and the staff submitted another request for the air detachment from Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 133, commanded by Commander Douglas G. Morton. Although homeported in Gulfport, Mississippi, the CB detachment was currently forward deployed to Guam, mission capable and ready to work. Moreover, that very afternoon a CB liaison officer assigned to Task Force 58, Lieutenant Clifford Smith, had convinced the staff that it would require construction teams to repair and maintain the dirt runway at Rhino. On 18 November, General Mattis briefed Admiral Moore regarding changes to his continually evolving concept of operations, and a liaison team from the British SAS joined his staff. By that time, the Peleliu Ready Group had returned from Qatar, allowing Harriers from the 15th MEU to resume their close air support of coalition forces in Afghanistan. They conducted 3 bombing missions during the 3rd week in November, attacking enemy troop concentrations and vehicle convoys near Lashkar Gah and Kandahar. At the same time, other Marines from the MEU provided an on-call tactical recovery force for Task Force Sword, and BLT-11 retrieved its remaining security forces from Jacobabad, Pakistan. Meanwhile, the Bataan Ready Group had ceased operations in the Mediterranean after being ordered to Central Command's area of responsibility. While transiting the Suez Canal, it received its Operation Enduring Freedom orientation brief and a draft order to conduct raids in Afghanistan, and it formally attached to the 5th Fleet on 15 November. Captain Rome subsequently became the commander of Task Group 58.3 and Colonel Frick the commander of Task Group 58.4. 5 days later, the 26th MEU assumed the on-call tactical recovery mission from the 15th MEU. During an interview, Colonel Frick commented on this rapid change in venue. The biggest success was our ability to transition from a rear MEU focus, a 6th Fleet focus, to sit down, do our mission analysis, and prepare for the 5th Fleet AOR, area of responsibility, so that when we showed up, we were able to say what we needed and why we needed it, so that we could properly support our Marines. End of Chapter 6, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Operation Swift Freedom. The campaign continues. After routing the enemy's northern forces, Task Force Dagger expanded its scope of operations to include developing the emerging alliance of Southern resistance fighters and pursuing the Taliban as they collapsed toward their capital in Kandahar. On 14 November, Operational Detachment Alpha 574 inserted near Territorial, a rural mountain settlement situated roughly 70 miles northwest of Kandahar. Led by Captain Jason L. Amarine, U.S. Army, the Special Forces team quickly linked up with Hamid Karzai and his small band of approximately 200 soldiers. Karzai, a former deputy foreign minister, one-time Mujahideen diplomat, and stalwart opponent of the Taliban, had recently returned to Afghanistan, and the Central Intelligence Agency considered him the most promising leader in the South. Karzai considered Territorial, home to Mullah Omar and several subordinate Taliban leaders, to be the heart of the movement and believed that capturing the town would motivate the local Pashtuns to align with him. As a result, when the town's residents revolted against the Taliban on 16 November, he told Captain Amarine that they needed to occupy the city immediately. When they arrived that evening, the townspeople informed them that a large convoy carrying 500 to 1,000 Taliban fighters was heading their way to recapture the city. Approximately a quarter of the combined force of American and Afghan soldiers quickly established defensive positions along a ridgeline south of the city, which overlooked the main road from Kandahar and a mountain pass guarding entry into the valley. Shortly after dawn the following day, the lead vehicles of the Taliban convoy began to clear the pass. Although the Special Forces successfully directed close air support against the first truck, the resistance fighters broke and ran toward Territorial. After urging Karzai to rally his troops, Captain Amarine's team occupied supplementary positions and resumed directing the air attack. This time, when dismounted Taliban attempted to flank the Americans, the resistance drove them off. The battle ended around 10:30. The Taliban force retreated to Kandahar, leaving the remains of 30 vehicles and approximately 300 dead behind. On 18 November, a day after the success at Territorial, Captain Smith and two other members of Operational Detachment Alpha 583 inserted into the Shin-Narai Valley, southeast of Kandahar near the Pakistani border. After linking up with Gul Agha Sharzai and assessing the effectiveness of 650 to 800 resistance fighters, the remainder of the team joined them 3 days later. The combined force began its westward trek the following day, traveling in a mismatched convoy of 100 vehicles. After sustaining heavy fire from AC-130 Spectre gunships during a running night battle on 23 November, Taliban forces quietly abandoned their garrison at Takhtepol and retreated north. Sharzai subsequently established defensive positions along a ridge north of the town the next day, effectively blocking Highway 4, the main supply route between Pakistan and Kandahar. From this location, the coalition force could see Kandahar Airport in the distance, and the Special Forces team directed devastating close air support against Taliban tanks, trucks, troops, and artillery throughout the next week. Although Taliban troops responded with volleys of shoulder-fired surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft artillery, they were unable to bring down any of the attacking American aircraft. The decisive victory at Territorial, which Karzai later called the turning point in the war, raised his credibility among regional leaders, the Northern Alliance, and the U.S. government. As if to emphasize that point, on 24 November, also reported as 29 November, one of 5th Special Forces Group's battalion commanders and two other members of Special Operations Command and Control Team 52 joined Operational Detachment Alpha 574 to help advise the rising Pashtun commander. Army Lieutenant Colonel David Fox, Karzai, and Amarine then began to plan the advance on Kandahar in conjunction with Sharzai from the south. staging for the fight. Meanwhile, Task Force 58 maintained its hectic pace during the fourth week of November, as subordinate elements converged along the Pakistani coast, established the logistical network necessary to support operations ashore, and refine their assault plan. Members of the command element and reporters from the international press pool shipped out from Bahrain, traveling first to Pasni, Pakistan by Marine KC-130 transport aircraft and then transferring to helicopters for the flight out to the USS Peleliu. Although they had begun to coordinate for workspace and billeting onboard ship through Navy and Marine logistics officers during the previous week, an advance party had not gone forward to set up shop before their arrival. Once again, the staff immersed itself in locating individual berthing, re-establishing connectivity, and co-locating with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MU, staff in the Joint Intelligence Center. As the operation progressed, the task force staff eventually established its operations center within the Landing Force Operations Center, where Lieutenant Commander Lafferty served as the senior watch officer. Although the bulk of the task force staff, 19 personnel in all, would eventually join the amphibious forces afloat, some members of the administrative, intelligence, and logistics sections remained in Bahrain to provide a reachback capability to the forward deployed forces. On the same day that General Mattis and his staff arrived, Marines and sailors of the Peleliu Ready Group celebrated Thanksgiving 2 days early with a traditional holiday meal. That evening in the ship's wardroom, the 15th MU presented its formal confirmation brief to the commander of Task Force 58. The meeting lasted more than 3 hours and provided a comprehensive overview of the plan to seize Objective Rhino and establish a forward operating base. According to Colonel Waldhauser, his aviation combat element commander, Lieutenant Colonel James K. Levine, was directly responsible for the detailed planning of the initial helo movement. Although the two staffs tentatively established H-hour as 21:30 on 23 November 2001, it was clear that they needed additional planning to organize the ship-to-shore movement and staging of forces ashore. Below decks, now in a reverse sleep cycle to prepare for the all-night mission, the Marines readied themselves for the upcoming operation. They gathered around terrain models and attended mission briefs. They painted vehicles, weapons, and equipment with desert camouflage, adding the date 9/11 and black silhouettes of the Twin Towers in memory of the terrorist attacks on the World Trade Center. They also loaded their packs onto pallets for follow-on transport to the objective, thereby reducing weight during the initial assault. By then, the USS Bataan had positioned itself off the coast of Pakistan to support the impending ship-to-shore operations, while the Shreveport, LPD-12, and USS Whidbey Island, LSD-41, proceeded to Masira, Oman, to secure 104 pallets of bottled water in preparation for future operations ashore. Key personnel from Amphibious Squadron 8 and the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 26th MU, crossed-decked to the Peleliu the day after arriving to enhance integration within the task force and facilitate coordination among the various organizations. After General Mattis issued his guidance to the assembled commands, they split by task group and continued to refine their portion of the plan. Meanwhile, Mattis conducted a separate visit with Navy and Marine officers on board the Bataan. On Thanksgiving Day, 3 AV-8B Harriers from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 365, HMM 365, flew the 26th MU's first combat mission over Afghanistan, attacking an enemy convoy with laser-guided bombs and destroying 4 vehicles. Lieutenant Colonel Kevin M. DeVore, the squadron's commander, later commented, "This group of aviators and mechanics were absolutely phenomenal. Their ability to surge and fly routinely for over 3 months with near-perfect fidelity demonstrated the ability and effectiveness of maintaining an inherent light attack ability with the MUs." Earlier, members of the 15th MU and Task Force K-Bar had conducted a reconnaissance and hydrographic survey of Chur Beach near Pasni, Pakistan. After assessing the beach area and road network leading to the airfield, they established 2 beach landing sites. Blue 1 was used for air cushion landing craft, while Blue 2 was used for utility landing craft. With 9 air-cushioned and 4 utility landing craft at its disposal, the task force was now able to stage the assault force and their supplies ashore. To help track the ship-to-shore and subsequent inland movement of its forces, Task Force 58 developed a tactical logistics center. Although the 15th MEU initially served as the executive agent responsible for consolidating, coordinating, and reporting the movement of Marine forces ashore, the 26th MEU would pick up that responsibility once the forward operating base had been established. Due to Pakistani security concerns, all ship-to-shore movement in Pasni occurred at night. After reaching the beach, the Marines and sailors had to make an hour-long cross-country trip over improvised dirt roads to reach the airfield. Personnel arriving early often encountered a long stay on the beach while waiting for the convoys to assemble and for permission to move inland. Only 1 or 2 convoys ran per night, coordinated with approximately 300 Pakistani Marines who provided security during the offload, transport, and staging operations. Because of its desire to maintain a low profile, the Pakistani government limited the amount of equipment allowed ashore at any given time, and many of the task force's personnel were initially confined to hangars at the airfield during the day. Additional security at the beach and airport sites was provided by provisional infantry drawn from Battalion Landing Team 36's, BLT 36's, tank platoon, commanded by First Lieutenant Cornelius D. Hickey, and Amphibious Assault Platoon, commanded by First Lieutenant J.P. Smith. Lead elements of the 15th MEU began to deploy forward into Pakistan on 20 November. After going ashore in air-cushioned landing craft at Pasni, Captain Putman and Marines from Company A flew on to the Covert Special Operations Base at Shamsi in KC-130 aircraft, where they staged for the assault on Objective Rhino. Although they had trained as the battalion's amphibious assault company, their tracked assault vehicles would remain on ship for the duration of the operation. A detachment from Marine Air Control Group 38, MACG 38, also received the mission to establish and operate a forward arming and refueling point in Shamsi to support both the impending assault and any subsequent combat operations in Afghanistan. Around the same time, Major Robert J. Smullen, the operations officer for Battalion Landing Team 11, BLT 11, and Marines from Weapons, Headquarters and Service, and B Company staged at Jacobabad for movement to Rhino by KC-130. To support this stage of the operation, the 26th MEU shifted its KC-130 detachment, Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 234, VMGR 234, from Suda Bay, Greece to Jacobabad, Pakistan. Ship-to-objective maneuver. The first phase of the actual assault into Afghanistan began on 21 November, when a detachment of approximately 20 SEALs from Task Force K-Bar inserted into Objective Rhino. Although Colonel Waldhauser would have preferred to use the 15th MEU's own Force Reconnaissance Platoon to provide surveillance over the airfield and collect intelligence, General Mattis decided to use the sailors instead. He later explained that this was a logistical decision, influenced by the requirement to provide primary, secondary, and tertiary extraction capability in case of an emergency. While using Marines would have tied up several CH-53 helicopters that he needed to conduct the assault, by using the Special Operating Forces to provide surveillance, he was able to use aircraft from Task Force Sword to meet the extraction requirement. Captain Philip J. Treglia, the reconnaissance platoon commander, later acknowledged that he understood the rationale behind Mattis's decision, although it did little to relieve his frustration over not receiving the assignment himself. General Mattis chose to postpone D-Day for 24 hours on 22 November while waiting to receive an order to execute the assault. After delaying for another 24 hours the following day, he released his own execute order on 24 November, directing that the assault on Objective Rhino occur the next day at 2000. Although minimal conditions had been set for the Marines to launch as originally planned, members of the Central Command staff and even some senior critics within the Marine Corps questioned whether Task Force 58 possessed sufficient fuel stocks at Jacobabad to sustain combat operations in Afghanistan. At Mattis's direction, Lieutenant Colonel John Broadmeadow diligently rechecked his supply and consumption estimates down to the last gallon. He assured the general that, when considering multi-fuel vehicles, they possessed the necessary reserves to proceed. Still, the extra time did provide an opportunity for Task Force 58 to stockpile additional equipment and supplies ashore. It obtained additional fuel bladders from the Air Force, enabling it to increase the storage capacity at Jacobabad airfield before the operation and at Objective Rhino following the assault. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Ship to Objective Maneuver continued. Operation Swift Freedom began late in the afternoon on 25 November 2001. Task Force 58 had assumed control of the Shamsi facility at 1200, confirmed H-hour at 1400, and ready to begin the assault at 1600. As launch time approached, Marines on the hangar deck of the Peleliu test-fired their weapons through the elevator well into sea, then hauled their packs, weapons, and equipment, often weighing in excess of 100 pounds, toward awaiting transport helicopters on the flight deck. As the straining troops boarded the aircraft with their faces beaded with sweat, Chaplain Lieutenant Commander Donald P. Trost, U.S. Navy, touched some on the shoulder and asked God to bless every one of them, regardless of their religion. The first flight of aircraft lifted from the Peleliu around 1615 and headed inland. Led by Major William T. Bufkin II, the escort force included 4 AH-1W Super Cobra and 3 Bell UH-1N Iroquois, nicknamed the Huey, helicopters from Marine Medium Helicopter Squadron 163, HMM 163. As Task Force 58 assumed control over its designated area of operations in Afghanistan 45 minutes later, Captain J.M. Holterman led the first half of the assault force north from the Peleliu. Composed of 3 CH-53s, this wave carried Captain James Fallon and Marines from Company C, BLT-11. As the sun began to set, a third and final flight of 3 CH-53s from HMM 365 touched down briefly on the Peleliu, embarked the remainder of Company C, and headed toward Afghanistan around 1745. To help coordinate the operation, Captain Eric J. Rapella flew overhead in a P-3 Orion from Task Force 57, serving as the overall air mission commander and providing an airborne relay among the 3 flights in Task Force 58's various command elements. 4 Harriers from each of the 2 expeditionary units and numerous fixed-wing coalition aircraft were also on hand, ready to provide close air support should the situation become tenuous. If the plan went according to schedule, the lead elements of the assault force would descend upon the desert airfield precisely at 2100. The 3 aircraft flights flew north in a series, while unit commanders, staff personnel, and members of the media anxiously monitored events from on board the Peleliu. Colonel Waldhauser later recalled the serenity of the unfolding situation in the Landing Force Operations Center. "It was really awesome. One of those days where things go well and you just have to savor it." Although the operation encountered minor glitches, the expeditionary unit's detailed planning had paid off and it just went like clockwork. Back at the Joint Operations Center in Tampa, General Franks also watched as the Marines reoccupied Objective Rhino, noting that this was the beginning of the end. The escort force headed toward Shamsi, Pakistan, where they halted briefly to refuel and then continued toward the objective area. The assault force headed toward a 57-mile-long helicopter aerial refueling track established just south of the Afghan border. Each of these 2 divisions had 45 minutes to link up with a KC-130 tanker from Marine Aerial Refueler Transport Squadron 352, VMGR 352, and refuel. While the first group from HMM 163 received fuel from Major Brian Magnuson's tanker with little difficulty, 2 aircraft in the second group from HMM 365 were hindered by mechanical problems with one of the 2 hoses on Major Wayne M. Bunker's KC-130, The pilots also discovered that the basket at the end of the hose flew at a different altitude than normal when the aircraft was fully loaded with both fuel and troops. Fortunately, air planners had anticipated this contingency, and the two helicopters carried enough fuel to reach Objective Rhino, where they could shut down until follow-on forces established an anticipated forward arming and refueling point. As the 1st Assault Division was exiting the refueling track, just 5 miles south of the border, the escort force began to cross into Afghanistan. They flew in staggered waves, 2 Super Cobras, 3 Hueys, and then 2 more Cobras, clearing the remaining 92-mile path into Objective Rhino. As the assault force crossed the border behind them, the moonlit terrain shifted from low mountains to flat desert, and the speeding aircraft rose from 75 to 200 feet above sea level to compensate for the decrease in visual contrast. The crews also conducted penetration checks, switching off unnecessary devices that produced illumination or emitted an electronic signature to decrease the likelihood of premature detection during the final leg of their journey. By this time, the SEALs had been providing ground surveillance and reconnaissance over the objective area for 4 days, sending intelligence updates to personnel on board the Peleliu. During the raid, the Orion from Task Force 57 watched from the air, transmitting real-time images of the developing situation to the Peleliu throughout the night. The Orion proved to be such an effective asset on this occasion that the Marines asked them to continue providing overhead observation and an early warning capability for the remainder of their stay in Afghanistan. Before departing, the raid force had received word that Objective Rhino was clear of enemy. Now, as the assault element approached the abandoned airfield, visible 2 miles in the distance, the escort flight leader relayed confirmation that the runway remained clear of hostile forces by passing the radio code word, Winter. After more than 4 hours in the air, the first flight of CH-53 helicopters and their Cobra escorts began to descend toward the landing zone at 10-minute intervals, guided toward their destination by flashing infrared strobe lights that the SEALs had placed in the middle of the dirt runway. Due to severe brownout conditions, thick, towering dust clouds stirred up by the aircraft's spinning rotor blades, several of the pilots were forced to approach the runway several times before successfully landing. The assault force reached Rhino just 30 seconds after its designated L hour, employing a configuration similar to the one used so successfully when occupying the airfield at Jacobabad 7 weeks earlier. The first wave carried 66 passengers and 2 interim fast attack vehicles armed with heavy machine guns and man-portable Javelin anti-tank missiles. Included among the passengers were Captain Fallon and Company C's headquarters staff, a reinforced rifle platoon, and a SEAL liaison team to coordinate with the surveillance and reconnaissance detachment. Fallon and his Marines had 4 intermediary objectives, consecutively labeled A through D. The first 2 prominent terrain features, situated 1,600 and 1,900 meters north of the runway, were oriented toward likely avenues of approach. They were to occupy these prior to the arrival of the second flight of CH-53s, resulting in a grueling cross-country march under sustainment loads in excess of 130 pounds. The intent was to get the Marines into position as quickly as possible so they could delay any approaching Taliban forces long enough for the attack helicopters to engage. Even though the assault force had received word that the objectives were clear of Taliban, Fallon later acknowledged his concern that they might encounter unanticipated opposition during the forced march, either some troops that the SEALs had overlooked or others who had entered the objective area just prior to the insert. At the same time, a flurry of activity was occurring on the airfield. The SEAL liaison team had linked up with the Surveillance and Reconnaissance Detachment, initiating the handover with Task Force K-Bar. The Desert Patrol vehicles were providing transportation to the Marine Air Traffic Control Squadron's mobile team, covering them as they hurried to set up runway lights for the introduction of follow-on forces. The Huey and Cobra helicopters began to land, taking up positions along the airfield where they remained on a 15-minute strip alert. In a classic case of understatement, Captain Fallon later remarked, "It was a fairly busy 30-40 minutes until the second wave hit the deck." 45 minutes after the assault began, as the first wave announced clear and exited the objective area to the west, the second flight arrived. This flight carried 95 passengers, including Lieutenant Colonel Bourne in BLT-11 Small Jump Command Post, Lieutenant Colonel Spillers and a forward team from the 15th MU staff, detachments from MACG-38 and the Air Force's 21st Special Tactics Squadron, and additional Marines from Company C. Because they would be physically isolated in the desert, the battalion staff brought a suite of satellite, high-frequency, and ultra-high-frequency communications equipment ashore, enabling them to talk directly to the fighter cover as well as to orbiting Navy P-3 and Air Force Boeing E-8C Joint Star surveillance aircraft. Once Air Force Captain Michael J. Flatten and personnel from his Special Tactics Detachment had declared the dirt runway KC-130 capable, the buildup of combat forces at Forward Operating Base Rhino, FOB Rhino, began in earnest. Marines from MACG-38 managed the airspace over southwestern Afghanistan and orchestrated the flow of aircraft arriving and departing FOB Rhino. The first KC-130, arriving from Shamsi, Pakistan, landed only 90 minutes after the assault had begun. The crew completed a combat offload of troops and cargo in minimum time, deplaning Captain Eric A. Putman and Company A. By the end of the evening, VMGR-352 had flown 8 sorties into FOB Rhino. Arriving at 20 to 30-minute intervals, the C-130s enabled Task Force 58 to insert 403 troops, 4 fast attack vehicles, and a variety of supporting equipment into southern Afghanistan. Marines from BLT-11's Weapons Company and Scout Sniper Platoon, the Expeditionary Unit's Force Reconnaissance Platoon, and Marine Wing Support Squadron 373, MWSS 373, were among those units arriving during the first night of Operation Swift Freedom. As the battalion reinforced its hasty defense around the airfield with Company A situated to the east and Company C to the west, the squadron established a forward arming and refueling point to support the stream of incoming aircraft and future aviation operations at FOB Rhino. Inside the perimeter, each of the forward elements set up temporary command posts. At the same time, the Force Reconnaissance Team launched a long-range mobile patrol to reconnoiter the surrounding area. Colonel Bourne, who had realized that there were no hostile forces in the immediate area, later commented that after completing the long-range insert, he had believed that the riskiest part of the operation was over. He recalled that he thought as long as they got there and didn't have a mishap along the way, because of the sheer complexity of the operation, refueling, and the distances that were covered, they would be okay. As dawn approached, the increased threat from man-portable air defense systems like the Soviet SA-7 Grail and the US FIM-92 Stinger, as well as outlying anti-aircraft artillery, temporarily halted aviation operations. Although rotary-wing aircraft would eventually operate around the clock at FOB Rhino, fixed-wing aircraft, with few exceptions, remain restricted to night operations through the end of December. This proscription was initially due to the anti-aircraft threat, but later reflected the continuance of previously established aircrew and aircraft maintenance cycles, as well as the increasing amount of time required to repair the degrading dirt runway. End of Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Establishing Forward Operating Base Rhino. One of the first platoons on the ground raised an American flag high into the new dawn sky on a makeshift pole, proudly marking the Marines' successful landing, wrote Sergeant Joseph R. Chanelli, a combat photographer assigned to 15th MU. Staff Sergeant Norris, a platoon sergeant with Company C and a native of Brooklyn, New York, captured the spirit and significance of the event, commenting, "This is for our great country, the United States, and the great city of New York. Marines take pride in raising the flag, and pride doesn't begin to describe the feelings today. I hope these colors can be seen all the way across Afghanistan." The Marines' pride was only equaled by their subsequent dismay when Central Command ordered them to take the flag down several days later. The rationale behind the order was a topic of widespread speculation among Task Force 58 personnel, as well as one of the most common and difficult questions that General Mattis encountered while walking the lines and speaking with junior Marines each day. Perhaps senior officials in Tampa, Florida, or Washington, D.C. worried that the Afghan people would interpret the American flag as a symbol of imperialism, undercutting the administration's desire that the coalition be viewed as liberators rather than conquerors. Adding to the Marines' disappointment, within a week of their arrival in southern Afghanistan, General Franks banned the name Swift Freedom as a means to distinguish the assault from other actions occurring during Operation Enduring Freedom and the overall global war on terrorism. A plausible explanation for this action comes from a press conference held at the Pentagon on 26 November when reporters asked General Myers if the name indicated that the operation would soon be over. The general responded, "The operation will not be over soon. We've said this many times from right here that this operation, on a worldwide basis, will go on probably for years, in Afghanistan for a substantial amount of time. We do not think it's going to be over anytime soon, no matter what we name the operation." Back at FOB Rhino, Colonel Bourne described the installation as a dirt runway, dirt apron, and compound set in a very flat, very shallow depression with a couple of key pieces of microterrain. An elevated plateau paralleled the airfield approximately 2 miles to the north, gradually transitioning to a series of hills and ridgelines 6 miles out. The two rifle companies received indirect fire support from a section of BLT-11's 81mm mortar platoon, while Marines from BLT-11 Scout Sniper Platoon established observation posts outside the defensive perimeter. The Force Reconnaissance Team, led by Gunnery Sergeant Blake L. Smith, traveled several hundred miles during the next day, observing local villages, planting seismic sensors, monitoring highway traffic, and generally screening the task force's western flank. First Lieutenant Nathaniel Fick, who commanded Company B's weapons platoon, described the airfield facilities in his memoir. Rhino was a short dirt runway and a complex of buildings enclosed within a white block wall. Guard towers studded the four corners. Inside the wall stood a high-ceilinged warehouse, a water tower, half a dozen smaller buildings, and a mosque. All were impressively constructed, with marble floors, granite countertops, new lighting fixtures, and white plaster walls. Paved roads flanked by brick drainage ditches connected the buildings. Although the assault force initially intended to secure the compound the first night, reconnaissance revealed signs that someone had entered the compound following the Rangers' earlier raid, burying enemy dead and scavenging surviving materials. Aware of the mine and booby trap threat that this presented, the Marines decided to isolate the area and clear the buildings the following morning when it could be accomplished with adequate light and in conjunction with the combat engineers and explosive ordnance disposal technicians. Although the assault force did not encounter mines, they did find ordnance from the previous raid. Marines from the Expeditionary Unit Service Support Group focused on infrastructure and sustainment concerns. Support personnel followed closely behind the ordnance disposal technicians, partitioning buildings and identifying spaces for the command post, hospital, maintenance activity, supply warehouse, sustainment storage, antenna farm, and latrines. Major Henry M. Himes III, Executive Officer of Mu Service Support Group 15, MSSG-15, also drew samples from the water reservoir and tower that personnel on board ship could test for potability. Although the well system was disconnected, the reservoir held approximately 30,000 gallons of stagnant water that the Marines could purify and use to sustain forces ashore for approximately 10 to 15 days. Meanwhile, in the hangar deck of the Peleliu, other Marines from the 15th MEU prepared to go ashore at Pozny for an evening flight into FOB Rhino. Correspondents who witnessed the Marines loading ammunition into their weapons, their faces masked with camouflage paint, inquired about the status of the continuing operation. Despite reservations regarding the presence of media representatives on board ship, General Mattis explained that Task Force 58 had established a foothold ashore and was going to support the Afghan people's effort to free themselves of the terrorists and the people who support terrorists. Failing to note his intention to withdraw following the operation, at least 2 reporters chose to focus on the general's assertion that the Marines have landed and we now own a piece of Afghanistan. General Mattis obviously intended to play upon the traditional and oft-quoted 19th century news report usually attributed to Richard Harding Davis. The Marines have landed and the situation is well in hand. Yet his ad-lib claim worried senior leaders who were already apprehensive about the growing number of conventional forces ashore and the potential for negative reactions from the Afghan people. Just days prior to the Marines' assault on Rhino, a report in the Wall Street Journal noted, "There also are serious questions about how the U.S.'s allies in the Northern Alliance would respond to a larger U.S. presence on the ground. Rebel leaders already have complained about the stationing of 100 British troops at an airbase near Kabul." A day following the Marine landing, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Public Affairs Victoria C. Clark stated that 1,000 Marines would participate in establishing the initial forward operating base, and officials expected the number to rise in the future. Yet during a press briefing with General Myers later that day, Secretary Rumsfeld presented a slightly different view. During his initial remarks, without prompting, he emphasized that the Marines were not an occupying force. Their purpose is to establish a forward base of operations to help pressure the Taliban forces in Afghanistan to prevent Taliban and al-Qaeda terrorists from moving freely about the country. When questioned as to whether he envisioned the Marines fulfilling a support role or serving as the vanguard in the battle against terrorism in Afghanistan, he responded, "We think of them as establishing a forward operating base, and we don't discuss future plans or developments, so there's really nothing one would say beyond that, except that that's what these are hundreds, not thousands of Marines." When again questioned about the Marines' intent during a press briefing with General Franks at Central Command Headquarters the next day, Rumsfeld reiterated that he had pointed out on a number of occasions that the United States coveted no one else's land, and certainly not Afghanistan. He said the United States was there to do a job, to root out terrorists and terrorist networks and ensure that the Taliban government that invited them and had been harboring them was gone. Also, although he did not mention him by name, Rumsfeld stated that General Mattis was a very fine officer, was clearly exuberant, and was speaking figuratively, not literally. Ironically, 3 weeks later, Hamid Karzai confided that he had welcomed the Marine claim as a clear indication of victory and enthusiastically shared the information with his militiamen. Early on the moonlit evening of 26 November, an E-8C monitoring enemy lines of communications detected an eastward-moving convoy of 15 vehicles, including 2 Soviet-era BRDM-2 armored personnel carriers. The column was operating approximately 50 miles northwest of FOB Rhino near Lashkar-Gah. Because it did not present an immediate threat to the Marine outpost, and it was possible that the vehicles were transporting humanitarian aid recently dropped by coalition aircraft, Central Command observed the convoy for 3.5 hours to verify its identity and intent. Eventually, patrolling Grumman F-14B Tomcats from Fighter Squadron 102, VF-102, on board the USS Carl Vinson spotted the column and attacked the 2 personnel carriers with a laser-guided GBU-12 bomb. At the same time, a section of 2 AH-1W Super Cobra helicopters from HMM-163 were conducting an armed reconnaissance flight forward of FOB Rhino and heard the F-14 pilots over their radios. The Marine air crews included Captains John B. Barranco and David M. Steele piloting the first aircraft call sign Evil I-34 and Captains Christian D. Pfeiffer and Richard B. Lawson piloting the second Evil I-35. The Cobras headed toward the convoy and, at the Joint Stars' request, helped coordinate the attack and watched as the Tomcats engaged the armored personnel carriers. After the Navy fighters had completed their bombing run, striking just in front of the lead armored personnel carrier and disabling it, the Marines took their turn. Emerging from behind a nearby ridge, the Cobras used their 20mm cannon and rockets to engage the 2 armored vehicles and 8 to 10 dismounted personnel. Captain Barranco later described the attack. At least some of the Taliban were out of the vehicles. I'm guessing they thought they hit a mine since the F-14s were so high. They heard us and some of them started firing wildly in the air toward the sound of the Cobras. The rest started running. We made several passes, destroying the vehicles and killing the squad. Passing back over the convoy, the pilots used their night vision goggles and infrared sensors to assess the battle damage but determined that nothing of military value was left. Back at FOB Rhino, Task Force 58 believed that this early encounter with armored personnel vehicles could foreshadow the appearance of enemy tanks, emphasizing an immediate need for its own light armored vehicles, as well as Air Force C-17 aircraft, to transport support into Afghanistan. After reopening the airfield for operations following the convoy attack, Task Force 58 resumed the buildup of combat forces at Rhino. Arriving units quickly took up residence in the commandeered buildings of the former Taliban compound, while some of the Marines sheltered in the warehouse. General Mattis accompanied the second day's flow of forces into Afghanistan, arriving at 1910 with a small jump command post consisting of his aide, Lieutenant Cook, his communications officer, Major Stebbins, and 2 enlisted communicators. Lieutenant Smith, the CB liaison officer, joined them the following day. They established communications with Task Force 58's forward elements on board the Peleliu, also poised to go ashore when called on by their commander, who in turn maintained communication with the rear elements in Bahrain. Colonel Waldhauser also arrived during the second night of the airlift with members of his staff and the 3 subordinate units. They quickly established their Joint Task Force Enabler Communication Suite, providing for the reception of long-range visual communications at the base. In addition to bringing another 170 troops forward, the evening's airlift also increased the force's mobility and firepower by adding 14 high-mobility multi-purpose wheeled vehicles, HMMWVs, referred to hereafter as Humvees, into the mix. Many of these belonged to the battalion's weapons company and were armed with either M250 caliber heavy machine guns, Mark 19 40mm automatic grenade launchers, or tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided anti-tank missiles. Other vehicles sent to bolster the airfield defense belonged to the 26 Meuse Low-Altitude Air Defense Detachment. On 27 November, Captain Treglia sent out Task Force 58's 2nd Long-Range Deep Reconnaissance Patrol. Operating under the command of Gunnery Sergeant Smith, Team 2 headed approximately 50 miles north of FOB Rhino, within 5 miles of the convoy that naval aviation had destroyed the previous evening. At this time, small groups of enemy occupied a series of villages along Highway 1, the east-west thoroughfare between Kandahar and Lashkar Gah. Intelligence sources detected movement near the latter location and suggested that opposition might be encountered in that area. The patrol remained in the field for approximately a week before returning to FOB Rhino around 1 December. Although they had requested air reconnaissance several times, the situation remained calm and the Marines did not encounter any opposition. In one case, however, several intimidated civilians did surrender to a circling Cobra gunship, but they presented no threat to the Marines and were allowed, if not encouraged, to return to the desert. Company B arrived by KC-130 from Pozny on 27 November, comprising most of the 168 troops and 9 additional Humvees inserted into Rhino that evening. Although Captain Whitmer expected to serve as the battalion's reserve, he was assigned responsibility the following morning for the southeast corner of the J-shaped, 7,500-meter defensive perimeter that would eventually enclose the airfield, ammunition supply point, fuel dump, helicopter park, and headquarters compound. Lieutenant Fick attached his M249G machine gun and M136 AT-4 anti-armor weapon assault teams to the rifle platoons to put more fire forward, while Staff Sergeant Keith A. Marine centered the 60mm mortar section behind the company's position. First Sergeant O'Neill O. Wheelbacher reflected that the company was stretched as thin as he had ever experienced, covering almost 2 miles of frontage. It could take 2 hours to walk the line at a casual pace, checking on the Marines in their fighting positions. Fortunately, they were able to establish wire lines between the platoon command posts, and radio communications were solid over the flat terrain. Company C, situated to the left of Company B, was oriented toward the northwest, while Company A, situated to the right, was oriented toward the northeast. Captain Putman recalled that his Marines spent the first few days ashore acclimating to the austere desert environment, familiarizing themselves with the local terrain, and establishing their defensive positions. Temperatures varied greatly, rising to 80 degrees during the day and then plummeting to 30 degrees at night. As Sergeant Anthony A. Anguiano, one of his squad leaders, commented, "There is ice in our canteens in the morning, and the parkas we have practically save our lives." Vegetation was sparse, surrendering the ground cover to a mixture of loose sand, scattered rocks, and intermittent patches of protruding sticks. The sand, similar in consistency to talcum powder, was a problem. When disturbed, billowing dust clouds arose to linger in the air for 15 minutes before dissipating, requiring the Marines to continually brush the debris from their weapons, equipment, and workspaces. Beneath the sand, the Marines soon discovered a layer of underlying limestone bedrock, which made digging more than a simple chore. Establishing the defensive perimeter invariably required entrenchment, digging in, setting up the machine guns, sinking the mortar base plates. The latter task involved test-firing the mortars to calibrate the crew-served weapons, resulting in earth-shaking blasts and plumes of dust 1.5 miles into the desert. Once the defense was established, the company settled into a day-night operation cycle. At 0500, about an hour before sunrise, the Marines would stand to in their fighting positions, raising the battalion's security posture to 100% alert. An hour after sunrise, they would stand down, dropping to 25% alert, 1 man and 4 armed and ready for action. Most days remained relatively quiet, allowing the Marines to complete a host of continuing actions necessary to maintain their combat effectiveness. As Captain Putman remarked, "The Marines were not suffering from boredom. We kept them focused." The Marines cared for their weapons, improved their fighting positions, slept on thin foam ground mats, and subsisted on 2 liters of bottled water and 2, later 3, prepackaged field rations, otherwise known as Meals Ready to Eat, MREs, per day. They also attended to personal matters such as washing, shaving, brushing their teeth, and establishing field-expedient latrines. Knowledge that 89% of the soldiers hospitalized during the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan suffered from contagious diseases like hepatitis, cholera, and typhoid, avoidable through basic hygiene practices, drove home the need for cleanliness. The Marines also practiced reaction drills designed to counter enemy offensive actions and conducted foot-mobile local security patrols. During the daytime, longer-range patrols, usually deployed by Humvee, scouted the area 2 to 3 miles north of the airfield. Sometimes the squads received rides back to the perimeter following their patrol, while other times they walked. Although the Marines did not identify any hostile forces during these patrols, they did occasionally encounter camel-mounted Afghans, excavated positions, digging equipment, and caves. Captain Whitmer reflected, "There were things going on out there." As darkness approached, the line companies increased their security posture to 50% alert and established night observation and listening posts. Although dust storms, fog, or periods of low illumination could seriously limit visibility, the Marines were able to employ the night sights from various missile systems to observe the perimeter. A reporter from Newsweek captured the mundane existence along the front lines in this way. At night, the grunts did virtually anything to keep themselves awake and entertained. Shivering in the 30-degree cold, they sang lewd songs, talked about how ready they were to kill, and pondered the discos and clubs they would head out to when they returned home as heroes. The Marines also sent out short-range security patrols to scout the area extending 3 miles north of their positions. These patrols departed and returned through friendly lines and could last 8 to 10 hours. They investigated the area around assigned checkpoints, set up temporary en route ambush sites, and generally tried to disrupt enemy attempts to probe their lines, observe airfield operations, or shoot down approaching aircraft. Although both types of patrols were coordinated with the observation and listening posts, line-of-sight communications could be disrupted by the increasingly rough terrain farther afield. Expedient solutions involved establishing temporary retransmission sites or simply relaying messages through adjacent patrols. End of Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 7, Part 4 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Establishing Forward Operating Base Rhino continued. Aviation Operations and Airfield Maintenance. During the initial 48 hours of the operation, Task Force 58's air officers used radio, secure telephone, email, and internet chat to maintain a running dialogue with the liaison officers stationed at the Combined Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia. The liaison officers provided an essential link to Central Command's air component, becoming partners in procuring the aviation assets necessary to support the Marines' buildup of combat power ashore. The Marines from VMGR 252 and VMGR 352 continue to operate from Jacobabad, Pakistan, and Sheikh Issa Air Base in Bahrain. While fulfilling the majority of Task Force 58's intra-theater lift requirements, they would eventually fly more than 1,400 sorties and accumulate more than 2,500 flight hours. In addition to validating the squadron's presence by carrying 8,400 passengers, delivering 9 million pounds of cargo and fuel, and completing numerous refueling and casualty evacuation missions, they also earned the respect and admiration of the grateful forces they were supporting. A series of obstacles faced by the air crews and mechanics made their accomplishments all the more impressive. First, their aircraft frames ranged from 25 to 42 years in age. The oldest in VMGR 352 dated back to 1960. Second, the air crews flew the majority of their tactical missions at night because only 3 of the KC-130s possess aircraft survivability equipment, such as the infrared missile countermeasure system. Third, pilots conducted tactical approaches, landings, and departures without the aid of night vision goggles because the cockpits were not night vision capable. Finally, given the aircraft's age, the squadron's high tempo of operations, and the austere operating environment, mechanics had to perform continuous aggressive maintenance to keep the Marines flying. Despite the effectiveness of the Marine transport squadrons, Task Force 58's previously defined need for additional airlift remained critical to the timely buildup of sustainable combat forces at FOB Rhino. Although Captain Flatton had already assessed the dirt runway as C-17 capable, Air Force officials were still reluctant to expose their larger transport aircraft to airfield operations in southern Afghanistan. After security patrols and observation posts were established in the landing and takeoff zones, the anti-aircraft threat assessment was updated, and a phone call was made to Air Force Major General Michael W. Woolley, then the commander of the Tanker Airlift Control Center at Air Mobility Command. C-17s were finally authorized for nighttime operations at Rhino. Thereafter, planners routinely programmed 2 C-17 flights per day into the Air Tasking Order to fly Sustainment into Rhino, adjusting the loads to meet daily requirements. The first C-17 flight carried lead elements of Naval Mobile Construction Battalion 133's Air Detachment, formerly designated as Task Force 58.5. Led by Lieutenant Commander Leonard W. Cook and Lieutenant Joel K. Sensenig, the unit's operations officer and his assistant, this advance party had flown from Guam to Diego Garcia on board Lockheed C-5 Galaxy transports before boarding C-17s for the final leg of their journey into southern Afghanistan. Although Colonel Lethen wanted to continue the buildup of combat forces unabated, Colonel Broadmeadow and Lieutenant Smith had argued persuasively that 3 nights of continuous aviation operations had taken a heavy toll on the desert airstrip and that it required repair if the buildup were to continue. In addition to pulverizing the top 6 inches of the runway into dust, ruts up to 12 inches deep had begun to appear where the C-130s were landing and taking off. As Lieutenant Smith later explained, the camp's original owners had designed the airfield to support occasional use by light, single-engine airplanes, not continual use by heavily laden military transport aircraft. Given the limited number of aircraft at their disposal, Task Force 58 decided to fly only a third of the full complement of Seabees in at this time. In the staff's view, this would provide the necessary personnel, equipment, and materials to address the immediate airfield maintenance issues at FOB Rhino, leaving the remainder of the force to deploy forward after completing the insertion of combat forces and then seizing Kandahar Airport. This plan, reached with input of U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT, engineers, reduced the initial number of CB personnel from 89 to 27, and the subsequent airlift requirement for transporting their equipment from 25 to 8 C-130 loads. The CB detachment arrived at FOB Rhino ready to work. Although the initial complement was primarily composed of construction mechanics and heavy equipment operators, it also included several electricians, plumbers, steelworkers, and carpenters to complete rudimentary contingency construction at the base. In addition to bringing the equipment necessary to complete small construction projects, the sailors also brought a grader, roller, bulldozer, water distribution truck, 2 Humvees, and a generator. While not necessarily part of the CB standard deployment package, the water truck proved crucial to maintaining the earthen runway. Grading the ruts and rolling the dirt was not enough to keep it in place, Lieutenant Smith explained. It was doing so while spraying with water that enabled the soil to bond. The CBs began work the morning after their arrival, and 12 hours later had the runway ready to receive additional flights on the evening of 29 November. An unanticipated operational pause. In addition to changing the status quo in southern Afghanistan, the arrival of Task Force 58 at FOB Rhino may have also raised questions among senior leaders about how best to employ the Marines. Although initially assigned 3 sequential objectives, to establish a forward operating base, seize Kandahar Airfield, and interdict enemy movement, comments made by various officials during news briefings foreshadowed a narrowing of the Marines' mission. On 26 November, Secretary Rumsfeld had stated that the Marines' purpose is to establish a forward base of operations to help pressure the Taliban forces in Afghanistan, to prevent Taliban and al-Qaeda terrorists from moving freely about the country. When reporters asked how a base would contribute to that end, he explained that you could use it for humanitarian purposes, you could use it for special operations, you could use it for the inflow of additional troops. During the following day's news briefing at Central Command, General Franks provided a more detailed rationale for establishing the forward operating base. This is, in fact, a forward base of operations. I think there have been several descriptions of what that means. I would anticipate that at the end of the day, this installation, if you will, this forward operating base will have a number between 800 and perhaps 1,100 people. I think that's what it will be. The purpose of the forward operating base is to give us a capability to be an awful lot closer to the core objectives we seek. Now, we all know what those are. We're interested in the destruction of the al-Qaeda network, and we're interested in the destruction of an illegitimate Taliban government, which has abused people in this country for a long, long time, the leadership of the Taliban. Now, we can either do that by making 7, 8, and 9-hour trips, or we can provide ourselves a forward operating base. And so we have provided a forward operating base to do precisely what I just described. We may well use assets from that to interdict the roads, to continue the interdiction of the roads, to be sure that elements in which we have an interest are not permitted to go places where we don't want them to go. And I will also be telling you the truth if I say I don't know how long that base will be there. It is not an invasion of Afghanistan. As soon as our work is finished, it certainly will be removed. And yes, we may well use it to bring humanitarian assistance in to the people in Afghanistan. On 26 November, when asked whether the Marines would go after the Taliban or hunt down Osama bin Laden and his al-Qaeda lieutenants, Secretary Rumsfeld responded that the Marines were in to do what he'd said, and that was to establish a forward operating base. When reporters tried another tack, asking why the Marines had been committed to the Kandahar region, Rumsfeld conceded. The highways that connect the north and the south and the east to west in the southern part, going toward Iran, exits or entrances from Iran and Pakistan can be interdicted from those locations. And it was decided by the combatant commander, Tommy Franks, that it would be helpful to have a base there from which a variety of things could be done, rather than simply using people in and out of a special operations nature. On the same day, despite the potential for urban combat in Kandahar, General Myers did not mention the Marines when commenting on the Taliban's disposition and future coalition military operations. Instead, he stated that Omar seems to be trying to organize the fighting of the Taliban, and bin Laden, on the other hand, seems to be concentrating on hiding. Again, in Kandahar, it's sort of the last bastion, we think, of Taliban resistance. You get mixed reports on whether they're about ready to leave and give up or not. I will go with the Secretary on this, in that, from Omar's standpoint, we think they'll dig in and fight, and perhaps to the end. When asked similar questions on 27 November, General Franks stated, "The Marines will be used exactly as the Secretary said yesterday and I said today. They're within about 70 or 80 miles of Kandahar. Their very presence does in fact provide pressure, but I will not characterize the intent of them being there as a force to attack Kandahar. That simply is not the case. That's not why we put them there." By 28 November, as 15th MEU was nearing completion of its insertion into FOB Rhino, Task Force 58 had begun its shift toward the second phase of Operation Swift Freedom. Based on coordination meetings that had taken place between MSSG-15 and MSSG-26 personnel on board the Peleliu on 21 November, the 26th MEU formed a landing force support party and assumed control of beach and airfield operations in Pasni, Pakistan. From this point forward, they supported nightly ship-to-shore movements and conducted throughput operations from both the Peleliu and Bataan Ready groups. A transportation support detachment from the 15th MEU continued to operate from the airfield until mid-December and assisted these efforts. Captain B.J. O'Rothman, the detachment's commander, had developed a particularly effective working relationship with the Pakistani military, who requested that he remain at Pasni. On the same day, NAVCENT notified Task Force 58 that Central Command was limiting the number of Marines and sailors serving at FOB Rhino to 1,000. At this time, however, a plane load of Marines exceeding the new restriction was en route from Pakistan. After Task Force 58 responded that there were already 1,078 personnel on deck, Central Command relaxed the threshold to reflect the number currently ashore and then gradually raised the limit to 1,100 personnel on 29 November and 1,400 on 1 December. The unexpected restriction caught General Mattis by surprise. He later reflected that Central Command knew thoroughly that I wasn't asking for 4,500 Marines with the idea of using only 1,000 of them, and that the decision to scale back the number of troops was managerially incompetent. Not only did the new constraint contrast sharply with his original concept of operations by precluding the insertion of a second expeditionary unit to conduct offensive operations, it also impeded ongoing operations at the forward operating base by forcing commanders to evaluate force composition against competing sustainment and protection requirements. Colonel Waldhauser, also mystified by the decision to levy a force cap, speculated that the rapid buildup at FOB Rhino had surprised some officials unfamiliar with the size and speed of a Marine Expeditionary unit. From the force protection perspective, it was important to have sufficient forces to defend the base against potential threats because the closest ground reinforcements would now be located approximately 400 miles to the south and be unable to respond to an attack in a timely fashion. Moreover, the number of forces required to maintain the defensive perimeter around the airfield limited the Marines' ability to counter offensively. From a force sustainment perspective, Task Force 58 required sufficient support personnel to conduct airfield operations, maintain the dirt runway, and process the inflow of supplies and equipment. In this regard, although the force cap did not directly apply to the Special Operating Forces co-located at FOB Rhino, it did limit the number of coalition troops that the Marines could support at any given time. Similarly, although the force cap did not directly apply to naval forces situated in Pakistan, it did require that Colonel Frick halt the flow of 26 MU forces into Pozny, develop an impromptu retrograde plan, and return most of his personnel and equipment to the Bataan. An unanticipated operational pause resulted as the buildup of forces suddenly ground to a halt and commanders chose which personnel to keep in country, in some cases swapping those sent back to the ships for others possessing more urgently required skills. The 15th MU eventually returned 102 of its members to the Peleliu, including the engineer platoon attached to BLT-11. This enabled General Mattis to bring in additional CB support, as well as Company B, 1st Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. Commanded by Major Thomas J. Peleliu, Company B had initially staged 2 Humvees and 16 light armored vehicles, LAV-25s, in Pozny, Pakistan, but there was uncertainty if there would be sufficient airlift to get them into Afghanistan. With the incorporation of Air Force C-17 aircraft, which could carry up to 6 vehicles at a time, they were able to deploy to FOB Rhino on the evenings of 29 and 30 November. General Newbold, a friend of General Mattis, learned of the force cap through email exchanges with the commander of Task Force 58. Dismayed by the development, he later explained, "The only way that Task Force 58 or any other operation in the South could have had an effect is if it threatened the Taliban materially, if it were able to strike and distract or defeat, and ultimately it had to encircle al-Qaeda and the Taliban in a way that could result in their destruction." He continued, "The hope from the original intent is that they would have been able to strike at Kandahar and in subsequent buildup of additional ground forces would have been able to extend operations to the east to try to cut off escape avenues into Pakistan. Now we were all deeply, acutely aware that you could not seal off the border, but what you can do is you can catch a lot of these people and your opportunity or your chances of destroying them go up enormously. The better view of the situation is, do you do nothing or do you try to get as many as you can? And our answer was, you try to get as many as you can, therefore you need boots on the ground. That was not possible because of the constraints that General Franks personally put on the introduction of forces there, and it was only much, much later that we moved other ground forces in there, as you know, the 10th Mountain Division." Concerned by the force cap's potential negative effect on offensive operations in southern Afghanistan, General Newbold queried the Central Command staff about the constraint. Unable to clarify the issue at that level, he asked General Myers if the chairman was aware of the cap, arguing that the coalition was missing a limited opportunity to put additional pressure on al-Qaeda and the Taliban. Myers replied that he knew of no one who had imposed a restriction and contacted General Franks at Central Command, who denied the cap's existence. Undeterred, Newbold reconfirmed the force cap's authenticity with General Mattis and other Central Command personnel and approached the chairman a second time. This time, Myers brought the issue to the attention of Secretary Rumsfeld, who not only denied that his office had levied such a restriction but also indicated that he was opposed to the notion of having one imposed. Rumsfeld subsequently contacted Franks and reiterated to him that Central Command could have whatever resources and latitude it needed to conduct the required operations. From a different perspective, Colonel Michael D. Fitzgerald, Central Command's Chief of Future Operations, explained that they had always been aware of the eventual need to enter southern Afghanistan to defeat al-Qaeda and undermine the Taliban government. General Franks, he said, had never lost sight of the fact that, once initial inroads had been made, they would have to go in with our own forces who are trained in winter combat and are a lot more capable on the ground and willing to do what we need them to do. However, despite Franks' desire to eventually introduce a force into the South to expand a base of operations, it was only after the Northern Alliance had begun its advance toward Kabul in mid-November that he could realistically ask what was next and how soon they could get in. At that point, Central Command planners who had initially assessed regional airfields in support of the Ranger raid began to look for suitable locations to establish a forward operating base, eventually choosing Kandahar. The Marines were a logical choice for the mission because they already had an expeditionary force in theater and were ready to go ashore, whereas employing an Army unit would have entailed submitting a request for forces, waiting for them to arrive in theater, and then arranging for an intermediate staging base before they could enter Afghanistan. Moreover, inserting a regular Army force would be more noticeable than deploying Marine forces already afloat off the coast of Pakistan. According to Colonel Fitzgerald, there were always discussions at Central Command about force levels in Uzbekistan, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Host nations drove some of the restrictions, trying to limit the U.S. footprint over time, while the Office of the Secretary of Defense drove others, trying to limit the size of the force needed to execute the mission. He explained, commanders will be naturally risk-adverse. They try to introduce slack into the system so they will have the resources necessary to handle any contingency they might encounter once they are on the ground. On the other hand, Secretary Rumsfeld desired to keep commitment levels down and take a bit more risk. As Colonel Fitzgerald explained, there was a level at which you had to come and ask for additional forces, and it included General Franks doing the Mother May I routine. It wasn't that the SecDef, Secretary of Defense, ever said no, but sometimes the level of justification was so high that I think some people balked along the way until they had all the information. Absolutely airtight reasons, and even then they knew it was going to be a tough sell. Colonel Fitzgerald also noted that if General Franks had already initiated plans to introduce Army forces into southern Afghanistan, he might not have wanted to deploy the 26 MEU only to have it leave after a short period ashore. This would have been particularly true if he had intended to retain it as a mobile reserve, as there were a number of other significant events occurring in theater at that time, including rising tensions between India and Pakistan in the Kashmir region. End of Chapter 7, Part 4. Chapter 8, Part 1 of U.S. Marines in Afghanistan, 2001 to 2002, From the Sea, by Nathan Lowrey. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Concurrent and distributed operations at Forward Operating Base Rhino. Changing command relationships. 2 days after going ashore with his small jump command post, General Mattis designated Captain William Jezierski, U.S. Navy, as Deputy Commander of Task Force 58. A combination of tactical and operational concerns likely influenced this mid-course decision to delegate control over his seaborne forces to the commander of Amphibious Squadron 1, which again ruffled some feathers within the naval community. The new division of labor ensured that a seasoned subordinate commander was in place to oversee the continued flow of supplies, equipment, and personnel across the beach in Pasni, Pakistan. Also, placing a senior naval officer in charge of the task force's maritime operations undercut the argument for subsuming the two amphibious squadrons under the Regional Combined Warfare capability. As if to emphasize the later point, Task Force 50, the principal offensive arm of 5th Fleet, provided Task Force 58 with escort support during the operation. The genesis of Task Force 50 had occurred on 11 September 2001, when Admiral Moore directed Rear Admiral Thomas E. Zelibor, U.S. Navy, then commanding the USS Carl Vinson Battle Group in the Indian Ocean, to form a multi-carrier battle force. As Operation Enduring Freedom matured, Task Force 50 eventually grew to encompass 59 ships from 7 nations, organized around 6 aircraft carriers from 3 nations. The United States' Carl Vinson, Enterprise, and Theodore Roosevelt, the Italian Giuseppe Garibaldi, C-551, and the British Illustrious, R-06. 3 of Task Force 50's support vessels served under Captain Jezierski's tactical control and arguably established a forerunner of the current Expeditionary Strike Group. Although initially composed solely of U.S. ships, including an Aegis guided missile cruiser or destroyer, Canadian and Italian vessels joined the escort force during December 2001 and January 2002. As originally planned, on 30 November, tactical control of all Task Force 58 elements in Afghanistan transferred from Admiral Moore to Army Lieutenant General Paul T. Mikulášek, the new Combined Forces Land Component Commander. Mikulášek, also head of 3rd Army and U.S. Army Forces Central Command, ARCENT, had redeployed his command to Camp Doha, Kuwait, following the conclusion of Exercise Bright Star. After assuming the duties of Land Component Commander in mid-November, he began to direct and synchronize land operations to destroy al-Qaeda and prevent the reemergence of international terrorist activities in Combined Joint Area Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Moore and his staff at U.S. Naval Forces Central Command, NAVCENT, retained operational control of Task Force 58's forces ashore and both operational and tactical control of its forces afloat. Tactical control allowed General Mikulášek and the ARCENT staff to focus primarily on campaign-level land combat operations, while Admiral Moore and the NAVCENT staff addressed a wider range of theater-level force requirements. These included issues such as organizational structure, force sustainment, asset realignment to address concurrent missions, and the tactical employment of his sea forces. Given the underdeveloped state of both theater and campaign-level logistics in the region, the maritime link between Task Force 58 and 5th Fleet was critical to operations ashore or afloat and undoubtedly influenced the decision to maintain the autonomy of Task Force 58's naval forces under the direction of Captain Jezierski. As its mission evolved rapidly towards sustained and more widely distributed operations ashore, Task Force 58 now had to report to 2 adjacent commands. The small planning staff soon discovered the downside to going light, mainly having fewer resources to direct toward monitoring current operations and fulfilling what General Mattis referred to as the insatiable need for information from higher headquarters. Nor was this frustration limited to the command staff. Speaking from the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit's 26 MUs perspective, Colonel Frick described higher headquarters' appetite for information as his biggest problem. I think we're in an era of warfare where, since I have lightning speed capability in the communications realm, there is a thirst for knowledge all the way up the chain of command. Somebody on the next level says they want to know this, this, and this. They ask you a few questions, and then they ask you a question that you don't know, so then you get some more questions asked. That is always going to be a headache, and until somebody can look over my shoulder inside the Pentagon to see what I'm doing, they want to see real-time video. Our mindset is like, let me do my job and let me go. There is a dichotomy between the mindset of the warrior and the information age we live in. Admiral Moore and the NAVCENT staff had tended to issue mission-type orders, providing General Mattis with commander's intent and allowing him to develop the preferred course of action. Although this was similar to the initial relationship between Task Force 58 and General Mikulášek, as the ARCENT staff began to establish itself in theater and assert control over ground forces in Afghanistan, they requested more detailed information on a broadening range of topics with increasing frequency. The issue was not necessarily one of micromanagement at the theater level. Rather, the larger ARCENT staff tended to rely more heavily upon doctrine and formal planning processes than the Marines. Moreover, as it grew in size, the functional sections became increasingly compartmentalized. As Lieutenant Colonel Broadmeadow explained, the same guy that yesterday used to do a range of things for you was now doing one thing and one thing only. So, all of a sudden, that one phone call that you could make to get things to happen now became 3 or 4, and you had to talk to different guys. This change in procedures did not sit well with some members of the staff, who saw themselves as the point of main effort and resisted attempts to rein them in, administratively or operationally. Each morning, for example, Lieutenant Colonel Lethen participated in a theater-wide briefing session, during which the operating forces would report their daily status to the Land Components Operations Section. On one occasion, after higher headquarters had denied a particular request, he declined to contribute until he could talk privately with the operations officer. In another example, the land component required that Task Force 58 submit concept of operations briefs in advance of even small-scale operations conducted with their own area of responsibility, at least once questioning General Mattis when his staff failed to clear their plans through higher headquarters. In this instance, Mattis recalled, I explained I didn't generally ask permission to wipe my nose and that my intentions message laid out clearly what operations I had coming up. Given time, a solid working relationship developed between the geographically separated Task Force 58 and land component staffs. They reached the collaborative arrangement through a combination of adaptation and compromise, facilitated by the efforts of 2 Marine liaison officers assigned to the higher headquarters. Colonel Lethen experienced a particularly meaningful exchange with the Land Components Operations Officer, addressing the Combined Operations Officer's incessant bombardment of Task Force 58 with email demands in which Colonel Lethen reminded him that he was in the middle of combat and could not respond to every one of them. He said, Look, sir, there is one of me and there are 800 of you. I'll talk to you, your deputy, and your current ops, but you guys really need to choose your questions wisely, because I'm working 22, 23 hours a day, and I can't answer all of your action officers, all of your watch officers' questions. I can answer your questions, but I can't answer everyone else on your staff. He said, Got it. As the tempo and scope of operations ashore increased, the Task Force 58 staff faced a series of shrinking timelines, abbreviated planning processes, additional reporting requirements, and an emerging labor shortage. One solution to these problems was for the Task Force 58 staff to focus on directing current operations, while the 2 Expeditionary Unit staffs conducted most of the detailed mission planning for future operations. Another solution was to increase staff representation. On some occasions, Task Force 58 would commandeer functional area experts from the expeditionary units, which could raise the anxiety level for individuals who suddenly found themselves working directly for the commanding general. On other occasions, they obtained personnel externally. One U.S. Marine Corps Forces Central Command, MARCENT, officer commented during January 2002 that, although augmentation requests to date would raise the table of organization to 52, the desired staffing level was 65. The latter figure would represent a 116% increase over the original staff estimate made in Bahrain at the beginning of November. Force sustainment. As the operation progressed, Task Force 58's logistics section shifted its focus from planning for future material and movement needs to performing tasks normally assigned to the Marine Logistics Command and Force Movement Control Center. Colonel Broadmeadow summarized the experience and their key to success. It wasn't like your normal logistics system, where you drop a requisition and things start to flow to you magically because of some supply system. It was guys on the phone, people on email, working with their counterparts in the other agencies and making things happen on a personal level, as opposed to a systems perspective. So that became a big workaround right there. Very, very dependent on personal relations as opposed to systems. Although the logistics section had begun the operation with only 2 officers, by mid-December it would grow to 6 officers supporting an operating force spread among 8 locations throughout Central Command's theater: Forward Operating Base Rhino, FOB Rhino, Kandahar Airfield, and the American Embassy in Kabul in Afghanistan, Jacobabad, Shamsi, and Pasni in Pakistan, and 2 amphibious ready groups in the North Arabian Sea and Bahrain. By Christmas, the forces serving ashore in Afghanistan and Pakistan alone would total more than 4,500 Marines, soldiers, sailors, and coalition personnel. By doctrine, each military service component is responsible for providing its own logistics support, even if its forces are supporting a joint or coalition commander. For Task Force 58, that meant the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, 15th MEU, and 26th MEU would each maintain existing supply chains extending from the amphibious ready groups back to their parent Marine Expeditionary forces on the east and west coasts. These supply lines were critical, for although each of the expeditionary units maintained control over its own combat service support element and accompanying landing force operational reserve, ammunition, rations, fuel, and engineer materials, each could sustain only 15 days of continuous operations ashore without replenishment. At the same time, as directed by the Combined Forces Land Component Commander, Task Force 58 would provide common item logistics support for all Special Operating Forces co-located at FOB Rhino. The absence of a theater support command to manage in-theater stocks of common item support materials and capabilities made this latter task more difficult during the early days of Operation Swift Freedom. Bahrain served as the principal hub for Task Force 58's logistics support. Working out of a borrowed tent, Captain Samson P. Avanetti, the Strategic Mobility Officer, developed and maintained a complex logistics network that linked the forces in Afghanistan and Pakistan to support organizations located throughout the theater and in the United States. He developed working relationships with NAVCENT, the Seabees, and commercial vendors and spent countless hours locating, negotiating, and organizing logistical support for the forces ashore. Undeterred by the urgency required by a dynamic combat environment, he pushed supplies forward to feed, fix, and arm the combat force, locating items ranging from forklifts to offload pallets at FOB Rhino to barrier materials with which to construct a short-term holding facility at Kandahar. Task Force 53, MARCENT Subordinate Logistics Command, was responsible for the receipt, warehousing, and throughput of cargo to all naval forces operating throughout Central Command's theater of operations. In an effort to manage the increase in cargo resulting from the arrival of the amphibious ready groups and carrier battle groups operating in the North Arabian Sea, it diverted much of the incoming cargo for Operation Enduring Freedom to an alternate cargo hub for transshipment to locations throughout the region. Although this strategy helped to avert congestion at the primary cargo hub, it also decreased handling, tracking, and transportation efficiency. When distributing supplies throughout the theater, Task Force 53 routinely employed fixed and rotary wing aircraft, as well as U.S. naval ships and vessels contracted by Military Sealift Command to provide at-sea replenishment. During such routine missions, it would eventually deliver more than 18 million gallons of ship's fuel, 2 million gallons of aviation fuel, and 10,000 pallets of supplies to forces attached to Task Force 58. When size, volume, or distance precluded shipment using organic assets, Task Force 53 submitted requests to the Joint Movement Center, which coordinated additional aircraft through Transportation Command and the Air Mobility Division at Central Command's Air Component Command. The two amphibious ready groups maintained an aggressive wet well, amphibious, and flight deck, aviation, cycle to support the initial assault and subsequent operations on the objective as well. The Peleliu Amphibious Ready Group debarked more than 1,700 personnel, 180 vehicles, and 267 short tons of cargo, while the USS Bataan Amphibious Ready Group, Bataan ARG, contributed over 1,800 personnel, 70 vehicles, and 400 short tons of cargo. Vessels assigned to the ready groups also picked up and delivered 4 CH-53Es and an AH-1W helicopter that arrived from the United States to augment or replace aircraft damaged during operations in Afghanistan. The logistics section at 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, 1 MEF, was one of several reachback sources available to Task Force 58. It maintained a 24-hour watch and required little amplifying information to process requests. The Navy Regional Contracting Center in Bahrain also played a crucial role in the procurement of items through open sources. It provided information on local vendors and procedures, registered the task force's requirements, evaluated available resources, and purchased the necessary items. Once Captain Avenatti located the necessary equipment and supplies, he worked multiple channels to fly the resources from origin to destination. For example, he coordinated with Danish C-130s to fly fresh fruit, vegetables, and holiday packages from Bahrain to Shamsi, Marine KC-130s to fly repair parts from Poznan to FOB Rhino, and Air Force C-17s to fly construction supplies and detainee handling equipment from Bahrain to Kandahar. This was not a simple process, but required the entry of time, phase, force, and deployment data in the Joint Planning and Execution System, as well as the preparation of advanced aircraft load plans and hazardous cargo certification documents. To facilitate such movements, Avenatti maintained constant contact with Air Force Captain Erika L. DeVos, officer in charge of the Joint Movement Center. Located at the Coalition Air Operations Center in Saudi Arabia, she ran the central headquarters for movement requests throughout the theater and helped Avenatti request, schedule, and track aircraft flights. Committed to meeting the Marine sustainment needs, DeVos and her staff reprioritized cargo loads on a regular basis to support the forward units in Afghanistan. Although Task Force 58 successfully exploited routine military transport flights to avoid constraints imposed by commercial carriers, reliance on the channel flights proved to be a mixed blessing and often delayed the shipment of cargo beyond Task Force 58's requested delivery date. In some cases, passengers experienced lengthened travel time due to numerous en route stops. In others, shipping priorities or transport limitations required that consolidated loads from the United States be spread among several aircraft before reaching their destination by alternate routes. Adding yet another degree of difficulty, although the Joint Planning and Execution System provided a means for transportation and air mobility commands to orchestrate strategic inter-theater airlift operations, its use to manage intra-theater airlift assets had not been specified by joint doctrine. Furthermore, the Air Force and Navy Marine Corps tracking systems, often reflecting unique service-specific logistics terminology, made it difficult to follow the flow of personnel, equipment, and supplies into theater. Shortcuts occasionally used to circumvent the Joint Planning and Execution System, resulting in the loss of in-transit visibility and subsequent shipping delays, actually increased the requirement for intra-theater lift. In one instance, one MEF logistician shipped cold weather equipment to Germany on board Air Force C-5 transports, expecting that it would be transferred to C-17 aircraft for follow-on movement into theater. Once the cargo was broken down into separate loads, however, some continued on to FOB Rhino through various aerial ports of departure, some were delayed to make way for a rifle company headed to Kabul, and some remained behind in Germany. During the following weeks, the combined effort of Task Force 58, 1 MEF, and the Joint Movement Center finally located the stray shipments for eventual transport into Afghanistan. To help alleviate this problem, Task Force 58 situated expediters sourced from the Expeditionary Unit logistics sections at each of the major theater entry points. While most of these Marines possessed a background in supply, others who did not had to develop the embarkation and traffic management skills necessary to correct problems on the spot and keep the material support flowing forward to the operating forces. They oversaw the arrival of incoming cargo at their respective hubs, accounted for the equipment and supplies received, and then tracked them until they were loaded onto aircraft for follow-on transportation. The logistics section at 1 MEF also helped to solve the accountability issue by instituting an informal system of posting status updates on requested items on its webpage. End of Chapter 8, Part 1.